I hope you enjoy part 1 of this audiobook. You can also listen to part 2, free on YouTube.
Tobe Publishing presents Stranded, the Shorten Chronicles, Book 1. Written by Rosalind-Tate. Read by Katie Sobey. The past is a foreign country. They do things differently there. L.P. Hartley. Chapter 1. The university website had promised lawns and trees and a pretty medieval church. Up ahead was a concrete tower block, its pitted surface painted in primary colours to resemble lurid Lego bricks. Narrow rectangular windows lay flat against the cliff face of the building in 6 horizontal lines, dull and dark in the late September sunshine. Trundling her scruffy suitcase behind her, Sophie grimaced. What an idiot. Why hadn't she visited first? The school had laid on visits to Oxford and Cambridge, but she wasn't in that league, been too focused on A-level assessments to sort long road trips. Students were pushing by, earnestly talking, and Sophie shortened Charlotte's lead. Bringing a large brown labradoodle along wasn't ideal, but kennels were expensive. "I bet our room's in that tower block," she said, addressing Charlotte. Charlotte ignored her, weaving happily around a heap of cigarette ends on the grubby path. She had few expectations, so was rarely disappointed. Sophie squared her shoulders. Be more like Charlotte. Go with the flow. The squat building beyond the entrance had sharp edges and a flat roof. A mottled plastic panel had fallen off a wall, partly blocking the pavement. It's no good. This really sucks. Let's go home. Charlotte promptly pulled on her lead towards reception. Sophie sighed, imagining dragging her to the road, getting a taxi to the station, and when they arrived back, Auntie Wendy's disappointed face. No, Charlotte was right. Pathetic to drop out before they'd even walked in. But the lecture-sized room with municipal flooring and yellow walls was jam-packed with new undergraduates and their families, queuing to register on the first day of the autumn term, and Sophie paused, nerves swirling. This many people usually triggered undisciplined Charlotte bouncing. Her fluorescent jacket might as well have been emblazoned, "I am not a service dog." Charlotte leaned against Sophie's knees, sensing her anxiety. Sophie knew she had to relax, or Charlotte wouldn't. She drew a deep breath. "Okay, let's go." They joined the queue for A to E surnames, and Charlotte immediately caused a stir, but she posed, enjoying being petted by impressed strangers. Genuine service dogs, focused on their work, weren't supposed to be petted, but Charlotte was calm and looked the part. So far, so good. As she waited, Sophie closed her mouth and breathed through her nose, fending off pungent teenage aftershave and celebrity-branded perfumes, the scents intensified by the unseasonal, humid weather and the stuffy room. No aircon. She should have worn a thin dress, not jeans and an oversized shirt. She hauled off her black cardigan and tied it about her waist. A tall, dark-haired boy in a different queue was staring at his phone. Hugo Harrington? Couldn't be him. Wouldn't be seen dead in a place like this. Her mobile bleeped in her bag. Isha, her BFF, had sent predictable pictures of her Oxford college, hushed, immaculate lawns and dreamy spires. "Can we visit next weekend? Kiss, kiss, kiss," Sophie texted. Isha replied immediately. "Term hasn't started yet. Come weekend after. Send Charlotte pictures. Kiss, kiss, kiss." "Will do. Kiss, kiss, kiss." Isha understood about Charlotte. 6 years ago, when Sophie's parents had died in a car accident, she'd grieved in private, but confided in Isha. And 4 years later, when Auntie Wendy had given her a puppy, Sophie had confided again, explaining the unexpected surge of maternal love and how Charlotte helped fill the parent-size void. and Charlotte was still an anchor in a lonely sea, would always trump getting a degree, socialising, anything. Name? The woman behind the front desk glanced up from her computer screen. She had short, spiky hair and shrewd eyes. Sophie Arundel. The woman frowned, eyeing Charlotte. You're not on the special needs list. Oh, I filled out the form. She hadn't, hoped she could wing it. Unforgiving, overhead strip lighting revealed lines of annoyance around the woman's pursed mouth as she scanned the screen and typed, the faint clicks from the keyboard sounding rapid and professional. Sophie swallowed. I hate to ask, said the woman, but would you mind sending it again? Sophie hid her relief, adjusting her bag strap, securely slung across her chest. Of course. I'll put you on the waiting list for a ground floor flat. I'm afraid you've been allocated a 4th floor room. Right. The Lego tribute. No worries. The woman handed her an envelope, her eyes still scanning her screen. Your room key. Thank you. Sophie stuffed it in her bag and hurried away, struggling to wheel the suitcase through the crowd. Don't worry, she whispered to Charlotte. Before they realise the form's still missing, I'll think of something. The boy who looked like Hugo was in front of her, strolling towards the exit. 6'3" and gangly in his pale knee-length shorts and red t-shirt, he had a navy hoodie casually tied around his neck. He turned as the door opened, and she saw his profile. Strong jawline, broad shoulders, annoying air of easy confidence. It was definitely him. To get his attention, she touched his arm. He stared at her as if she'd beamed down from a spaceship, his thick black eyebrows surprised. Sophie? She pulled Charlotte close. Hugo might not appreciate joyful doggy bouncing. I didn't realise you were coming here. He examined an envelope he was holding. His room key. Missed the grades for Oxford. Puzzling. He'd always aced exams. In the last school debate, he'd argued climate change didn't exist. Without notes, just to show off. They'd never been friends, but he was a familiar face in a squash of strangers, and Charlotte was earnestly leaning into his legs. Odd. She didn't usually do her full-on love lean to people she'd just met. Hugo's t-shirt proclaimed San Diego Surfing Co., California, in bold black letters, interwoven through a faded dark ring. He could have bought that anywhere, but, being Hugo, he'd have visited. She pointed. Souvenir? Yes, my sister lives there. He pushed his unruly hair from his forehead. Cut neatly around his ears and nape, but his fringe was way too long. Going to the tower block? She nodded. You've no luggage? In the car. I'll get it later. Hugo and his mates all had cars, courtesy of Mummy and Daddy. New, sporty, pricey. Why couldn't one of her friends have turned up, not posh boy Hugo? Outside, students were handing out Mexican beer, promoting some new brand. We had to bin the sombreros, said a tanned, cheerful girl, handing Hugo a plastic cup. Cultural appropriation and all that. Sophie reluctantly declined the beer. Both her hands were fully occupied trundling the suitcase and holding Charlotte's extendable lead. It's good to be sensitive, said Hugo, as they followed a path around the reception building. But where does it end? Banning people from selling Scotch whiskey in kilts? She shrugged. Today was stressful enough. She wasn't up for an earnest discussion. They turned a corner. Boxed in by blunt, angular buildings was a stone medieval church with Gothic, stained-glass windows. It was like the chapel at school, but the steeple was larger and taller. The church on the website. The other buildings had been airbrushed out. Unbelievable. That's unusual, said Hugo. Sad. The lone survivor of a concrete massacre. Over there. Hugo was pointing at something above an arched window at the near side of the chapel. Half concealed by a buttress was a carving, attached like a gargoyle, but it wasn't a devil or grotesque figure. Two young faces looked in opposite directions, the back of their heads touching. The identical faces could have been male or female. Sophie walked closer, stood on tiptoe and touched it, The lines of the carving were confident and flowing, executed with real skill. For a moment, the church shimmered. There, but not there. Like a mirage. Feeling dizzy, she took a slow breath, and the air tasted fresher, like a rain-swept draught into a dusty room. Summer smells. Grass and pollen.
Are you okay?
Hugo was regarding her with concern. I'm fine. Shouldn't have skipped breakfast. Curious. At school, he'd rarely deigned to speak to her. They walked past the church and downhill, through a maze of square, 2-story buildings, the path levelling off as they drew nearer the tower block. No one seemed suspicious about Charlotte. Sophie had Googled invisible illnesses, memorised a convincing lie, but few people would be crass enough to interrogate a stranger about a disability. English reticence plus political correctness. Result.
Must be somewhere to practice cricket,
said Hugo.
A pitch?
You think? A cricket pitch here was as likely as a magic garden. But his doomed quest didn't affect her. She'd always been baffled by the appeal of cricket, with matches lasting whole days. Could have played at school. The mixed team had been quite good, but she'd been happy with kickboxing and javelin. She paused, wheeling the suitcase to brush an annoying strand of hair from her face. The sports complex looked cool on the website. Maybe she could do kickboxing. Javelin was impractical, required a field.
They'll have cricket nets. Better than nothing.
Hugo opened a door at the base of the tower block and went in. Above the doorframe, Students' Union and Accommodation was signed in red, bulky letters. Sophie followed with a skittish Charlotte. Beyond a convenience shop was a huge hall that took up most of the ground floor. Despite its size, it was as crowded and stifling as reception. Charlotte pulled back towards the exit. She loved her day trips, exploring wind-swept beaches or the quiet gardens of stately homes. This hectic space was downright scary. Sophie gave her a reassuring pat. Honestly, you'll like it once we've settled in. Charlotte sat, put out her front legs, and held them ramrod stiff. So began a well-rehearsed battle of wills. There could only be one winner, and, after 2 treats, Charlotte consented to walk to heel, attracting respectful and admiring glances.
Wow, he's a big dog.
A podgy boy with ginger hair patted Charlotte's head. She should have bought a harness signed, "I am a girl." He handed her a leaflet. Behind him was a poster of a caged brown and white beagle with haunted eyes. They're doing testing here.
Not yet, but they've been granted funding. You're welcome to join our protest. Noon tomorrow, outside the science labs.
I'll be there. Sophie walked away, putting the pamphlet in her bag. When we get to our room, she told Charlotte, we'll call Auntie Wendy. Sophie's aunt had Parkinson's disease, and checking on her was a daily routine. A boy wearing a cap walked by, and Charlotte shrank against Sophie's legs in a very un-guide dog way. Charlotte didn't like hats because she couldn't see the person's face. Sophie leaned against a partition wall and hugged her. As she straightened, Sophie's head nudged a small sepia photo, sending it wonky. She adjusted the dusty gilt frame and read the caption. Little Shorten, 1910. 2 young girls wearing white pinafore dresses and solemn expressions were sitting on a bench by a village green. The fine hairs on the back of Sophie's neck stood up, and her skin prickled. Someone was curious. Watching. Assessing. She turned around. Busy. Noisy. Nothing weird. The younger girl in the picture was about 4, her round face gazing defiantly at the camera. The university's main entrance is on Shorten Road, she told Charlotte. Little Shorten won't be far. You'll love all that green space. Without warning, Charlotte bolted, the crowd parting like a knife slash as she moved at alarming speed. Holding the lead, Sophie hurtled after her but couldn't hurtle and keep her footing. She lost the lead and careered into grimy vinyl flooring. Chapter 2. For a moment, Sophie lay winded, but galvanised by panic, she hauled herself up and sprinted. At the far end of the hall were 2 lifts. One was plain grey metal, matching the building's brutalist architecture. The other was painted gold. Hugo was waiting nonchalantly in front of the gold lift, his eyes on his phone. Charlotte was right beside his feet, almost touching his black trainers, oddly still, as if sitting for a portrait. Sophie reached Charlotte, took her lead, and paused to catch her breath. On the gold lift doors were math symbols for infinity and pi, and 2 she didn't recognise. And there were pictures, simple and childlike, drawn in the same dark, swirly strokes. A mansion in the countryside, a man rocking a cot, a girl gripping an enormous sword, and a cottage on fire. Framing the door was a classical-looking mural depicting graceful urns and stylised leaves, and at the top was an old-fashioned round dial, showing only 3 floors, decorative, not functional. By the dial were leaping stags with craggy antlers and noble expressions. Sophie put her palm against the drawing of the country house. The paint wasn't textured, as she'd expected, but smooth and cold, like stone. Odd jumble of images, must have been done for some art project. She shivered and pulled on her cardigan. Finally, air conditioning. But it was far too cold. Hugo put on his hoodie and zipped it closed, his eyes hardly moving from his phone. A high ching noise like a bicycle bell rang out, and the gold doors shuddered open, rattling as they slid completely back. Charlotte strained to get in, making pitiful strangling noises, smelling a dropped sandwich or forbidden burger. Sophie checked out the grey laminate floor, efficiently illuminated by a boxy light on the ceiling. Fine. No trash. She let Charlotte scrabble over the threshold and followed her. Hugo came in, glancing from his phone just long enough to press the button for the 6th floor. Sophie pressed for the 4th, glad they were on different levels. She'd meet like-minded people at the protest. Hopefully make friends. The doors slid shut, and Sophie frowned at her reflection in a mirror. The white shirt skirting her thighs was streaked with grey dust from the Students' Union floor, and her face was smeared with grime. She found a tissue in her bag and hastily wiped it off. Charlotte pricked up her ears. The lift was moving, but there was no sound that Sophie could hear, not even a vibration hum. She took out the leaflet. Animal testing is torture. Underneath the headline were distressing photos. She was already online petition girl, but here she could do proper activism. She folded the paper in half to hide the pictures. Seeing them was too difficult. She found a lot of stuff too difficult. Veggie for half her life, but had never managed to go vegan. A loud clang, and the doors on the far side jerkily opened, making a grinding sound, metal on metal, like they needed oiling. She stuffed the leaflet in her bag and half-turned, reaching for the handle of her suitcase behind her. But it wasn't there. It was in the hall, forgotten when she dashed to catch Charlotte. Sophie swore under her breath and stepped forward to press the button for the ground floor. And gaped. What was beyond the lift couldn't be real. She blinked, but the scene in front of her didn't change. Charlotte was wagging her tail, trying to leap out. Sophie pulled her closer, and with her free hand grabbed a curved handrail, keen to hold on to something solid. If this was a window, it was a long way down.
Top of the range and the stupid thing's died.
Hugo pocketed his phone and looked up.
Impressive 3D projection. A nice birdsong.
Right by the threshold was the sturdy trunk of an oak tree. Beyond it, under an intense blue sky, was a sunlit country road, bordered by a tall bay hedge.
The IT facility here is world class, said Hugo. The different perspectives are flawless.
Of course. Probably been done for Freshers' Week. The coming days promised non-stop excitement, big-name music acts, live comedy, and awesome parties. Sophie took her hand from the rail. Explained why they'd gold-sprayed the lift, happy party colour and wacky art. She turned to the side wall to press for the ground floor, but the black metal facing on the control panel was glossy walnut, the digital floor display had gone, and there were only 2 buttons, for closing and opening the doors. They were also made of wood, protruding and chunky. She gasped, disorientated. Hugo was turning slowly around.
This makes no sense.
A dainty chandelier was hanging from the ceiling. Droplet-shaped crystals, artfully arranged in tiers, floated amidst 3 silver branches that curved upward, cradling tented bulbs. These gave out an unusually bright white light, eerily illuminating the lift walls, no longer innocuously grey, but a swirl of different wood grains, from ebony to light birch. Sophie pushed down a whisper of fear. The drab, austere ceiling was now a round mirror, framed with raised gold petals, reminiscent of a flower or the rays of the sun. Her reflected, upturned face was anxious and slightly rippled. Had she been knocked out when she'd fallen? She didn't remember banging her head. She traced a curved groove on the wall with her forefinger. More likely she was asleep on the train. Hugo pressed to close the doors. Nothing. He pressed again with more force. Nothing. The lift was bigger than before, enough room to sleep, with space to spare. Beneath the translucent flooring was a purple ragged cobweb, as wide as the lift, rhythmically glowing, pulsing like a heart. Sophie bent and gingerly touched the floor. It was slightly springy, like a piece of eel she'd tasted years ago by mistake. The memory still made her shudder. She snatched her hand away. Her fingertip was numb, as if she'd held it under icy water.
The fancy light's working, so it's not a power outage.
Hugo frowned.
Did you notice an out-of-order sign?
No, but if the doors were painted recently, it could have dripped, jammed the doors. He shook his head.
Whatever the problem, there should be a way to contact the lift people. Perhaps the help button's on a separate panel?
They both searched. There was no other panel. Hugo drove his hand through his hair.
I don't understand. Basic health and safety.
Sophie pushed the clunky button to close the doors. It felt spongy, broken. Alarm was now souring her throat. We should climb through the top, like they do in films. Even as she said this, the prospect of carrying Charlotte between them seemed too dangerous. Impractical. You could do that, by yourself. Hugo was tall enough to inspect the ceiling, including a circular brass plate that secured the chandelier.
Might be an access door underneath this glass. Have you anything sharp in your bag?
Keeping a firm hold on Charlotte's lead with one hand, Sophie extracted her phone and put it carefully on the floor, grabbed a bottle of water, then tipped out pens, mini umbrella, a bag for Charlotte, room key envelope, pocket mirror, comb, and something foul.
Ugh! What is that?
Sophie peered at the mouldy gunge. An apple. I bought it on the train.
Strange.
Random dream stuff. Sophie pushed the apple out with her boot, a few putrid bits wedging in the door tracks. She opened the room key envelope, hampered by her numb finger. A thin electronic card dropped out. Useless. Hugo took car keys from his pocket.
I might get the glass off with these.
But mirror glass is mega sharp. A fatally injured Hugo would be a seriously sick dream.
We should phone the fire brigade.
His hand went to his pocket, and he sighed.
You need to.
She picked up her phone. Had she accidentally turned it off? She pressed the on button. It's dead. Like it's run out of charge. Hugo swore and checked his watch.
11:20. About 10 minutes since we walked in.
With a dead phone, she could only guess the time. She'd never worn a watch.
Won't last long between 3.
Hugo glanced at the water bottle, his face pensive. She repacked the bag with one hand, trying to keep her nose away from the rotting apple smell. She'd wake soon. Charlotte was still straining against the lead towards what appeared to be a gnarled tree trunk and sun-dappled leaves. Hugo sat on the floor against the interior wall by the open doors.
Never liked lifts. I'm dreaming.
He hugged his knees and frowned.
Or that beer was spiked?
He didn't expect an answer.
But if this is a drug strip, it'll wear off.
So, he did drugs. Russian roulette with criminal substances instead of bullets. Life was risky enough. Her parents' faces swam into her head, and she focused on Charlotte restlessly turning in a circle. I don't know how long drug trips last, but it won't be long before Charlotte needs to, you know. Sophie pressed the clunky button again. It felt solid, but empty, like a facade or stage prop. Maybe it wants us to go out?
Who's it?
Hugo squinted at the sun, or what looked like the sun. The lift, if it's magic. She didn't really think that. No such thing as magic, only mysteries science hadn't solved yet. If we walk along the road and come back, the doors might close, and it'll go to the tower block.
Or when we get out, we'll be stuck, wherever.
Or that. Sophie sucked her numb finger. This felt real, but had to be a dream. Or nightmare. Stuck in a lift with Hugo Harrington. Dreams could be so random. Charlotte turned and fixed Sophie with a preoccupied stare. She squatted and peed, ensuring her pores were clear before perkily straightening up. The amber pool steamed and expanded, and Hugo scrambled to his feet. Survival shows about drinking urine. If we had another bottle, said Sophie, we could have scooped it.
What?
Aren't you supposed to drink urine once you run out of water?
Yes.
Hugo wrinkled his nose. Sophie stepped sideways to avoid warm pee, and Hugo cautiously put his left arm out of the lift. Chapter 3. Hugo waved his hand like a swimming fish beyond the doorway.
I can feel a breeze. That might be part of an IT installation on the top floor, but it might not be.
He peered over the edge and stepped back. Sophie sneezed. On the breeze were traces of birch pollen, like by the chapel.
Let's see if it's solid.
Hugo took his phone from his pocket and hurled it out of the lift. It landed with a clatter on what looked like tarmac. They could still be on the ground floor. The lift hadn't lurched or juddered. There'd been no sense of gliding ascent. With his left foot, Hugo slowly prodded what appeared to be grass and gradually shifted his weight, levering himself out, holding on to the side of the lift like a human stick insect. Finally, he was completely out.
Feels like a regular place. A bright summer day. Fantastic virtual reality.
She touched her head. How can it be? We're not wearing headsets.
Good point.
What an interesting dream. Real Hugo would never have admitted she was right. Charlotte strained harder towards the lane, wheezing as the lead pulled her collar tight. If there's a dangerous person or animal lurking, said Sophie, Charlotte would sense it. Hugo bit his lip, dubious. Right, we're coming too. Keeping a firm grip on the lead's sturdy handle, Sophie stepped gingerly onto what felt and smelled like tree-shaded grass. She fished out Charlotte's plastic bag and tied it to a knobbly branch. This can mark the spot, in case the lift doesn't stay or only comes here sometimes.
You know what you're saying is bonkers?
Hugo picked up his phone and put it in his pocket. In a few steps, Sophie reached the tarmac strip. No road markings. She looked one way, then the other. Bordering the lane were unbroken high hedges, fronted in places by oak and silver birch trees. We could wait here, and if the doors start to shut, run in.
The doors have been open for a while. Might be stuck.
The slid-back doors weren't there. They should have been visible outside the structure. A self-contained box, with no shaft or haulage mechanism. not a real lift at all. And the angular outer walls were barely discernible, had taken on the complex green and brown shades and textures of the surrounding vegetation. "This is tricky," said Sophie. "Right or left?"
No idea.
Shame hallucination Hugo wasn't a dream guide. Charlotte was hauling on the lead again, wanting to go right. "She must smell food," said Sophie, giving in and walking. There was nothing unusual here, but that in itself made her uneasy. Why would she dream about a deserted lane? The air tasted freshly washed, pure and sweet, suggesting countryside beyond the road, but the hedges were too tall to see over, looming like brooding sentinels. The sunlight that felt warm on her shoulders didn't penetrate them. She took off her cardigan and secured it on her waist. Hugo pulled off his hoodie and tied the sleeves around his shoulders. Charlotte was also too hot and panting, so Sophie removed the fluorescent coat, folded it, and stuffed it in her capacious, smelly bag. Good thing this was only a dream. Charlotte bounced blissfully along, breathing in imaginary scents, but before the road twisted left, Sophie stopped and looked back at the lift. Even in the sunshine, the lit interior was bright. From a distance, the inside appeared to be the same size as a regular lift, as was the square external shape, a mismatch of perceived dimensions and reality, like Doctor Who's TARDIS. If the doors closed now, she wouldn't get in if she sprinted. She turned reluctantly and walked on, past another bend. More tarmac and high hedges. Hugo gestured at bright yellow flowers on the verge.
"These primroses are pretty."
He took sunglasses from his pocket, put them on, and looked at the sky.
"No vapour trails."
No vapour trails meant no planes, meant... She couldn't resist winding him up. "Perhaps we're on another planet, where we haven't trashed the climate." He shrugged, seemed puzzled. Okay, the Hugo she'd imagined was as laid back as the real one. A shadow swooped over the lane, and Sophie pulled Charlotte close in a heart-stopping panic. "Go away!" Her voice sounded harsh in the rural quiet.
"A hawk,"
said Hugo. Sophie took a long, relieved breath. Charlotte was too hefty to tempt an eagle, so a hawk was no threat. She examined her finger and flexed it. Fine now. Further along, breaking the hedgeline on both sides, were rough wooden gates. Sophie leaned on one, resting her elbows on the top plank. The wood felt slightly damp from recent rain. A patchwork of green fields stretched for miles, dissected by a broad river, azure and sparkling in the sunshine. Near the river, sheep were grazing, and in a different field, cows were huddled under an elm tree. Sophie reached through the gate and touched tall, golden grass rustling in the gentle breeze. Beautiful.
"Barley."
Hugo smiled.
"This is a nice dream. My grandparents' farmhouse must be nearby."
Charlotte barked and raised her head. Someone was whistling. Hugo turned towards the road.
"That's not my grandfather."
He gulped, his Adam's apple wobbling. A man carrying a walking stick was striding towards them. He had a squished brown hat and wore black trousers, a dark green waistcoat and a sandy shirt rolled up to the elbows. He drew nearer, still whistling, neither quickening nor slowing his pace. The unfamiliar shrill melody repeated, giving Sophie's forearms goosebumps. Charlotte was watching the man, unconcerned. But in dreams, she often acted oddly. Once, she'd started talking. That had been really weird. The man drew near and stopped whistling. He was short and stout, with lined, ruddy cheeks.
"That's a strange dog. All that wavy fur."
His accent was a thick country type, so thick Sophie had to listen carefully. "She needs a groom." He stared at Sophie's jeans, so Sophie stared back. Hugo took off his shades.
"What's this place called?"
"This is all Lacyland."
Sophie chewed her lip, none the wiser. The man's gaze shifted to Hugo, then returned to her.
You need to go to the manor.
He gestured vaguely up the lane.
They'll see you right. It's not far, about 20 miles.
20 miles? On foot? She went running every day at school, had even run a marathon. But this man made it sound like a casual hike.
What's the other way?
Asked Hugo.
Stansbrook, just a hamlet. You'd be better off at the big house. They look after strange visitors.
Unease curled around Sophie's spine. What did he mean? The man gave a sort of salute, walked past them, and resumed whistling. Sophie had been holding her breath. Did you have to consciously breathe in dreams? She'd once dreamed she was suffocating. That had felt real.
A regular guy. Maybe a farmer?
Hugo was reassuring himself. He cleaned his shades with the bottom of his t-shirt.
It's not these sunglasses.
He returned them to his pocket.
The green of the verge, blue of the sky, the flowers, all slightly off, like a sunken dream.
Seems fine to me. Crisp, strong shades, deep and vivid.
No idea why I'm still dreaming about you.
He frowned.
But you're behaving differently in this one.
Hallucination Hugo dreamed about her? That made no sense.
Let's make it nicer.
He took her right hand and theatrically kissed it. She was so surprised, she didn't react. He slowly drew her closer, and, intrigued by her mad subconscious, she let him. His eyes were on her mouth. This was one wacky dream. He kissed her. Such a soft, dreamy kiss, she went with it. She breathed in the faint scent of his aftershave, freshly cut grass wrapped in sunshine, and when the kiss turned intense, she responded, relishing a delicious energy right down to her toes. His fingers were on her shirt, caressing her breast. Sex with Hugo Harrington? Too wacky. Charlotte was jumping against Sophie's back, trying to join in the snuggle, and Sophie stepped away, resisting a tantalizing tingle. Her imagination was splintering into crazy tangents. The dream must be winding up. Hugo shot her a reckless smile.
Let's go into the field. Find a secluded spot.
We can't.
Sorry?
That man was a guide. To complete the quest, we have to reach the manor.
Like a computer game?
I guess. But this was a product of her brain. I've just finished my pre-course reading. A knight on a quest story. So, there'll be King Arthur, but no elves or orcs. English medieval literature was a cool degree course, if not obviously useful for finding a job.
I'm searching for the Holy Grail?
Hugo seemed baffled. The best quests are tricky. The nature of the quest will only reveal itself at the end. She let out Charlotte's lead. Hugo put on his shades and watched Charlotte darting to and fro.
To win the game, we'll have to trade something for shelter or weapons when we get there.
Obviously not Charlotte.
Of course not.
Hugo sounded affronted. He was all right. Well, in this dream. Her bag seemed heavier, and on one of her cheap, look-alike Doc Marten boots, the sole had come loose, and her right foot was sore. A blister. Stupid shoes to wear on a quest. Hugo checked his watch.
4:30, so we've been walking for 5 hours.
It felt like 10. But time in dreams was deceptive. The road frequently wound left and right, but the lane and high hedges hadn't changed since the field gates. Perhaps only minutes had passed.
This was my great-great-grandfather's,
said Hugo.
Survived the Great War better than he did.
The watch had a thick leather strap and a round face with plain, clear numbers. Really not interested. He was like those magazine adverts for watches so expensive you inherited them. She willed him to disappear, but he didn't even fade. They walked past wooden gates. Interrupting both hedge lines, the gates faced each other, identical to the previous ones. So were the fields. She'd been going around in a circle. Charlotte was determinedly panting, had long ago stopped bouncing, and the water bottle was taunting Sophie. Drink me. She'd resisted, This might be a quest test, temptation, delayed gratification, or endurance. But she was beyond caring. She only drank a third. A small, reluctant part of her worried this wasn't a dream. She tipped another third into Charlotte's throat and offered Hugo the rest. He drained it, handed her the bottle, and she returned it to her bag. After a sharp bend, they continued along a lengthy straight stretch before the lane twisted right. Sophie sat on the verge and thought about lying down. Nights rest on quests.
Chimneys,
Hugo pointed.
Must be the manor.
Ignoring her protesting feet, Sophie stood, shielding her eyes from the sun. Beyond yet another bend, an array of chimney stacks was just visible in a faint haze of wood smoke. Charlotte gave a half-hearted bark. Coming towards them were two young men pushing empty wheelbarrows, chatting among themselves. Their trousers and shirts were muddy brown. They had no waistcoats, but sported leather braces and cloth caps. Hats and wheelbarrows were a canine call to arms, but Dream Charlotte stayed sitting on the verge, quiet and watchful, as knackered as her mistress. Hugo took off his sunglasses and cleared his throat.
Good morning. Lovely day.
Both men were staring at Sophie's jeans. After a moment, they tipped their caps and hurried by. Sophie glanced down. Was something wrong with her legs? Up ahead was a broad, stagnant pond, covering one verge and half the road. It smelled rank. But like the chimneys, it was new. She hadn't been walking in an endless loop.
We shouldn't drink from that,
said Hugo. Agreed. Sophie shortened the lead as they walked by. Real Charlotte loved dirty water. They came around the bend, and there was the house. Sophie shaded her eyes again. All those chimneys belong to this building.
Elizabethan gables, said Hugo. Georgian extensions, and Victorian.
Hallucination Hugo had morphed into a tour guide. It was a mansion, not a house. Countless stone-framed mullioned windows, huge and ornate, others tiny, and beyond the glass, movement? One of the crenellated gables was entirely covered in dark green ivy, like a rustling green shroud. They look after strange visitors. Sophie took a long, shuddery breath. She didn't have to go in there, could doze in a meadow. Opposite the house, across the lane, were more neat fields. But if this was real, a place with cows would also have agitated bulls. Open ironwork gates marked the start of an unnecessarily long gravel driveway. It wasn't just her feet. Her whole body ached. Keeping Charlotte's lead short, Sophie followed Hugo up the drive. Chapter 4. The manor was fronted by a steep, dried-out moat. Serving as a path to a more modern front door was a thick iron gate, the original drawbridge. Hugo tugged on a large bell pull, and a jangling ring echoed inside. The door was opened by a skinny woman in a black maxi dress with a high frilly collar. Her coarse salt and pepper hair was drawn sternly back from her face into a tight bun.
You've come from the lane.
Her lips tightened, pulling at her wrinkled face. Yes, said Sophie and Hugo together.
You'd better come in.
Bad feeling, hissed Sophie. It's like we're expected. Hugo pocketed his shades and walked in. Was this the end of the quest? She'd wake now. Charlotte was pulling on her lead after Hugo. Sophie mostly trusted Charlotte's instincts. She wiped her boots on the doormat and warily stepped into a gloomy hall. On the left was a fine oak staircase that wound up past paired leaded windows before it disappeared beyond a double-height ceiling. Underneath the stair's highest sweep was a door, slightly open, revealing a desk covered in papers and envelopes.
Please wait here.
The housekeeper went through a doorway opposite the staircase. Cream linen-fold panelling lined the walls, with oil paintings in heavy gold frames. The picture by the front door featured a glum couple posing in serene countryside. The attention of their dog, a smooth-haired harrier, was on his master, who was wearing a weird, triangle-shaped hat. The woman's straw hat was simple, but her skirt was ridiculously wide, jutting out horizontally from her hips. Sophie untied her cardigan from her waist, pulled it on, and sank into a deep, high-backed armchair. The air was faintly musty, as if centuries of dust had been brushed out of sight behind wainscots and floorboards. Charlotte slumped at her feet, and Hugo began pacing, oddly in time with a grandfather clock. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The world shifted. She was back in the headmistress's study. The sound of the clock, the smell of furniture polish, and formidable Miss Parncut, visibly distressed.
"I'm so sorry."
Sophie exhaled, like she always did, forcing herself into the present. The day she'd learned her parents were dead was always with her. A part of her. She focused on Hugo. Why was he even here? Had her brain imagined him because he'd turned up at the university? The housekeeper returned.
"This way, please."
Sophie made herself stand and nudged Charlotte out of her doze. "Come on, whatever happens next, it's smart to act like we're awake." They followed Hugo into a spacious drawing room that was overcrowded with heavy mahogany furniture. A vaguely middle-aged woman in a long cream gown with leg of mutton sleeves stood up from an emerald damask-covered couch.
"Hello, I am Lady Anne Lacey," she said briskly, as if they had an appointment.
Her face was bare of makeup, and her dark hair was arranged loosely on top of her head. Charlotte started bouncing. This woman would go over like a skittle. Sophie pulled on Charlotte's lead and gripped her collar. "No." Charlotte retreated to lean against Sophie's legs. Dream bounced, but obeyed commands. Good to know.
"You must be tired," said Lady Lacey. "Do sit down."
Her voice was unexpectedly high, and her words were clipped, reminiscent of black and white films and The Crown. Sophie sat gingerly on a sofa by a coffee table, keeping Charlotte well away from a large stone fireplace and a flimsy embroidered screen. Hugo sat beside her.
"I'm Hugo, and this is Sophie."
"And this is Charlotte," said Sophie, still gripping her collar. Lady Lacey smiled politely.
"Shall we have tea?"
"You have tea?" Sophie blurted. Reassuring development. But this was her dream. Of course there'd be tea. Eventually.
"Keeps the empire going?"
Lady Lacey pulled a rope on the wall. A young woman in a dark dress, a white apron, and a maid's cap appeared at the door, her eyes wide.
"Afternoon tea for 3, please," said Lady Lacey. "And a jug of water and 2 glasses. Oh, and a bowl of water for the dog."
Lady Lacey sat opposite them and smiled again.
"It is quite a walk."
The maid returned with a 3-tiered plate stand of sandwiches, scones, and cake slices, and another younger maid came in carrying a silver tray crowded with delicate china cups and saucers, a silver teapot, a porcelain jug of milk, a leaf strainer, sugar cubes, and tongs. Sophie's knotted shoulders relaxed. This dream was getting better. The maids left, then one returned with a glass water jug and 2 squat glasses before putting a bowl in front of Charlotte. Sophie released her collar, but kept hold of the lead. Charlotte drank noisily and lay down. After the maid poured tea and left, a primeval caution about eating and drinking in a strange place crept into Sophie's head, a residue of half-remembered fairy tales. Lady Lacey sipped tea, and Charlotte began to snore. Hugo drank a lot of water, demolished half the food, and also sipped tea. He looked worried, but not poisoned. Sophie drank 3 glasses of water and a cup of tea. The maid had poured in the milk after the tea. Why didn't the maid know she hated that? The sponge cake and scone were warm from the oven, unbelievably delicious. She piled strawberry jam on a scone, tried not to eat too fast, and fed Charlotte tiny sandwiches. Charlotte was able to eat while asleep, a useful skill in any circumstances. Sophie ate the last sandwich, egg and cucumber, and finished her second cup of tea. Used to tea bags, she'd forgotten to catch the leaves in the strainer, but it still tasted wonderful.
"This is very kind of you, Lady Lacy,"
Hugo was saying.
"I mean, you don't know us or anything."
"Anne, please." She glanced at the closed drawing-room door. "No, I don't know you, but I know where you are from, and how you got here." "You do?" said Sophie, feeling nauseous. "You came out of the lift and walked along the lane."
"How do you know? Where is here?"
Hugo's alarmed face mirrored Sophie's growing panic. She was going to throw up. This Anne woman was too serene, too calm.
"You are in England, not far from the university, but it hasn't been built yet. And I came here like you, many years ago."
Anne looked directly at Hugo, then at Sophie.
"You will have to make a new life here, like I did."
Hugo sat bolt upright, and Sophie's breathing was shallow, speeding up. Anne hesitated.
"You see, there's no way back."
Chapter 5. For some British families, sending their children away to a private boarding school at the tender age of 11 is normal, accepted without fuss, generation after generation. Sophie's mother was a nurse, her father a poorly paid pastor, so sending their only child to such a school was not normal. An opportunity, for sure, but a daunting one. The school had been founded by Henry VIII to educate the deserving poor. By the 21st century, the poor, deserving or otherwise, were catered for by the local comprehensive school. But mindful of their charitable status, Hadley still offered one full scholarship a year. Sophie's regular schoolwork wasn't challenging, so she enjoyed writing the essay for the scholarship. But when she opened Hadley's congratulatory letter, she saw in her parents' faces her own feelings. Stunned, excited, but scared. In the autumn, saying goodbye, Sophie felt a desperate cold feeling in her guts.
"This is a gift from God. Enjoy it."
Her father gave her a proud bear hug. And Sophie hugged him back, treasuring the scent of coffee on his jacket and old mints from his pocket. As he released her, she caught the distress in his eyes and blinked hard. "I will." By Sophie's side, the headmistress waited patiently, used to doting parents and daunted children. But in front of a school that resembled an aristocratic mansion, Sophie was seeing her father anew, his ill-fitting suit, open-toed sandals he wore with socks, regardless of the weather or occasion, and she felt a rush of protective love. Her mother was dressed for work in spotless green scrubs, her dark blonde hair tied in a neat ponytail. She wore little makeup. With strong eyebrows and a clear complexion, she didn't need to. Her eyes too bright, she enveloped Sophie in a fierce maternal hug. Martin Arundel was shaking hands with Miss Parncutt.
"Thank you again."
The headmistress led Sophie into a cavernous hall with oak floorboards and a 16th century hammer beam ceiling, and Sophie told herself to just keep going. Get through every minute, every day. As the weeks passed, the desperate, empty feeling faded, but the memory of it stayed, sharp and strong. That same sensation was threatening to overwhelm her now, even in a dream. She willed away the urge to retch and focused on the woman who looked like an extra from a period drama. Not real. A dream. Only a dream.
"Are you a prisoner?"
Hugo was casting around the room, as if for guards or handcuffs.
"No," said Anne. "I don't want to go back. 3 other people have come through, and they feel the same. But this is the first dog."
As though in response, Charlotte gave a particularly contented snore. 3 other people? It didn't matter. Make small talk, play for time, get to the lift. "Are you all right with dogs?"
"Absolutely. And you are welcome to stay at the manor. The Lacys took me in when I arrived. I had cash in my bag, but my money didn't work. Yours won't either."
No way back, and no money. Faint with panic, Sophie tried to steady her breathing. "Why don't you have an amble around the gardens?" said Anne. "All will become clear in due course." Gardens? Get to the road and keep going. Turn this into an escape dream, not a nightmare. "I will have your room made ready. One on the ground floor with French windows would suit Charlotte." "Room? I'm not up for sharing with Hugo."
Really?
He sounded disappointed.
Anne, we're not together. We came through the lift by accident.
Anne noted Sophie's left hand, bare of rings, including a wedding band. "The manor is not short of rooms. You can have one across from Sophie."
This really is very kind of you, repeated Hugo, getting to his feet.
"Not at all. Through that doorway. Gardens on your left." Sophie stood and gently prodded Charlotte awake. As they walked along a wide corridor, Hugo said, half to himself,
"Going by Anne's dress, it's around the start of the 20th century.
"And you know this how?"
You didn't do history?"
"Only the Tudors and the Nazis." Her subconscious must have picked out this time because it lacked relentless death and grimness. Well, until 1914 and the First World War. Hugo had been in a higher set. Different topics, better results. She was good at essays, but since her parents' death, crap at exams. Miss Parncutt had ascribed that to trauma. A reasonable theory. Sophie stepped onto a broad flagstone terrace. Beyond a metal lattice table and chairs and a large parasol, immaculate lawn stretched into the distance, giving way to orchard, the grass murmuring, "I'm expensively tended." Mature trees, closer to the house, were in full bloom, and below the terrace, 2 men were weeding extensive flower beds, fragile waves of pink, blue, yellow, and white. The breeze changed direction, carrying with it a familiar, pine-like aroma. Sophie sniffed, searching for the source. Directly below the terrace was trailing rosemary, cascading down to the lawn in a glorious violet wave. Rosemary for remembrance. Auntie Wendy's voice, rehashing Shakespeare, repeated in her head. Her aunt's casual comment, 6 months after Sophie had come to live with her, had provoked an unthinking, wounded response. Sophie had shouted, "I'll never forget them! Never! I don't need a stupid herb to help me!" Her aunt's face crumpled. Sophie hugged her, and they'd both cried. Eventually, Sophie found some solace in her aunt's neat garden, learning how rosemary, as well as basil, dill, marjoram, and tarragon, could enhance mushroom risotto and countless other veggie dishes. Sophie knelt and reached over the edge of the terrace to pick one of the tremulous, fragile flowers, letting the familiar woodsy aroma calm her. Auntie Wendy's rosemary didn't flower in summer, and this shade of intense violet was unfamiliar. She stroked the soft, veined petal.
"The standard lamp in the drawing room. It was plugged into the wall."
She straightened and turned. Hugo was sitting under the parasol, drumming on the table with long, unexpectedly delicate fingers, given his height. Sophie stepped towards the table. "So?"
Electricity wasn't installed in homes, even grand ones, until the 1930s.
She hadn't noticed the lamp. The past is a foreign country. They do things differently there.
"Familiar? Poetry?"
"No, a novel. The Go-Between. I did it for A-level." Charlotte yawned. She was sprawled at Hugo's feet, a sparrow hopping in front of her, pecking for crumbs. "This place is way too idyllic," said Sophie. "And that Anne woman shows no curiosity about the lift or portal or whatever it is, and she's too unfazed and welcoming. A performance to charm the unwary. Classic nightmare stuff."
"Not a drug strip."
He shook his head as if not entirely convinced.
"They are dangerously mad. Psychedelic."
"I'll take your word for it."
Anne might have reasons for not wanting to go home, but 3 other people? How likely is that?
"Not very." Sophie strode over to the sandy moat encircling the house and a good piece of lawn, vertical sides and too wide to jump. The only route out was through the house. Back on the terrace, she lifted a handbell from the table. The casing was brass, the handle chestnut. An everyday object,
but beautifully made. Seized by an urge to ring it, she slammed it down.
"That's nice,"
said Hugo, pointing. Half concealed by apple trees, an arched stone bridge spanned the moat, linking lawn and orchard. Had her brain just conjured that up? Her heart began pounding. Cut left beyond the bridge, find the road. Charlotte was curled on the flagstones, her breathing slow and soft, her legs already twitching in a different adventure, a dream within a dream. What did she dream about? Were dreams unique or boringly similar? Okay, whatever the trappings, this was a variation on a regular nightmare. Separation anxiety, maternal worry. Charlotte, worn out by the never-ending trek, was part of that, an illusion, like her own aching feet. But despite knowing Charlotte wasn't real, Sophie's instincts screamed against abandoning her. Could this be a quest test? Conquering her greatest fear, losing Charlotte. Sophie knew from movies what to do. Escape as soon as possible, while you're still strong. She gritted her teeth. Got to go.
"Where?"
To the lift.
"Better to stay, Sophie. You must be exhausted. I know I am."
He gestured at the chair beside him. The seat cushion cover was royal blue silk. "I'll be fine."
"You can't get there before dark."
"Want to bet?" She jumped down narrow stone steps onto the lawn and sprinted towards the bridge. But her right foot felt so sore, she stopped running. She unlaced her boot and pulled it off. The light grey sock was smeared red. Blood from the blister. Hugo ran past her, blocking entry to the bridge.
"You're only here so I can rescue you."
This was different. She'd always been exclusively self-rescuing.
"And then I'll wake up."
He grinned. He'd wake up. If she was in his head, Hugo was the hero. Mad. She was the hero here. Only a blister. She put on the boot and tied the laces. One kick and he'd be on the ground. "Out of my way."
"No."
He gestured at the house, his face set.
"Better to face a threat here than in pitch darkness down that lane."
Had a point.
"If this is a vampire dream," said Hugo, "we could barricade ourselves in until dawn."
Could be evil people or aliens. Dawn wouldn't help.
"We should sleep together."
She arched an eyebrow. Confusion and doubt showed in his face.
"No funny business."
He seemed sincere. But even if he wasn't, compared to a nightmare house, Hugo was a trivial risk.
"At least these people speak English."
He shot her a nervous smile. Real Hugo at school had mostly ignored her. At uni, he'd acted friendly, for the same reason she had. Neither of them knew another soul. In a dream, though, he could be perceptive, sensitive. Hey, they could be friends. She smiled at him and limped to the terrace, every step more painful, adrenaline, or dream equivalent, seeping away. The maid they'd seen earlier with the tea tray was waiting beside Charlotte. "Sir, miss, shall I show you the bathrooms?" "I'm Sophie, and this is Hugo." The girl looked taken aback. Sophie persisted. "And you're?" "Miss Abel." She blushed. Her face was vaguely familiar, but that figured. Dream people weren't imagined from scratch, but borrowed, mixed up.
"Let's go."
Hugo strode after Miss Abel into the house. Chapter 6. Sophie hastily woke Charlotte, who snorted her annoyance before reluctantly going with her mistress into the manor. But inside, Charlotte sped ahead, reaching Hugo just before he went through a door at the end of a corridor. Sophie sighed. Bad habit, following Hugo. From now on, Hugo should follow her. The room beyond was a good-sized bathroom, with a roll-top bath with brass taps and claw feet, a sink, and blue and cream tiles on the walls. The blue was the exact same shade as the terrace seat cushions. Cream towels were folded neatly on a shelf beside the bath. "Where's the shower?" asked Sophie. Charlotte immediately lay down on the polished wooden floor. This translated as, "Not my problem." Miss Abel was frowning.
Sophie frowned too. What?
Domestic showers only came in after the Second World War.
Hugo was fiddling with the bath taps. He straightened.
Top of the range, but compatible with the period.
He drew a shaky breath. Sophie touched the taps. Metal, smooth and cold. A flicker of uncertainty. She hadn't had more than a couple of baths in her life. Why would she dream of a bathroom without a shower? Could this be real? No, time travel was fantasy, like pixies or vampires or gods, and there were no showers in Downton. She'd known that, just forgotten. Either she was asleep, or she'd hit her head in the Students' Union. But her head didn't hurt. Miss Abel cleared her throat. Lady Lacy had the facilities installed a few years ago. Sir, there's another one upstairs. Hugo took the hint and left with Miss Abel. The toilet was in a different room. Sophie went in, squeezed Charlotte inside, turned the key in an old-fashioned lock, and glared at her reflection in a wall mirror. What's happened to my hair? Normally sleek blonde, it had got tangled by the breeze in the lane, and her nose and cheeks were pink from the sun. The hook fastening of her pendant necklace had slipped around to the front, and she moved it back behind her neck. The stone was an unusual swirly blue, like a wondrous galaxy captured by the Hubble Space Telescope, a precious present from her mother. Sophie wore it most days. Logical she'd be wearing it in a dream. Charlotte was by the door, wanting to go out. Give me a minute. The loo seat was shiny ebony wood, and the toilet paper was stiff and scrunchy. She pulled on a chain hanging from a box high on the wall, and it flushed fine. The soap bar lathered up fine too. She opened the door, and Charlotte raced along the corridor to Hugo, who was staring out a window. He turned, his tanned face tense.
I'm going to have a bath upstairs. Mr. Watkins here has started running it.
Beside Hugo was an earnest young man with brown hair and prominent blue eyes. Dressed in a dark suit, Mr. Watkins was sturdily built, but short. Standing to attention, his head barely reached Hugo's shoulders. Miss Abel's posture also resembled a soldier on parade. Her auburn hair was neatly arranged in a tight bun. Miss, shall I run your bath? That's very kind of you, but I'm fine. Sophie walked outside again and told Charlotte, if there was a state-of-the-art rain shower with jets, I would not get undressed in this spooky place. Charlotte settled on the terrace, soaking up strong evening sunshine, entirely content. But Sophie wasn't. The possibility that this was real tugged at the edges of her mind, and growing unease turned back to fear. She walked towards a rosebush with rich red petals and sharp thorns. Before she had time to get squeamish, she grabbed at it and swore. The spikes had torn into her fleshy palm, and blood was dripping from her hand, red as the rose. She wrapped her hand in the bottom of her shirt. The stains looked real, and the pain felt too real. She returned to the terrace, sat down, and rested her head on the table. Her hand was stinging, but imagined pain could feel real in dreams. She closed her eyes. She was naked in the Students' Union, everyone pointing and laughing. Her arm was being nudged. She blinked. Still here. Could you dream in a dream? Hugo was a vision of old-world elegance in a blue silk dressing gown that matched his eyes. Best not to comment. How was the bath?
Just the right temperature.
But his prompt, easy answer was at odds with his stiff body language. Would you care to see your room, miss? Miss Abel was holding a pile of folded clothes. She turned to Hugo. Sir, your room will be ready shortly. Hugo nodded. Sophie nudged Charlotte, who eventually stood and yawned loudly, and they all followed the maid to a room dominated by a solid four-poster bed with a wooden canopy. Gossamer cream curtains were draped around the bedposts. By an open side window was a dressing table and a tall freestanding mirror. These clothes are for you, miss. There's a tea dress in the wardrobe, if you feel like a change. The dark, polished wardrobe was only slightly smaller than Sophie's school dorm, and the bedroom wouldn't have fitted inside the ground floor of Auntie Wendy's house. Sunlight refracted through old glass set in floor-to-ceiling French windows, and the air carried a faint lemony scent, as if the room had been freshly scrubbed. Hugo was scanning the room, finally looking at the ceiling. Miss Abel was watching Charlotte, her eyes wary, and Charlotte had raised her head, sensing disapproval. Not everybody liked dogs. Sophie got that. She walked to a cast-iron fireplace and ran her finger over the slightly puckered wallpaper above it. The colourful design featured blue and yellow silk birds with exotic plumage. Smelled like an old book. Lady Lacy thought you might prefer a light supper in your rooms. Miss Abel gestured to a small bell pull on the wall. Miss, if you need anything else, please ring.
Sir, your room's ready.
Mr. Watkins was standing in the doorway. Hugo walked towards Mr. Watkins, and Miss Abel said, "Back in a moment, miss," and followed Hugo into the corridor. Sophie sat on a silky blue bedspread and played with the curtains. This is grand enough for a princess. Charlotte tried to jump on the bed, and Sophie gently pushed her down. Miss Abel returned with a red tartan blanket and laid it on the floor. "For your dog, miss." Charlotte, accustomed to sleeping on her mistress's bed, glanced dismissively at the blanket and turned her head towards the French windows. Sophie stared at the floor, illogically embarrassed. Other dogs slept outside and worked all day, guarding the house or rounding up sheep. "Thank you." Miss Abel smiled. She'd missed, or forgiven, Charlotte's spoilt brat impression. She pointed to a cupboard with a bowl and jug on top. "You've got toiletries in there, miss. Deodorant powder, soap, and moisture cream." By the bowl was a toothbrush in a cardboard box. There was no plastic wrapping, but it looked brand new. "I'll leave you to settle in." After Miss Abel had gone, Sophie carefully laid the blanket over the delicate bedspread and sat on the edge of the bed. 2 other maids came in and put trays of food on trestle tables.
My room's like yours. It doesn't feel real.
Hugo was leaning against the door jamb, dressed in his shorts again. Some dreams felt real. At the moment, at least. This was surreal. "That's for one person?" "Yes, miss."
Could I have supper in here too?
Hugo asked the maid. "Of course." Sophie wanted to tell Hugo to eat in his own room, but didn't have the energy. She was dreaming she was tired. After more trestle tables and food were brought, Hugo closed the door and sat in a Queen Anne armchair, upholstered in a light blue fabric with thick navy swirls.
What's the deal with your shirt?
Snagged my hand on a rosebush to see if it had dream thorns. It hurt. The blood looks and smells like blood, but none the wiser. Hugo gazed into the empty grate beside his chair.
I should eat, though I'm not hungry. Finding this a bit overwhelming.
In the lane, she'd wanted hallucination Hugo to morph into a cool dream friend, but she'd made him too sensitive. If this was a trap, she should beef up his action man skills. Jack Reacher or James Bond. Hugo smiled at Charlotte, who was standing like a statue, transfixed by slices of cold beef pie, chicken, lamb, and another meat, partridge or pigeon.
She's being very good. All this on a low table. George would have dived in and eaten the lot.
George?
My dog at home. Typical Labrador.
Charlotte's always behaved around food, but she's more poodle than lab.
Labradoodles don't shed, right?
Sophie grinned. Charlotte does. Part of her charm. Once Hugo had eaten a beef pie slice with no ill effects, Sophie gave Charlotte a helping, and her expressive canine eyes widened. Sophie Arundel had the same face eating chocolate cake. Charlotte enjoyed veggie dog food well enough, but adored meat. And as this couldn't be real, no animals had been hurt, and Charlotte could have exactly what she wanted, except for pigeon or whatever it was. Removing the bones would be too fiddly. Sophie examined the chicken, and finally gave Charlotte a breast.
What are you doing?
Charlotte can't have cooked bird bones.
She's a dog.
Bird bones can splinter, said Sophie, cause internal injuries. Honestly, it's well known. She didn't want this turning into a Charlotte fatally injured nightmare.
Last Christmas,
George stole a whole turkey carcass. He went to the vets, but was fine.
Unwelcome development, Hugo handing out dog advice. I won't risk it.
Fair enough. You must have a slice of pie. It's delicious.
I'm veggie.
Since when?
Forever. It had been Isha who'd persuaded her. Quite a step when you're 11.
You eat the cheese and most of the bread, said Hugo. And the pudding.
He poured white wine into 2 glasses and sipped one.
Sweet, but drinkable.
After they'd picked at the meal, Hugo put the trays with the remaining food in the corridor, returned, and closed the door behind him.
I hope this is the right thing to do. It's what I've done in hotels.
Sophie didn't reply. She'd never stayed in a hotel with room service. Hugo was rich and spoiled in real life. Logical he'd be the same in her head. Why are you in my dream?
You still think this is a dream?
On balance, yes.
Then I'm having the same one. Unlikely.
You're in my head, so you would say that.
No, Sophie, this is real. I'm pretty sure.
But all this, it's too perfect.
That's the point. Dreams make no sense, turn horrible for no reason. You can fly, dead people live again. Unconnected events get mixed up and change. So far, everything has been consistent within its own world.
He ran his forefinger down a bedpost, tracing a delicate line of acorn shapes carved into the wood.
Everyone might dream differently, but mine don't have this level of detail.
He sighed.
Relentless. Logical.
She'd fallen hard in the students' union. She must have hit her head. Was she in a coma? Plugged into opiate painkillers? That would explain this vivid dream. Her stomach clenched. A coma could last for weeks. Or years. And if she was in hospital, where was Charlotte? Ignored, or kidnapped, or hurt, or worse. Sophie jumped off the edge of the bed, fighting panic. The real Hugo was a walking encyclopedia. She must have imagined him to help her wake up. What do you know about comas?
Only stuff I've read online. People waking when they hear family talking or favourite songs.
He swiped his dark fringe from his eyes.
Not very scientific.
He only knew what she did. Figured. Unknown birds were singing outside, and if anyone was talking or playing music, she couldn't hear them. Her brain had cocooned her in a rose-tinted period drama. That's why people died. Brain damaged or horribly injured, nobody would want to be forced back to reality. Fear gripped her, and she fought the urge to scream.
There's a big flaw in your coma idea.
Hugo seemed calm, but was tapping his feet, his trainers drumming on an antique Wilton rug depicting a bird of paradise in a tree, spun in muted greys, pinks and yellows.
How much do you know about this period?
As much as anybody. His lips curved with scepticism.
But if this is your coma, I'm not here. But I am.
You could be talking to me in hospital.
This is getting weird.
More than this? She gestured at the room.
You can't be certain this isn't real.
Listen to yourself. We've magically travelled back in time. Ridiculous. Would be like visiting Narnia.
Narnia was invented. The past existed, or perhaps exists. That's supported by theoretical physics.
You've lost me.
Einstein believed that the past, present and future exist simultaneously, said Hugo. Time isn't linear. We only think it is.
Okay, definitely didn't know that. Charlotte was turning in a circle, so Sophie attached her lead, unlocked the French windows, and stepped with her into the dusk. Save for birdsong, the quiet was absolute, stretching far beyond the gardens and away from the light of the manor's windows. The growing dark felt solid and endless. Hugo was standing a few steps from her, his angular face troubled and curious.
This could be the proof. The greatest scientific discovery ever.
No, accidental time travel was the least likely possibility. Dread pooled in her guts. I'm dead. The last few hours could actually have been seconds, her brain spooling down before oblivion.
If you're dead, so am I.
He frowned.
I don't remember dying, but I could have had an aneurysm. So quick, I didn't realise.
What's an aneurysm?
Internal bleeding.
She made a fist, digging her nails into her sore palm, and winced. Did dead people feel pain?
We're not dead.
Now his face was earnest, as if he wasn't entirely sure.
People who've technically died sometimes see a tunnel with a bright light at the end, and they've stimulated parts of the brain on conscious people and produced the same result.
So?
No tunnel here.
Not dead. Progress of a sort. But the dread was spreading, empty and cold, and as she stepped into the house, her limbs felt heavy, and she pictured herself in a hospital bed, her legs angular and immobile under thin sheets. Charlotte leapt on the bed and stretched. Hugo locked the French windows and turned. His eyes, dark with worry, met hers.
I know you're frightened, Sophie. I am too. But if anything happened, Charlotte would kick off.
The real Charlotte would, but this one was happily settling on a strange four-poster bed. Sophie drew a measured, calming breath. She needed to face reality, however horrible. The most likely scenario was a coma. When regular dreams veered off course, waking usually followed. Might be the same with comas. The only grating element was Hugo. Make him go away. I really don't like you. He shoved his hands in his pockets and glared.
We hardly spoke at school. You don't know me at all.
Only by reputation. Charlotte cocked her head, unnerved by the tone change in their voices. Hugo scowled.
What's that supposed to mean?
Entitled, arrogant posh boy. We've got nothing in common. She clicked her fingers. Hallucination, Hugo. Disappear. His face was a picture. Confusion? Regret? It didn't matter. I'll wake up now.
You're a complete bitch, and you are awake.
He turned on his heel.
Unfortunately, so am I.
He closed the door softly behind him, when she'd expected a slam. Chapter 7. Her heart hammering, Sophie locked the bedroom door. No bolt, and Miss Abel would have a skeleton key like hotel chambermaids. I know you're frightened, Sophie. I am too. Baffled, exhausted, and yes, frightened. Like pain, fear could feel real in dreams, and on waking, fear was real. Sweating, rapid heartbeat, even as imagined threats dissolved. But the bedroom remained stubbornly solid, and outside the unknown birds were still singing, warbling like a mocking chorus. Hugo was right. Dreams, including coma dreams, couldn't do detail, not consistently like this. But if she was really in the past, at home she'd inexplicably disappeared. Auntie Wendy and Isha would be distraught. The dread deepened. The counterpane under the bed canopy was shadowed, despite the light provided by a heavy bedside lamp, and the rest of the room was entirely dark. But she made herself inspect every inch, closing the side window and tapping on panelling for hollow sounds. Raised on fantasy and sci-fi box sets, she didn't rule out monsters hiding behind walls. She wedged a spindly Windsor chair under the door handle, searched the toiletries cupboard, and found a nail file, identical to one languishing in her suitcase. Shoving it in someone's eye might give her time to escape. But she had to sleep. Keeping on the lamp, she ignored a nightdress and dressing gown that Miss Abel had left folded on the bed and took off her boots. She put the nail file on a bedside table, slid under the heavy bedclothes, and pulled them up to her chin. Charlotte's soft breathing sounded loud in the silence as Sophie closed her eyes. If this was a century ago, she'd die before she was born. Born and repeat, in an endless loop. She should leave her parents a note. Don't leave the house on Friday, November the 18th, 2011. Worked in movies. No, they tell themselves it was God's will, and the future had already happened, so was it preordained? Her heart started hammering again. No, this couldn't be the past.
A delusion. A psychotic episode. The next morning, dawning memory and light from a narrow gap between long, thick curtains snapped Sophie awake. Charlotte wasn't beside her. Sophie's heart missed a beat, and she leapt out of bed and stumbled, misjudging the drop to the floor. Charlotte was a few feet away, her head between the curtains, gazing out the window. Sophie sagged with relief and winced. The blister on her foot was bleeding again. She stepped hastily off the bird rug. She opened the queen curtains, took in lawn, trees, and flower beds, and drew a long, relieved breath. Nothing had happened in the night, because this really was a stately home. A century ago. Knocking. "Miss, can I come in?" Familiar from TV shows and visiting National Trust houses, yet the real past was something else. Strange, alien, unknowable. But she took the nail file from the table and returned it to the toiletries cupboard. "Miss Abel?" "Yes, miss." Sophie moved the chair, unlocked the door, and stepped back. Miss Abel was holding a wooden tray laid with tea and toast. "Good morning, miss." She put the tray on the bed, fully opened the curtains, and arranged the tiebacks. Charlotte was pawing the French windows. "Shall I take him out, miss?" "No, don't worry." Sophie put on her boots, attached Charlotte's lead to her collar, and went into the garden. She didn't trust this maid. Outside, Charlotte busied herself in a flower bed. Her plastic bag was miles away by the lift, tied to an oak branch, so Sophie pushed soil over the evidence with her boot. When they returned, Miss Abel said, "No sugar, with milk. Is that right, miss?" Her preferences during afternoon tea had been noted. Written down? Creepy. "It'll go cold, miss." Tea and toast couldn't be creepy, not in themselves, and instinct was now telling her this girl was exactly what she seemed. Sophie got into bed, and Miss Abel put the tray on her lap. The tea was mighty fine, and the toast was crunchy and buttery. She sneezed. "Duck feathers in the pillows?" "Interesting dog, miss." "What's he called?" "She's a girl dog. Her name's Charlotte." Miss Abel's face went blank. "Pretty name, miss." Sophie got out of bed, and Miss Abel knelt by the toiletries cupboard and took out a roll of bandages. "I can help with your foot, miss. I only need a sticking plaster." "Haven't any sticky plasters. This will do it." Sophie sat on the bed, took off her socks, and Miss Abel wound material around Sophie's foot with practised ease, cut it to fit, and attached a safety pin. "There." Miss Abel went to a drawer and handed Sophie clean cream socks. "Thank you." Sophie put them on and stepped into her boots again, tying the laces looser so the pin on top of her foot didn't rub. "Could I have a bandage for this?" She turned her right hand over to show the wound. "Goodness!" Miss Abel poured water from the jug on top of the cupboard into the bowl and tipped in a tiny drop from a small, chunky bottle. The plain brown glass had no label. "What's that?" Sophie peered at the bottle. "Milton, miss. Good for cuts as well as cleaning." Miss Abel dunked a handkerchief into the water mixture and pressed it against Sophie's palm. Sophie gasped. It stung like hell. Doing its job. Once the dressing was secure, Miss Abel gave a pleased nod. Sophie smiled back. This would always have taken a while to accept. Magic and gods weren't real, any more than happy endings. But time travel was like invisible molecules and genes, extraordinary and real. Scientists would eventually study it. Hey, there'd be degrees and PhDs. Her priority, though, was less abstract. Get to the lift. She'd apologise for last night. Couldn't just bail and leave Hugo. "Do you have a couple of bikes to borrow so we can go down the lane? Get home?" Charlotte tossed her head. This usually translated as no. Mental note, don't trust Charlotte's instincts in complex situations. Charlotte didn't realise they'd time-travelled. To her, this was just a cool place. "Being a fish out of water isn't nice, miss. I can leave a couple outside the French windows before lunch." Miss Abel paused.
But you must be careful. Why? There's vagrants and all sorts looking for work. Job hunting was hard and stressful. Months of unemployment before Auntie Wendy started her dog breeding business had accelerated her Parkinson's disease. And now her niece disappearing without trace. That could kill her. Miss Abel might have info that could help with getting home. What do you know about the lift? Scepticism flared in the maid's eyes before she bent down to cautiously pat Charlotte. I've never seen it, miss, and I've never heard of anyone going back. But if you do, can you leave the bicycles on the verge? The gardeners can collect them. Miss Abel picked up the tray. Is that all, miss? Yes. Miss Abel left, closing the door quietly behind her. That girl had grown up here. If she didn't believe in the lift, had never seen it, maybe it had disappeared. Ignoring a fresh ripple of fear, Sophie rummaged in her bag, holding her breath against the mouldy apple smell. Her mobile was sleek and smooth and dead. And that was nonsensical. Travelled back a century, but they were only in the lift for seconds, and the battery had been fully charged. The phone lead was in her suitcase, far away in the future. Despite the tea, her mouth had gone dry. Phone separation anxiety. She focused on breathing. In, out. In, out. This would pass. Given the situation, it was small beer. In, out. In, out. After finally managing to calm herself, she hauled off her blood-stained shirt, leaving it folded on the bed, and put on a pink camisole with delicate straps that Miss Abel had left out. It showed off her toned arms, a side effect of gym work. Come on, time to mend fences. Charlotte joined her as she stepped into the corridor. Hugo opened the door wearing his splendid dressing gown. He looked more like a duke than a student. I'm really sorry about last night. He gestured for her to go in. She sat uncomfortably on a leather armchair beside a fireplace. There was a slight tang of tobacco and something rich and alcoholic. Whiskey. Sunlight from mullioned windows on two sides of the room was dancing, soft and golden, on the bed, illuminating cream embroidery on a lighter counterpane. The bedstead was rosewood, with no canopy, and the room felt airy and light, despite plush red curtains and a navy rug on the floor. And there was a standalone mirror, like hers. You called me a bitch, and you were right, said Sophie. What I said was crass. He sat on the edge of the bed. In 7 years, I think we've exchanged, around 20 words? I thought if I could make you disappear, I'd wake up. Well, not you, imaginary Hugo. His lips thinned into a hard, cynical line. You thought I wasn't real, so when you kicked off, you meant every word. I didn't. It's just, you're one of the rich kids. How do you make that out? Igor's family has a super yacht. I don't mean the foreign students, said Sophie. I just said the first thing that came into my head. He couldn't help being posh and annoying. Wish I could take it back. He looked thoughtful. Can we start again? She shot him a cautious smile. Friends? Okay. You'd studied this period, said Sophie. Realised this was real.
Actually, it was you that made me sure I wasn't dreaming.
Sorry? He shot her a self-deprecating grin.
When you didn't want to sleep with me.
Right. Boys often wanted to jump on anything vaguely presentable, in their dreams or otherwise. I'm not sure of anything anymore, half expecting to see fairies.
The jury's out on supernatural friends, but I'm converted to time travel. What a fantastic experience.
I thought you were scared witless. I bloody am. Recognition flared in his eyes.
I'm still in shock, I guess.
He ran his hand over the silky bedspread.
I've been studying this period for years, done an A-level and chosen a degree in it. This is a safe, ordered society, Sophie. We can live every detail as it happens. Watch history unfolding.
What if we can't get home? He swallowed. Did you ever wish you could experience it for real?
I thought about how it would have been.
said Hugo. Actual time travel. No. You?
Never.
Yet here we are.
He gestured at the room, but his eyes were on her. And he was flesh and blood, seeing and feeling. Her face felt hot. About the lane.
I thought I was dreaming.
He was embarrassed.
Clean slate?
Yes. Good. She hadn't given him the wrong idea.
And I won't turn to the dark side, start seducing maids.
He gave her a different smile, lopsided, mischievous. Good to know. Her heart flipped. Indigestion. Eaten that toast too fast. She stroked Charlotte, who was leaning against her legs. But you'll be spared the temptation. Miss Abel's getting us bikes.
I'm not sure.
About bikes or going back? He hesitated. Seriously?
John says a chauffeur could take us.
John?
Mr. Watkins,
said Hugo.
I couldn't go on calling him by his surname. It felt weird.
He could be lying.
Why would he?
Miss Abel suggested the lane isn't safe, said Sophie, to put us off.
Hardly handcuffs in a locked room. And John doesn't believe in the lift, has never seen it.
Neither has Miss Abel. And that was creeping her out.
I don't believe nobody wanted to go home. More likely they couldn't, so made the best of it.
He sighed.
And we need more info before cycling 20 miles there and 20 miles back.
I'm not waiting.
It might be a door, but what if it's a time machine, like the DeLorean in Back to the Future? If we don't know how it works, we could be eaten by dinosaurs or burned alive when the planet was forming.
She hadn't thought of that. I'll go see, but not touch. Just suss it out, and this afternoon I'll meet you here and we can make a plan.
In the meantime, we shouldn't tell anyone about the future, or we'll mess up the timeline.
Good point. But then a selfish idea formed, and it made her heart race. Everything she did here could change the future, affecting countless people, for good or ill. But she didn't care, as long as her parents didn't die in a stupid car crash. Hugo took his phone from a bedside table and turned it over in his hand.
If we are stranded, I could write instructions for my great-great-grandchildren. They could charge this, reverse engineer it, and start a company called Melon or Banana.
His tone wasn't light-hearted, more gallows humour. Founding a billionaire dynasty would be some compensation for being trapped here. She wanted to sound sarcastic, but the words came out flat. Charlotte was snuffling at Hugo's dressing gown. He patted her head.
John says we don't need to attend short prayers before breakfast.
Her brain was still full of her parents, and she struggled to focus. Okay.
That's when the servants are told about events or problems. They're being told about us, so they don't gawp. Things like your jeans make you stand out.
And your shorts. He shrugged.
I'd better get dressed. Breakfast's at 9:30.
No idea what time it is.
I'll knock on your door in...
He checked his watch.
5 minutes.
Chapter 8. John led the way to the dining room. Hugo was now wearing grey twill trousers and a cream long-sleeved shirt. John's clothes? Sophie whispered.
I don't think so,
said Hugo.
But it felt rude to ask.
Charlotte sprinted ahead, smelling food. Oblivious to the awesomeness of time travel, she was still Miss Mindfulness, living in the moment, enjoying eating, sleeping, and snuggles. Through a maze of blue-carpeted corridors, they finally reached a stately dining room. Anne was chatting with a slim, distinguished-looking man at a table big enough to host a banquet. A rectangular carpet, the same royal blue as in the corridors, was positioned under the table, the rest of the room's expansive oak-planked floor left uncovered. On wood-panelled walls were oil paintings, mostly portraits, darkened and cracked with age. A comforting, rich coffee aroma swirled from a silver jug on the sideboard, but then Sophie was assailed by a cooked bacon smell. As usual, it made her feel slightly sick. By her legs, Charlotte tensed. A black retriever was bounding towards them. Sophie tensed too, fearing an unpleasant incident. But the dogs began a friendly, doggy greeting ritual, sniffing and wagging tails.
Anne's companion stood up. Wearing a baggy brown suit, his hair was grey-flecked, but his face held traces of the handsome young man he'd once been.
Sir Richard Lacey. How do you do?
He had the same clipped accent as Anne.
Very pleased to meet you. I'm Hugo Harrington, and this is Sophie Arundel.
Hugo was still wearing his trainers, and, despite the borrowed clothes, looked as out of place as Sophie did, like backpackers invited into Buckingham Palace. Sophie's palms were clammy, and before they all shook hands, she wiped them on her jeans. She'd never been good at meeting new people, let alone aristocrats that were long dead.
It's very good of you, Sir Richard, to let us join you, said Hugo. Please, call me Richard.
This is Charlotte, Sophie pointed.
And this is Jack.
Richard's smile didn't quite reach his clear brown eyes. He bore a remarkable resemblance to the man in the pastoral picture in his hall. Two tall young men, dressed in black suits, white shirts and gloves, were standing by a heavy sideboard laid with lidded breakfast dishes on silver trays. One footman was fair, with rosy cheeks. The other had shiny, ebony hair, dark eyes and a generous mouth. An imposing older man, the butler, was issuing quiet instructions.
Shorten has a tradition of welcoming unusual visitors, said Richard. Do sit down.
Shorten? Connected to the photo in the Students' Union?
Is someone else joining us? Asked Hugo,
indicating an extra place setting.
Freddie doesn't usually have breakfast. He might be awake by lunchtime.
Anne exchanged an indulgent look with Richard. He acquired bad habits at Cambridge.
The university?
Said Hugo.
Yes,
said Anne. He's a similar age to you.
He passed the entrance exam early and read maths, said Richard. He went up when he was 17.
I hope you'll become friends. Anne smiled. A fresh lurch of unease. Making friends took days, weeks. Focus. She'd see the lift today, suss it out, and get home tomorrow. The fair-haired footman put a thick linen napkin on her lap, and Charlotte slid under the table with Jack. She wasn't usually so relaxed with a strange dog, but since this started, she'd been unpredictable. The same footman was at Sophie's elbow again, offering tea or freshly ground coffee. He was avoiding her eyes, as if embarrassed. Coffee, please. Sophie turned to Anne and Richard. This is very kind of you.
Our pleasure,
said Richard, his face expressionless. Anne sipped her coffee. I know how apprehensive you are feeling. When I arrived, there were many differences to get used to. What year is it? Asked Sophie. Anne put down her cup.
1925. Oh.
Hugo's guess, the beginning of the 20th century, was way out. 1920s. The Great Gatsby, glamorous parties and skimpy knee-length dresses. But Anne's gown was floor-length and armish modest. Definitely not a party dress.
What year have you come from? Asked Richard.
2017. The date was a fact, solid and provable. But it echoed oddly in Sophie's head, sounding futuristic. Unreal. Richard glanced at his wife.
Anne has told me men have visited the moon. Have we colonised Mars yet? No, said Hugo. That's some way off.
Anne gestured at the sideboard. As you can see, our breakfast habits aren't that different. If you lived in a 5-star hotel. Sophie's place setting had a sapphire mat with delicate gold leaf around the edges, silver cutlery, and an individual dish of butter, pressed in the middle with a delicate L. At Auntie Wendy's house, they ate in the kitchen or slobbed in front of the TV. Napkins were occasionally put out for guests, but only if they asked. Sophie had kedgeree and toast, and 2 sausages for Charlotte. A fan of kedgeree, except the fish bits, she tucked into the rice, eggs and cream. They were as yummy as on a long-ago holiday in Scotland. The toast was fresh white bread, like the rolls the previous night. She carefully put her cutlery together on her plate to signal she'd finished eating. Anne, can I ask, do you remember what lift you got into before you arrived in Shorten? Anne might be lying about coming through the lift, Or there might be other portals. Nothing was certain. In the Students' Union, it had been painted gold. Hugo was frowning, but Anne's prompt answer rang true. And if they'd all stepped out of the same lift, likely there was only one portal. Did you ever want to travel back a century?
No,
said Anne, smiling at her husband.
Never gave it a thought.
Sophie stared miserably at her clean plate. This idea was going nowhere. Hugo was still eating kedgeree and a suspicious item that might be devilled kidneys. After Richard had given Jack bacon, Sophie covertly fed Charlotte sausages.
I suppose I should be used to unexpected visitors, said Richard. But it still comes as a surprise. A welcome one, of course.
The slightest jarring note, but hey, they had just turned up at his house.
Visitors, said Anne. That's what the locals call us.
You said there were others,
said Hugo.
Mr. Parks runs the pub in the village, said Anne. He arrived in 1902, and Miss Hemmings, the head gardener now, she came through with another girl in 1911, Miss Alderman. I'm afraid Miss Alderman died in 1913. She was working in the gardens and had a scratch. Nothing unusual, but it became infected. She's buried in the estate graveyard, by the small chapel.
How old was she?
Asked Hugo.
19, said Anne.
Sophie turned over her bandaged hand, her heart sinking. Antibiotics hadn't been invented yet.
The year after Mr. Parks arrived, there was a great deal of interest from the scientific community, said Anne, trying to lighten the mood. An earnest young man interviewed us. What was his name?
Mr. Eddington,
said Richard. Initially, he was very excited, said Anne, but he never found anything.
Sophie smiled at the fair-haired footman who was topping up her coffee. Only 6 visitors. Had to have something in common. If she couldn't find the lift this morning, figuring that out could help them get back.
How long was Mr. Eddington here? Asked Hugo.
We had a stream of scientists coming and going in 1903 and 1904.
Anne wiped her lips delicately with her napkin. Sophie sipped her coffee, then returned the cup to its saucer. All the cups here were tiny. Mugs must be a modern thing. Richard dropped his napkin on the table and got to his feet.
If you will excuse me, I have things to attend to. I hope you have a pleasant day.
Jack dutifully followed his master. Anne seemed flustered.
Our estate manager died unexpectedly last week. Apart from the shock of losing the poor man, Richard is running the estate single-handedly.
Anne, I'll understand if this question is too blunt or personal, said Hugo. But you mentioned yesterday you didn't want to go back.
Richard and I were married within a year of me coming here. Shorten has been my home for nearly 30 years.
Sophie finished her coffee. That's so romantic.
I should get going too. Anne got to her feet. I have an appointment with the dressmaker in a few minutes. You can never have enough day dresses.
This latter remark was directed at Sophie.
Have a wander round the estate. It's a lovely day.
As Sophie went with Charlotte and Hugo out of the room, the dark-haired footman's eyes followed her. His lips curved in amusement, and Sophie was glad to get outside. Not long before she could collect that bike. She relished the fresh air and ambled, conscious of her sore foot. Hugo sat on a stone seat by an ancient sundial in a bower, and she sat beside him, keeping Charlotte on the lead. She briefly closed her eyes, breathing in sweet, flowery scents.
Anne's told him about the moon landings. Likely she's told him other stuff too. That could have changed who knows what at home, before we left.
The idea gave her goosebumps. Maybe her parents weren't supposed to die. Whatever was different, we, or anybody, wouldn't have known that it had been changed.
Worrying, but logical.
Hugo frowned.
I didn't notice the lift had been painted.
Your eyes were glued to your phone. Sophie patted Charlotte. But you must have noticed the pictures.
Pictures?
She told him about the artwork on the doors.
That makes no sense.
And there's stuff here that makes no sense. Sophie ruffled Charlotte's head, the caress reassuring, familiar.
Like what?
If Anne arrived 30 years ago, when she was at the university in the 1980s, that would have been the early 1890s. She married Richard a year later, but Freddie's only our age, so she waited nearly a decade to have him. Why would she do that?
There may be other children before Freddie, who've flown the nest, and this affects you.
What does?
Having a baby at this time was risky, said Hugo. Even if you were well off. Perhaps that's why she waited?
I'm not staying for another week, never mind 30 years, and I'm certainly not going to have a baby. She tapped her fingers on the cool stone of the seat. I'll find out everything I can today, and sort this. He had that pensive look again, a slight crease between his strong brows. You don't want to go home?
Of course I do. I don't want to die here. But it can't be straightforward, or at least one of the visitors would have gone back.
He stared at the sundial.
And none of them did.
Chapter 9. 10 minutes later, when Sophie walked into the bedroom, Miss Abel was there, putting away something in a drawer. She turned, her eyes narrowing. Miss, that camisole is underwear, explained the footman's embarrassment. Sorry, I didn't realise. The bicycles are outside, miss. Miss Abel unlocked the French windows and opened one door. Thank you for this. Sophie self-consciously pulled on her cardigan, stepped into soft drizzle, and called for Charlotte to follow her. The bikes were propped against a wall. They had baskets, shiny bells, but no gears. That was okay. Wasn't as if the lane had steep bits. Doing about 10 miles per hour, she'd be there in a couple of hours, a bit longer if Charlotte tired and slowed to walking pace. The shortest way to the lane is by the office. Miss Abel pointed from the doorway before stepping back and shutting the doors. Charlotte was jumping about, ready for action. Sophie put her lead in the basket and cycled along an alley between the main house and a much smaller brick building, over a rickety wooden bridge straddling the moat, then onto the drive. A boy around her age was strolling towards the house, exuding the confidence of carefree youth, humming under his breath. He was as slender as Hugo, and almost as tall. His navy trousers were loose with a sharply ironed, straight crease down the front, and his long-sleeved white shirt was buttoned to the top. His jacket matched his trousers, and around his neck was a yellow bow tie that was slightly askew. Hugo's clothes must have been borrowed from this boy. When he saw her, he stopped and offered his hand.
Freddie Lacey, how do you do?
His sandy hair, straight nose, and easy smile were attractive in a boy-next-door sort of way. Ironic for a boy living in a stately home. Hello. Sophie jammed on the brakes and put her feet down. Still astride the bike, she shook his hand. The handshake was formal, his hand warm and smooth, but her skin faintly prickled, as if with static electricity, and at the edge of her mind something stirred. Recognition? No. Imagination fueled by stress.
I've heard all about you. The servants are buzzing with it.
Freddie was looking at her camisole and jeans.
Those trousers are pucker.
Sorry?
Top rate.
His accent was less clipped than his parents', more Prince Harry than the Crown.
I love your dog, by the way. He's massive.
She is quite big. Bigger than Jack.
I'd say. That's why I thought she was a boy.
Freddie's face was lightly tanned, as if he played tennis every day or enjoyed long country walks.
Wonderful curly coat. And that red collar is wacky.
She doesn't have any pink stuff.
Pardon?
Pink for a girl. Freddie looked puzzled. The drizzle was turning into rain. Nice to meet you, but I need to get going. Freddie frowned, seemed conflicted.
Righty-ho,
he said finally, and turned towards the house. Sophie cycled onto the deserted lane and pedalled steadily, getting into a rhythm, ignoring her aching legs. They were still sore from yesterday's trek. Her split palm hurt from gripping the handlebars, but didn't feel weird. Hopefully sorted by the Milton stuff. Charlotte was keeping up with ease, rushing through puddles, but she'd tire in an hour or so. "This is a real-life quest," Sophie told her, "so pain and suffering's part of the gig." Dark clouds and rain made it night gloomy, and the road turned into a grey snake, winding between silent, brooding hedges. "When we get closer," she told Charlotte, "that fancy light will be a welcoming beacon." Charlotte ran ahead, graceful and fast, relishing the exercise, and disappeared around a bend. Sophie's jeans were wet through, but the rain was pleasantly cool on her head and shoulders, and the sound of the bike's rubber tyres sliding over sodden tarmac was repetitive and soothing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A movement to her right. A jumping blur. Something shoved her sideways, and she landed with a thwack, painfully banging into the angular bike as it thumped against the ground. She lay winded, her face on the tarmac, and rain splattering on her back, but someone pulled her roughly to her feet. A hand clamped over her mouth, and a sharp pain seared her neck. "Don't move." The voice was male and brusque. Sickly body odour and the stench of nicotine invaded her nostrils, and she gagged, her heart beating loud in her ears, blotting out coherent thought. "This knife can cut you like a fish. Understand?" Held fast by a hand on her face and a knife at her throat, she managed a grunt. In front of her was another man, with a filthy, unkempt beard. His determined eyes were crawling from her boots to her face. Think. Focus. But her brain was frozen in panic. Beardman's trousers and shirt were caked in grime. He reeked worse than the man holding her, and she gagged again. "Nice necklace." Beardman ran his hands over her jeans pockets and explored her camisole under her cardigan. She writhed. "Keep still." The knife point went further into her neck, layering pain on pain. "Or I'll cut you up." She stopped moving, paralysed with horror. Time slowed, captured in slow motion, unfurling like smoke from a dying fire. If he slashed her throat, would she drown in her own blood, or bleed out into nothingness? She closed her eyes and saw her parents' faces behind her lids. Were they waiting, feeling her terror? Would they comfort her after— "No purse," said Beardman. The hold on her head tightened. "We'll get something for the jewellery." Sophie forced herself to open her eyes. Beardman was peering at her jeans. "Odd sort of get-up. Perhaps she's from a circus." He smiled, revealing gap-ridden brown teeth. "Or a loony bin. Won't be missed." The other man stiffened. "She's nobody. No risk to us. She'll remember my face. Do it quick." Adrenaline surged, and Sophie's brain raced through the options. Backwards headbutt? No, the grip on her mouth and head was too strong. She was still holding Charlotte's sturdy lead handle. Hit out with that? No, a glancing blow at best. The rough hand released her mouth to break off the pendant. "No!" Her shout sounded shrill and feeble, and Sophie braced for a slash across her throat. But the hand came back, so hard she bit her tongue. She had surprise on her side. Kick. Barking. Charlotte was hurtling along the lane. In a heartbeat, she was on Beardman, sinking her jaws into his leg. Then she mauled him like a toy. The hard hand left Sophie's mouth, but gripped her forehead, pulling her head back, exposing her throat, and the knife point pushed in. A metallic taste spread across her tongue. Fear or blood, or both. "She's my dog." Her voice came out as a squeak. "If you let me go, I'll call her off." Charlotte had left her quarry whimpering on the verge and was now circling, her eyes fixed on Sophie and the man who held her. Charlotte's gaze was unwavering, her soft golden irises eclipsed by huge, intense black pupils. The gentle pet had gone. This was a wolf who'd tasted blood and was eyeing her next prey. The hand tightened on Sophie's temple, but the man's foul breathing near her ear was quick with fear. Charlotte snarled, exposing teeth dripping with blood, and the sight gave Sophie hope. "If I die, she'll tear you apart." Beardman was trying to stand. Groaning and panting, he was clutching at his leg, now a gory tangle of blood, rags, and shredded flesh. Sophie was free. She stumbled and fell. Her captor reached his friend in 2 strides and hauled him over his shoulder in a single heave. Tall and muscled, he sprinted off like an athlete, his mate's head banging like a metronome against his back. In moments, they'd passed a bend down the lane. Lost to sight. Dazed, Sophie watched the turning for movement. Nothing. She touched her neck, and her fingers came away sticky with blood. Sophie stayed on her knees on the rough tarmac, too numb to feel anything, even relief. Charlotte had moved close, and Sophie hugged her, beyond grateful for superior canine hearing. No human would have heard that cry of distress. Charlotte sniffed at Sophie's legs, checking her mistress was okay, and Sophie staggered to her feet, holding a scraped elbow. Her narrow escape hit home again like a thudding arrow, and she drew a deep breath. Then another one. Charlotte stepped back and stared at the bend in the road where the vagrants had gone, then snarled and pawed the ground, her blood up. Sophie grabbed her collar and attached the lead, her fingers clumsy with exhaustion. Charlotte wanted those men dead, but she might get stabbed. It was darker now, and the rain heavier, and the bike lay twisted, the handlebars and front wheel badly bent. She wouldn't be able to push it, never mind ride. And those men hadn't gone far, would be on the road. Despair threatened to overwhelm her. Water hit her in a cold spray. Charlotte was furiously writhing, spinning off rain from her sturdy frame. Sophie wiped her face with her hand. Back to the house. She turned around. Even a kick-ass knight would bail. But Charlotte didn't move, still watching for the men. Sophie pulled on her lead. Come on. Charlotte followed reluctantly, then ran, rushing through puddles on the extended lead. The rain stopped, the clouds parted, and a mocking sun shone on the wet road. Sophie's left hip was aching from the bike fall, but adrenaline kicked in and she sped up. When she reached the putrid pool near the house, she paused, gathering the strength to carry on. Someone was walking around the bend towards them, and Sophie's grip strengthened on the lead handle. But it was Hugo. When he saw her, he froze. She reached him and, in fits and starts, told him what had happened. He exhaled, fighting to control himself. Breathe. Trying to. She swayed. You're safe. He caught her by the shoulders and hugged her. She buried her head in his chest for a long moment before stepping away. Charlotte was standing proprietorially close, and Sophie unfastened her lead, trying to focus. Houses in the 1920s had phones. Call the police. You need to think this through. What? You can't report it. Your reputation will be toast. Asking for it. All that bollocks. He had a knife to my throat. Her voice cracked. We're nobody here, Sophie. Strange visitors. Those skinny jeans, 2 men, you would be on trial as much as the muggers. What happened would get sexed up. Hugo, they didn't rape me. Listen, if we're stuck here and there's a trial, you'll have no chance of a good marriage. She had no intention of marrying anyone, but she got it. In this nuts time, she needed to preserve her mythical virginal reputation. Couldn't ID the man with the knife anyway. Hadn't seen his face. Where's the bike? Trashed. Never got near the lift. The lift can wait, said Hugo. We need a downplayed mugging story with no discrepancies. Tell Miss Abel that a boy snatched your necklace and you fell off your bike. End of. And that story will do the rounds. She gossips. Tells John everything. Sophie took a steadying breath. What sort of things? After breakfast, John mentioned how nasty your hand injury looked. Miss Abel was gossip central. Uncomfortable thought. Note to self, not just the mugging story. No sharing. Gardeners are working by the drive. I'll distract them and the housekeeper so you can get cleaned up. You're in no state to fob off concerned questions. She was shaking now, as well as soaked and smeared with mud. Ready? Yes. She linked arms with him and stumbled around the corner. They passed gardeners weeding by the manor gates.
Hugo ruffled Charlotte's head and said amiably, "Sophie came off her bike." In the hall, he talked to the housekeeper about nothing, and Sophie hurried by with Charlotte. Fortunately, the corridor leading to her room was deserted. She found the bathroom, stepped inside, and locked the door. Then she peeled off her clothes, dropping them in a sodden heap on the wooden floor. She ran the bath, and Charlotte watched her mistress with solemn eyes. Sophie pulled off the hand bandage that was now a muddy mess and dropped it in a small wicker bin. The cut on her palm didn't look too bad. She examined her neck in the mirror. A shallow puncture wound, a finger width across, and not too much blood. Might leave a scar, but she didn't care. Losing her mother's necklace, though, was the worst feeling. She gave in briefly to angry, bitter tears, then sniffed, took a cream soap bar from a cardboard box on a shelf by the sink, thoroughly washed her hands, and cleaned her neck. Sitting on a wooden stool, she tested the bathwater. Any hotter, and her elbow would really sting. It was awkward, climbing into the high-sided roll-top bath, but she managed it. As she washed her injuries, the pain merged together, but the physical cleaning felt good. Dulled the feeling of violation that was lodged in her brain like a splinter. She hadn't found shampoo or conditioner, so just rinsed her hair. After the bath, she put the soap bar in its box and took a towel from the shelf. It was scratchy, not fluffy. As she dried herself, she was careful to avoid getting blood on the towel from her elbow and left the towel on the side of the bath. Her cardigan had a rough, scarlet-framed hole in one sleeve, the camisole was splattered red from her neck, and her jeans were rain-sodden and stiff with mud. She wiped Charlotte's jaws with the camisole, turning the pink fabric ruby, then soaked it in cold water. Unless Miss Abel was a secret Miss Marple, she'd attribute the remaining faint splodges to the fall from the bike. Sophie slipped on the cardigan, closed it, took the rest of her clothes, and stood by the door. Hearing nothing, she ran with Charlotte down the passage to the bedroom and shut the door behind her. She took off the cardigan, draped it over the spindly chair with the other ruined clothes to dry, and, rummaging in a drawer, found the dressing gown. She put it on, fastened a few buttons, got into bed, and cuddled a damp and muddy Charlotte, keeping her mostly on the tartan blanket. Lifting her into that high-sided bath would have been impossible. She wanted to hurt those men. Really hurt them. But the instinct didn't feel natural or normal. Only shameful. A betrayal of the fragment of her parents' faith she still followed and believed in. Her mother's long-ago bedtime stories, heroes turning the other cheek, were wrapped up in precious memories. The feel and smell of strawberry bubble baths, her feet on a furry hot water bottle in bed, and the comforting sound of her mother's voice, reading the same words so often, Sophie knew them by heart. Sophie pulled the heavy bedcovers to her shoulders. After their car accident, she'd managed to park a cold need for revenge. She could do that again. She'd been almost sure this strange place was real, but near death had clinched it. She willed herself away to her bedroom at Auntie Wendy's, picturing the photo of her parents and her posters, a mishmash of fit actors and sports flyers. A fresh-faced Robert Pattinson and Harry Potter in the Goblet of Fire, a kickboxing female silhouette proclaiming, "Kick like a girl." Her mind meandered to a special memory, cradling a milk-scented, helpless bundle of fur. Charlotte, no bigger than her palm. Her mind drifted further. Her parents' voices floating up the stairs from the kitchen, glasses chinking as they cleared away dinner, her mother's kiss on her forehead, the aroma of red wine and dark chocolate. A light knock, and the door opened. "Are you ill, miss?" Miss Abel seemed curious, not concerned. The housekeeper must have told her Sophie Arundel was back. "Yes, caught a cold from the rain." Miss Abel went over to the French windows. "Where's the bicycle?" "A boy snatched my necklace, and the bike wobbled, and I fell off, and the handlebars are really bent." Sophie pulled the bedclothes right up to her chin. Miss Abel turned. "I did warn you, miss." "I couldn't push it, so I left it where you said, at the roadside."
One of the gardeners can carry it on a wheelbarrow." Miss Abel's face was carefully blank, but her stiff body language indicated irritation, annoyance. She took Sophie's bloody cardigan from the chair and examined it at arm's length, her lips twisting in distaste, then let it drop. "I scraped my elbow." "You need a hot cup of tea, miss." Miss Abel bustled out the door. "I just want to sleep," Sophie confided to Charlotte. But when Miss Abel returned, Sophie took a sip. "You do look washed out, miss." Sophie drank the tea and slept. Chapter 10. 3 hours later, Sophie was woken by another knock on the door. Miss Abel came in with a tray. "Tea and a nice beef sandwich, miss." Sophie smiled her thanks and sat up. She'd stopped shaking, but her neck and elbow were throbbing like neon lights. Miss Alderman's fate still might be hers, if soap wasn't enough and she couldn't get home and source antibiotics. She ate the bread and butter, gave the beef to Charlotte, and drank more tea. Aside from the buzz of pain, she felt oddly normal. The memory of the assault was vivid, but seemed unreal because the manner was so civilized. "You'll feel better after a bath, miss." Sophie didn't want to move, but declined to mention this would be bath number 2. Miss Abel would ask more questions, and, Hugo had been right, Sophie Arundel was in no state to invent answers. "We'll get your hair nicely washed. Lady Lacy has her hair done once a fortnight." "I wash mine every day." "You'd get fed up with that, miss. Takes a couple of hours, and if you wash it more than once a week, it'll dry out something dreadful." Washing her hair would take hours? Unlikely. "I can wash your hair, miss." That would be too much. "Don't worry, I'll do it. Is there any shampoo and conditioner?" "We haven't got what you said." Miss Abel opened the toiletries cupboard and took out a cream soap bar like the one in the bathroom. "This breaks down in water, miss." No clue how that would work. The bar in the bathroom hadn't broken down in the bath. Sophie got out of bed and saw her knotted, damp locks in an oval wall mirror above the cupboard. So matted, the comb in her bag would be useless. "Do you have a detangler brush?" Miss Abel looked blank. Charlotte was wagging her tail, keen for another outing. Surprising. Did dogs and other mammals' brains just move on from stressful events? Hopefully, Sophie Arundel could too. She padded barefoot towards the door. "Miss!" "What?" "You can't go into the corridor like that. Would be indecent." Miss Abel busied herself fastening every one of the dressing gown's many buttons. "There." She opened the door and scanned the passage. Were male servants loitering, hoping to catch illicit glimpses of a girl in a maid outfit, or her in a lacy robe? Unlikely such people would be employed in the manor. Or had Miss Abel grown up in a religious cult obsessed with female modesty? In the bathroom, Miss Abel locked the door and began filling the sink. There was no sign of the wet towel. "Shall I run the bath?" "Oh no, miss. We need to wash your hair first." "Surely it would be easier in the bath." "Not really, miss. It takes as long as it takes, and the water would go cold. You'd catch your death." 2 hours later, Miss Abel was still combing Sophie's tangled hair. Miss Abel had the patience of a saint. She'd rinsed Sophie's hair before patting in soap flakes that she'd scraped off the bar with a knife. Subsequent rinsing had involved lots of sink filling, draining, and refilling. Charlotte had been fascinated, watching intently. Sophie shifted slightly on the wooden stool and smiled at Miss Abel. "When did you start working here?" "When I was 12, miss." "How come you didn't carry on at school?" "That's when everyone leaves, miss." Not everyone. Freddie had done a degree. Sophie Arundel was in a house that did child labour. Shouldn't judge. 1925 was a long time ago. Miss Abel wrapped a towel around Sophie's hair and began drawing the bath. After what seemed like another hour, Miss Abel tested the water with her elbow. "Just right. Thanks for this, but I can take it from here." Miss Abel seemed puzzled. A misunderstanding. I'm fine having a bath by myself. It's not safe, miss. Suppose you slipped. She'd been lucky not to fall before. Hugo had bathed with John in tow, but men used urinals with strangers, so for him, no big deal. Sophie unbuttoned her dressing gown, and Miss Abel waited patiently. A slip of a thing, barely 5 foot tall. A vision of Miss Abel pushing her under water popped into Sophie's head. She'd never liked horror films, so had watched hardly any, but they'd wormed into her subconscious. Charlotte was now lying on the floor, half napping. If Miss Abel tried any funny business, Charlotte would bite her, rip her apart. Don't think about it. Sophie got in the bath and winced as the hot water predictably stung the raw skin on her elbow and hand, but the pain quickly faded. That's a bad bruise on your hip, miss. But only a bruise, or she couldn't have sprinted to the manor. Miss Abel handed her a sponge and the cream soap bar from the shelf and peered at Sophie's neck. And those cuts are nasty. Scrapes from the tarmac. Distract her. Would you mind if I called you by your first name? This formal surname business was weird. For a moment, worry showed in Miss Abel's face, but she said, My Christian name is Maud, miss. And please call me Sophie. Absolutely not, miss. Maud sat stiffly on the stool. That would be disrespectful. While Sophie soaked, Maud talked. Her voice was soothing, like reverse therapy, a shrink making small talk, not probing, raking up bad thoughts. When you travelled through time, miss, did it hurt? Interesting question. People felt grotty after flights with too many time zones. After travelling back a century, she should feel like pants. Actually, didn't hurt at all. What's the future like? Keep it vague. Women can train for any job they want. Like what, miss? What are you good at? Being a lady's maid. Apart from that, what if you could do anything? Anything? Would be lovely to work in an office, miss. Be one of those secretaries, taking notes and typing. Sophie had never wanted to work in an office or be somebody's secretary, even if it had been renamed personal assistant. But she should react positively. No point in Maud aspiring to be the boss. Women bosses were a modern thing. My grandmother started out as a secretary, but later went into teaching. She's in her 80s now. Does private tuition. That's sad. No, she loves it. Says it keeps her young. Sophie wiggled her toes in the bathwater. Well, I never. She's lucky to have her health. Yes, said Sophie. She'll live to be 100. That's very old. Sophie made lazy water patterns with her fingers. Is it hard, being a lady's maid? It's mostly common sense, miss, but I've watched Miss Jefferson, Lady Lacy's maid. I'm not good at hairstyling, though. I need more practice. Maud chatted about overworked kitchen staff and the travails of other maids, and Sophie let herself relax. She could be converted to baths. Showers woke you up, got you going. But if you had no deadlines, no place to go, lying in a bath was heavenly. Anyway, a few years ago, Mr. Hunter, he's #1 footman now, he tried to interfere with Miss Blackmore. She slapped him so hard it made his eyes run. Handsome devil, but he knows it. He has very dark hair and eyes. Yes, miss. He'd been amused when she'd worn that skimpy top to breakfast. Mentally undressed her. He'll be butler one day. Maud stood and reached for another towel. The water's going cold, miss. Sophie climbed out, and Maud wrapped her in the towel. After Sophie had dried herself, she put on the dressing gown. Can we put in more hot water? Miss? For Charlotte. She's splattered with mud. Maud's lips parted, but she didn't speak. She loves being washed. For her, it's like a doggy spa. Maud's mouth was now an inelegant O. Sophie ran the hot tap. If you could help me, she's quite heavy. Between them, they lowered Charlotte in. The cream soap was as effective as doggy shampoo, and with Charlotte blissing out, Sophie got her spotless in 5 minutes. She wrapped Charlotte in her own damp towel to prevent messy writhing, and Maud insisted again on completely fastening Sophie's dressing gown. Once in the bedroom, Maud leaned against the door. "Washing a dog in the bath." She shook her head. Sophie sat in the blue armchair. "How else could we have cleaned her?" Maud started rolling her eyes, but stopped herself and removed the towel around Sophie's hair. "One last comb through." After sorting a particularly stubborn knot, Maud said, "You were lucky, miss. You could have broken something. Would have had to go to Derby." "Why?" "To have an X-ray. They have a machine there." Maud returned the comb to the toiletries cupboard. "All done." Sophie felt her hair. Smooth, sleek, normal. "I am grateful for your help, and I'm glad to be your lady's maid, miss." Really? She hadn't looked thrilled when Sophie Arundel had boomeranged back to the manor. "My parents would have been proud. I'm only 20. Sophie picked up on the would. "I'm so sorry about your parents." Maud acknowledged Sophie's words with a polite nod. She didn't seem upset. Perhaps they'd died many years ago. "Were they very strict with you, when you were younger?" "Not especially, miss. We always had chores to do and you to finish our plates." Maud smiled, remembering. "You weren't restricted on where you could go with other children, including boys?" "No. I still go walking with Mr. Watkins by the river. Done that since before I started at the manor. It's beautiful there. Had some lovely times." "Are you and Mr. Watkins together?" "Pardon?" Maud blinked, puzzled. "Is he your boyfriend?" "We're courting, miss. Is that what you mean?" "I guess." Good. Maud hadn't been born into a scary cult. Sophie stood up to get dressed and froze. "Where are my clothes?" Chapter 11. All gone. Even her knickers. She scanned the bedroom in a panic. "Sent to the laundry, miss." Sophie felt foolish. Of course. But that cashmere cardigan had been a lucky charity shop find. Wouldn't be the same darned, and now a shrunken vision of it danced in her head. "This is awkward. I've nothing to wear." Maud opened the wardrobe with an air of triumph, lifted out a long cream dress and laid it carefully on the bed. "This is much better than those trousers, miss." "Do you have any clean underwear?" Maud opened a drawer and held up loose, white Bermuda shorts. Near the bottom of the cotton legs were delicate pink bows. Sophie gaped. Pretty in their own way, but if these were knickers, they were truly vast. Maud took a bodice from a drawer. "And you can wear this, miss." The vest was cute. White, with narrow straps, it fastened at the front. Sophie pulled on the shorts, baffled but resigned, put on the bodice and began doing it up. "This is too small." She took it off. "I don't need it." Maud's eyes widened. "If you're sure, miss." "Quite sure." Sophie stepped into the dress. With an empire waistline, high collar and 3/4 sleeves, it was way over the top, like a stage costume. Lace was the dominant theme, from the neckline to the hem. Anne could have worn this when she'd first arrived. They were around the same height. Sophie examined the silky material under the lace. "Posh. It's a tea dress." Maud fussed until the fastenings at the back were closed. The collar was irritating the cuts on her neck. Sophie tugged at it. "Sorry, could you undo the top buttons?" Maud frowned, but unfastened them, then handed Sophie a sleeveless filigree cape. Once on, its length exactly matched the gown's ankle-length skirt. Charlotte licked its hem in approval. Sophie pulled on a fresh pair of socks, stepped into her scruffy boots, and tied the laces. She turned around in front of the long mirror. The boots looked fine with the dress. Maud would take a different view. Her flat black shoes were impeccably polished. "Now I need to dress your hair, miss." "What?" "It needs to go up. Be fixed with pins." "Please don't worry. I'm happy with it like this." Maud gave a disapproving sniff. She wore her hair like Anne and the housekeeper, so expected Miss Arundel to conform. After a moment, she gestured at Sophie's bag beside the wardrobe. "Shall I give the inside a good wash?" "That's really kind of you. An apple went off." Having a lady's maid was odd, but cool. Someone knocked on the door, and Maud opened it. Hugo paused in the doorway, taken aback at Sophie's transformation.
"It's a lovely day now. Come to the terrace."
Maud went to the wardrobe and took out a straw hat with a huge floppy brim. Around the crown was a broad cream ribbon. "Informal, miss, but better than nothing." It was Ascot posh. "I'll pass," said Sophie. Her dress was theatrical. Adding a hat would be comical. Maud seemed confused. Sophie smiled at her, ruffled Charlotte's head, picked up her lead, and stepped into the corridor. Before they reached the terrace, Hugo said quietly,
"Are you okay?"
"Yes." And she was. Hopefully. "It was lucky you were in the lane when I got back." He nodded.
"I just fancied a walk."
Outside, the recent heavy rain had left a sheen on the lawn, and the terrace's stone flagstones were damp. But the air tasted fresh, and the sun was warm on her face and on her shoulders through the thin dress. Freddie was there, drinking what she presumed was tea. Cakes and sandwiches were arranged like before on a 3-tier stand. Sitting at Freddie's feet, Jack's attention was on the nearby food, but when he heard Charlotte approaching, he raced off with her across the lawn. Hugo sat at the table. But before Sophie could take a seat, Freddie stood and drew out a chair for her. If a boy had done that at home, it would have jarred, a false display of charm to get her into bed. But Freddie was just charming.
"Sophie's gone native."
Hugo gestured at her dress, his flippancy at odds with his eyes, serious and careful. "You are so politically incorrect," said Sophie, sitting down and playing along with acting nonchalant.
"Politically what?"
Freddie rang the handbell.
"In the future, you have to be careful what you say, to avoid giving offence."
Hugo went into a long explanation, with examples, that he also had to explain. 100 years ago. One long lifetime. But a huge culture gap. Sophie pulled at her collar, still chafing. A maid came out, and Freddie ordered more tea. "Apparently there's an X-ray machine in Derby," said Sophie. "I thought they were a modern thing."
"No,"
said Hugo.
"Invented in the 19th century. That machine only arrived last year,"
said Freddie.
"When I fell out of a tree, Dr. Griffiths pressed and poked my arm to find the break."
Sophie winced. "Were you reading in the tree?"
"Just climbing," said Freddie. "Down by the river, like you do when you're young."
"You don't any more?" He laughed.
"No."
"I still climb," said Sophie. "There's an old apple tree in my aunt's garden. In the holidays, I sit in it and read for hours." Freddie seemed surprised. The maid returned, poured tea for Sophie and Hugo, and topped up Freddie's cup.
"Freddie was saying they employ so many servants because people are starving," said Hugo. "I thought it was hard to recruit in the 1920s, with better wages and hours in factories. The history books have it wrong."
"The passage of time could soften the memory of poverty," said Sophie. "Like Caribbean pirates. Sanitized. Diluted."
"What is history but a fable agreed upon?"
said Hugo.
"Very poetic,"
said Freddie.
"The man who said it was more into war than poetry,"
said Hugo.
"Napoleon."
With Hugo, who needed Google? Freddie sipped his tea and turned to Sophie.
"How are you settling in?"
"The man is lovely. But in the lane, this young lad snatched my necklace and I fell off the bike." Her tone was pitch-perfect casual. But Freddie looked shocked.
"Good gracious! Are you all right?"
"Absolutely fine." She took a ladylike sip, glad the annoying collar hid her neck.
"I should have dissuaded you from travelling alone," said Freddie. "Was the necklace valuable?"
"Worth about 10 quid, but priceless to her." Sophie made herself shrug.
"I'll tell the groundsman to keep an eye out," said Freddie. "Could you describe him?"
Beardman's features loomed up in her mind, clear and sharp. "No, happened too fast."
"I was mugged last month, or a century from now."
Hugo gave Freddie a tense glance. Sorry, still coming to terms with being here. He put his cup down. Someone nicked a phone from my pocket. Wimbledon High Street, in broad daylight. Annoying, but no big deal.
If Hugo had hoped his story would lend credibility to her blasé attitude, it hadn't worked. Freddie was watching them as if they were aliens. Sophie focused on keeping her face impassive.
Miss Hemmings arrived with a tiny telephone, but it didn't work, said Freddie. And I don't understand why anyone would carry one. You'd have to answer it all the time.
He looked at his place setting, then at Sophie.
I'm so sorry about your necklace.
She shot Freddie her grade 1 smile, hoping to distract him. It's very warm, almost tropical. He gave her a nervy smile back. Freddie seemed uncomplicated, but something was going on with him.
Last year was a washout, said Freddie. This year's been the opposite. Hardly rained at all. Miss Hemmings is tearing her hair out.
If they couldn't get home soon, she should quiz Miss Hemmings. The head gardener might have crucial info. So could the guy who ran the pub.
Would you care for a scone or a slice of cake? Freddie asked Sophie.
She shook her head. She'd missed lunch, but after eating bread and butter, she wasn't hungry. Freddie, tell me about the visitors.
I was saying to Hugo, I've heard the stories since I was little, about Mummy and the others.
Did they all come through a lift? Asked Sophie.
I'm not sure. I've never asked Miss Hemmings or Mr. Parks.
Freddie selected a sandwich from the plate stand.
Mummy thinks it only looked like a lift, so that may be a red herring. I wrote to Mr. Eddington last year, asking if he had a theory and whether I could assist with calculations, but he said he was too busy.
Well, they didn't find anything, said Sophie.
That's where maths comes in, said Freddie, his boyish face animated. You can prove or disprove a theory without physical evidence.
He looked at her hands.
Your nails are intriguing.
Baby pink. Now a peeling mess. When was remover invented? Barking, loud and angry, erupted from below the terrace. Charlotte was snarling, her lips right back, exposing her teeth, and Jack was responding in kind.
What's up with them?
Asked Hugo. No idea. Sophie grabbed the lead and ran onto the lawn. Jack was climbing on top of Charlotte and being repulsed with fearsome barking, but Sophie kept her distance, too dangerous to physically force them apart. Charlotte, off! This wasn't the predator who'd lunged in the lane. Charlotte's eyes were golden, not black. Off! Jack backed away, and when Charlotte reluctantly went quiet, Sophie stepped forward, attached the lead, and returned with her to the terrace. Freddie took Jack by the collar and dragged him off the lawn. Sophie sat at the table, keeping Charlotte close. I'm really sorry about this. Jack wasn't to blame. This was fallout from the lane. Charlotte was stressed and shaken and taking it out on Jack.
They're deciding who's top dog.
Freddie sat down, still holding Jack's collar, and rang the handbell. Sophie inspected Charlotte. No blood drawn. Is Jack all right? Freddie checked him over.
Seems so. Only play fighting.
Yes. Sophie gave Charlotte a calm, relieved pat. A different maid came onto the terrace.
Can you fetch a lead for Jack, please?
Said Freddie. As the maid went inside, Freddie turned to Sophie.
This evening, how about a picnic? There's some lovely spots. It's not far, but after what happened in the lane, if you like, we could go by car.
Car? They'd be at the lift in no time. I'd like that. The maid returned with a lead, and Freddie attached it to Jack's collar.
My parents love picnics.
He glanced at his watch and stood up.
If you'll excuse me, I need to finish an analysis of crop yields. See you at the picnic.
He strolled off, Jack trotting at his side like nothing had happened.
I like Freddie. He's got an inquiring mind.
Hugo smiled.
John told me about washing Charlotte. I could tell he thought it beyond eccentric.
So Maud does tell him everything?
Miss Abel?
Yes, I ditched the surname thing.
They're thick as thieves, those two.
Hugo reached for a tiny, crust-free sandwich. Did you really have your phone nicked?
Yes.
His eyes were on her face.
Freddie's asked if we'd like to go riding tomorrow. Would you be up for that?
We might be home by then, driven safely along the lane.
What do you mean?
I'm going to steal their car. He looked shocked.
I understand why you want to get home ASAP. What happened in the lane was horrific, but
didn't endear me to the place. She managed to sound glib, though a haunted, helpless feeling was as raw as her elbow. I'll need your help. Auntie Wendy's driving lessons had barely covered the basics.
Freddie's assured me one of their chauffeurs can take us.
And you believe him?
Actually, I do.
She got it. Stealing a car would mess with him staying at the manor, doing nice-to-have research.
Richard's apparently convinced it would be a waste of time, but he's fine about it.
Freddie's hiding something. So is his father, and they're not going to help. We need to suss out the lift now.
You're still upset. I understand.
She rolled her eyes. Why would Richard lay on transport if he thinks it pointless?
He doesn't want permanent house guests,
said Hugo.
Or the opposite. He's a gracious host.
Or pretending to be. A trickster. Chapter 12. During the school holidays, Sophie used to ride Floss, a nervous rescue pony. Auntie Wendy's home was less of a house, more a scruffy refuge for waifs and strays. Sophie was the only human waif. Apart from Floss, there were chickens, cats, and a goat. When Auntie Wendy's health deteriorated, she wound down her dog breeding business and sold all her beloved animals, apart from Charlotte. Barely able to care for herself, but kind and stubborn, her aunt had insisted Sophie take up her university place. It's only a few hours on the train, and you'll be back for Christmas. A century away, her niece thought about those words as she walked out of the manor and onto the drive, gravel crunching under her boots. She'd assured Hugo that she'd just assessed the lift, but now was resolved to go much further than that. It would always be a risk, today, or in a week, or a month. Keeping Charlotte on a short lead, Sophie approached an olive green, immaculately polished open car, and with her free hand adjusted the hat that Maud had insisted she wear. It was surprisingly heavy. No wonder women in old sepia photos looked so grumpy. More elaborate and even larger than the floppy brimmed hat, it had silk flowers around the brim and was secured by 2 long, potentially lethal, pins. If the vagrants were still in the lane, she'd got mean weapons. Anne and Hugo were chatting on the front steps. A chauffeur wearing a smart suit, peaked cap and leather gloves was holding the front passenger door open for Anne. The car engine was running, and the driver's door was ajar. Now or never. Sophie opened the rear door behind the driver's seat, unclipped Charlotte's lead and dropped it into the seatwell. Charlotte jumped in, and Sophie closed the door. Then Sophie jumped behind the wheel. She felt for the pedals with her feet, but an instant later someone was wrestling her out, their fingers digging painfully into her arms.
You are not doing this.
Hugo's voice was quiet and even. She was too close to kick, and he was holding her in a clinch to stop her punching. Her hat brim tipped up. Anne and the chauffeur were staring.
Let me go!
Hugo swore under his breath and frog-marched her, his arms like a vice.
Sophie wanted to see how the car worked.
His tone was convincingly cheery. He opened the rear door, and she punched, but he saw it coming, dodged, and shoved her in beside a startled Charlotte. Sophie tried to scramble over the seat, but Hugo climbed in and grabbed her arm.
Don't even think about it.
He glared. She glared back. Get off! Anne sat in the front passenger seat. The chauffeur closed her door and Hugo's, then got in. As the car moved off, Hugo cautiously released Sophie and sat back against the half-height door, his mouth a resolute line. The chauffeur was watching Sophie in the rearview mirror, his young, moustached face expressionless, and Sophie seethed, so angry she wanted to spit. The car speeded up, and Anne chatted with the chauffeur, but Hugo remained silent, his mouth set, determined.
Charlotte began barking at Sophie's hat. You didn't have to be a dog whisperer to translate, "Take it off!" And, unused to a car without a roof, Charlotte was standing, tongue out, about to leap. Sophie grabbed her collar and clipped on the lead. A harness wouldn't have helped, no seat belts to attach it. She pushed Charlotte half into the seat well. The car floor was carpeted, the seats made of soft brown leather. In other circumstances, with a warm breeze on her face, Sophie would have enjoyed the ride. They stopped beside a river and another old-fashioned car. This one bright red, with a chauffeur, 2 maids and a footman, arrived from the manor and parked behind them. Freddie and Richard were already there. They'd ridden on horseback, with Jack running. Sophie climbed out, keeping Charlotte on the lead. Maud had wound Sophie's hair around scrunched balls of paper called rats, making her hair fuller, wavier and heavier at the back, but they felt scratchy. "Only little girls wear their hair down, miss," Maud had said, with the gravitas of Isaac Newton, as if it was a provable fact, like gravity or the laws of motion. Folding chairs and tables were being set out, tartan blankets arranged on the grass, and crisp white tablecloths, glasses and plates being laid with practised ease. Sophie's mouth was open, so she hastily shut it. These people organised a picnic with military precision. She sat down, adjusting her hat to better see the river. A grassy bank sloped gently to the water, and further away, ash trees and weeping willows grew to the water's edge. Narrow enough to swim across, the river was calm and languid, moving with a gentle swoosh. Sophie accepted a glass of white wine and a cucumber sandwich and tried to calm down. Riding tomorrow, she'd get to the lift. Much later, she was still sipping white wine. She ate a small slice of Victoria sponge cake and fed Charlotte pork pie. Picnics at home involved too much prep, and you were always too cold or hot or attacked by insects. But with help, picnics were just fine. She'd only reached for her non-existent phone twice, and not having it, she'd taken more notice of nature, the gentle gurgle of the river, birdsong amidst the quiet. If this was social media cold turkey, she might be through the worst. Hugo and Freddie were sitting on the grass, either side of her chair and Anne's.
"There's no annoying insects here," said Hugo.
"The vicar says it's because last winter was so cold," said Anne. "He collects insects."
"We should do this more often," said Richard. "Make the most of the good weather."
"You can't work every day," said Anne.
"I'll need to work on Saturday," said Richard, "and Sunday, after church."
Charlotte was straining against the extendable lead, lying on the grass, her head close to Jack's. Sophie blinked. Their noses were touching, as if they were kissing. That would make an awesome YouTube video. Jack must have conceded that Charlotte was top dog. Sophie unclipped her lead.
"Do dogs fall in love?"
Hugo shot her a cautious smile. He was annoying and naive, but she shouldn't ignore him. If the lift had disappeared, she'd need an ally. "It's a pack thing."
"Don't animals just—"
Freddie's face flushed.
"Mate?"
The servants were standing around the cars, talking in low voices. One of the maids was scowling, staring in Sophie's direction. When Sophie didn't break eye contact, the maid turned away. What was that about? She was conventionally dressed, though not up to wearing anything approaching Anne's outfit. It was hot in the shade, and Anne's dress was close-fitting. Wearing a corset and sitting very straight, she'd kept the same posture throughout the picnic, occasionally waving her fan. The river looked clean and invitingly safe. Sophie tugged out the 2 gigantic hatpins, put them on the ground with the hat, and removed the lace cape. At home, she'd have stripped to her undies, but mindful of the maid's judgmental stare, she pulled off her boots and socks, but kept on the dress. She caught Freddie's eye. "Fancy a dip?" He gave her a wicked grin, rapidly took off his shoes, socks and tie, and they waded together into the river. The bed was sandy and soft. "Freddie!" Anne had stood up and was shaking her head. Freddie ignored his mother and slid completely in, and Sophie sighed with pleasure as she did the same. Beside her, Freddie was still grinning.
"This is wonderful. I'm so glad you're here."
At that moment, She was glad too. Sunlight was sparkling on the water and on Freddie, giving his hair blonde highlights. He treaded water and splashed, soaking her face, and she laughed and splashed him back. She'd miss Freddie. The dogs had followed them in and were swimming near the sweeping branches of a willow tree. Freddie turned and waved.
"Come on, Hugo, it's fabulous."
Hugo didn't return the wave. He was standing beside Anne, his face inscrutable. Freddie did breaststroke, and Sophie lazily floated. The delicate material of her dress was floating as well, the lacy skirt gliding just below the surface as she moved in the water. With the sun on her face, Sophie was gloriously glad to be alive.
"We'd better get out," said Freddie. "As it is, we're going to get it in the neck."
"I don't understand."
"Not really the done thing."
When she reached the bank, the servants' faces were either blank or screwed up, like they were chewing lemons. Richard's face was blank, but Anne looked angry. Baffling. As Sophie stood to follow Freddie out, he froze, his eyes on her breasts. The front of her dress had turned transparent, like a wet t-shirt. Awkward. "Shall we go to the house?" said Anne. It was an order, not a suggestion. Freddie slipped on his shoes, picked up his socks and tie from the grass, and went with his father towards the horses. Jack, after an impressive writhe to dry himself, ran after them. The servants packed up the picnic, and Sophie sheepishly put on her hat, careful not to stab herself. She retrieved her cape, boots and socks, reattached Charlotte's lead, and walked towards the car in bare feet. But by the open passenger door, she paused. She was soaking wet, and despite some determined shakes, so was Charlotte. Anne obviously wanted Sophie Arundel and her see-through dress out of sight fast, but they'd permanently water-stain the seats.
"Excuse me, miss."
The chauffeur was carrying 2 picnic rugs. He laid them one on top of the other over the back seats and gestured for Sophie to get in. "Thank you." Sophie's voice was low enough to carry only to him. Unexpectedly, he winked, before turning and getting into the driver's cab. A gesture of support? Or her wet dress parade had made his day, and he was laughing at her. The car set off across the grass, Anne silent in the front passenger seat, looking fixedly ahead, and Hugo, on the other side of Charlotte, silent too, staring out at fields and trees. Sophie's foot bandage was wet, but somehow still firmly attached. She put on her socks and boots as they drove in uncomfortable silence back to the house, and Sophie was glad to retreat with Charlotte to her room. Glimpsing herself in the long mirror, she winced. Her nipples and the swell of her breasts were graphically clear. She hung the cape over the spindly chair, gingerly removed the hat pins and put them on the floor with the hat, then tried to undo the buttons of the dress. But located on the centre of her back, it was impossible to undo even one. Finally, she lay on the bed in her wet dress with an equally wet Charlotte. "Maud was right. I'm a human fish out of water, and it's horrible." A knock on the door. How did Maud sense when she was needed? Was telepathy part of her job spec? "Come in." But it wasn't Maud. It was Hugo. He closed the door behind him and turned to face her.
"I can't believe you're this stupid. If you had stolen the car, gone down the lane and found nothing, what would have happened? You wouldn't be prancing around playing Lady of the Manor. You'd have been chucked out, and so would I."
He frowned.
"And we will be now, after your swimming stunt."
She sat up, swung her legs over the side of the bed, and folded her arms defensively across her chest. "I didn't know my dress would go transparent."
"I thought Anne was going to faint."
"Freddie went in too."
"He's not a grace and favour guest," said Hugo. "Look, like when we didn't say what really happened in the lane, we have to play by their rules."
"What rules?"
"Ladies don't lark about in rivers, at least not in full view of their hosts and servants. You can't behave like a man."
"I'm wearing a long dress and my hair's in weird rolls. Not to mention ludicrous underwear."
"Forget what you're wearing. You need to act smart."
He sat, without asking, in the armchair.
"If we can't get home and they chuck us out, what the hell would we do?"
"Get to the lift."
"What if there's nothing there?"
"We'll keep searching. I'm not giving up."
"I've talked with 3 gardeners who regularly walk the lane," said Hugo, And unless they're professional actors, they've never seen it.
Maybe it's only visible to certain people.
According to Freddie, each visitor only sees it on this side when they step out. Anne looked for it for months when she arrived and found nothing. That farmer bloke has never seen it. A whole team of scientists found nothing.
He put his head in his hands.
I'm struggling with all of this, but we need to face facts.
His voice cracked.
We may be here for the rest of our lives.
The rest of our lives echoed ominously in her head. No. She wouldn't accept she was stuck here.
Anyway, tomorrow we'll know for sure. Reynolds is taking us after lunch.
Reynolds?
The guy who drove us to the picnic.
They could have said that to fob us off.
Sophie, the Lacys are exactly what they seem, not ruthless gangsters holding us to ransom.
You want to stay? She'd been right before. He sighed.
A few days, perhaps a week, but you're in denial. Anne, coming through all those years ago, she's given us a sort of respectability, but we're precarious guests. If we are stranded, you'll need to marry well. Get a dodgy reputation and you'll be stuffed.
I'm not marrying anyone. This is ridiculous.
You're not listening. We'll go with Reynolds, but if the lift's gone, we need a fallback plan.
And mine is finding a husband.
I have no idea what I can do either, said Hugo. My mind's full of questions and no answers.
We could go to the nearest town, get a job. He raised his eyebrows, like she'd suggested pole dancing.
Unemployment around here is bad. There's unrest in Derby, which I think translates as riots.
He paused.
If the lift's there, we should get in. We have no way of minimising the risk. Nobody knows how it works.
Agreed.
We might have already been reported missing.
Her insides clenched. No might about it. With no phone call 2 days running and her mobile mysteriously out of action, Auntie Wendy would have called the university and then the police.
My mother will be beside herself.
His lips were pressed thin with worry.
But in the meantime, we need to fit in.
He stood up and managed a rueful smile.
And keep safe.
Chapter 13. Day 2 in the bonkers past had gone badly. Day 3 had to be better. Sophie finished her tea and toast and pushed back the bedding. It was bulky as well as heavy. When were duvets invented? She'd Google it when she got home. She slipped out of bed and put on the dressing gown over the matching ankle-length nightdress she'd slept in. The empire waistline and short lacy sleeves were familiar, if not exactly modern. Her mother could have worn it. In the bathroom, Sophie twisted the lid off a round white and pink tin labelled Eucryl tooth powder, coated the head of the toothbrush, and rigorously brushed. Last night, she'd yearned for an electric toothbrush and dental floss after brushing for 2 minutes, and today was no different. Might as well have used a twig, and the tooth powder tasted chalky and gritty. Back in the bedroom, Maud produced a bigger bodice, and Sophie sheepishly put it on. Fitting snugly, it was more comfortable than her underwired bra. Maud laid out a pink dress, the same style as the previous one. You mustn't worry about the picnic, miss. Sorry? Lady Lacy understands. She does? Master Freddie went swimming, and children play in the river all the time. Maud's round face softened. Mr. Harrington told Lady Lacy you were upset about your necklace, and you're not mad. Some servant must have repeated to Maud the entire conversation. You've got to be kidding. Kidding? It's not your fault. Sophie picked up the dressing gown again and put it on over her underwear. Back in a minute. Hugo was trying to gaslight her, but very cleverly, telling people she wasn't mad so they'd think she was. Luckily, she was ferociously sane. Leaving Charlotte dozing on the bed, she padded barefoot across the corridor and banged on Hugo's door. John opened it, his eyes wide with surprise. I need a word with Mr. Harrington. She stepped past, and John left, closing the door behind him. Hugo stood up from a Regency writing desk beside an arched, diamond-paned window and put a cap on a fountain pen. His hands were dotted with indigo ink stains. How dare you go behind my back, telling people I'm not mad so they think I am? She folded her arms. At least he had the grace to look guilty. Well?
I didn't want to disturb you in case you were asleep.
He put the pen carefully on the desk.
So, I couldn't tell you.
Tell, not ask. She was struggling to keep her temper.
You'd had a stressful day, and I had to do something. Necessary damage control. Anne was upset, but fine about it, and so was Richard. He made a joke about Anne finding it hard to adapt to their customs. And Freddie...
Yes?
Thought it a jolly jape.
He turned and gazed out the window.
I couldn't sleep last night, trying to get my head round everything.
She'd slept like the dead, beyond exhausted. He faced her.
I get it, Sophie. The way this society treats women... If we are stuck here, this is going to be harder for you.
He distractedly swept his hand through his hair so his fringe stood up.
This may blow over, though the servants are beyond scandalised.
Maud seems more protective than shocked.
There you are, then.
He averted his eyes from her chest. Her dressing gown was open, giving him an eyeful of old-fashioned underwear. She closed it.
I should have consulted you before discussing the picnic. Am I forgiven?
Most people would have bought the contrite expression. I guess. She sat in his leather armchair.
Every time I think I'm handling this, it hits me worse. I'll never see my family again. I've just disappeared. They'll think I'm dead. In 4 years there's the Great Depression, then the Second World War.
I still think we'll get home. We have to. He sat on the bed, his face tense.
If you want to talk about the lane...
I'm fine. She never wanted to think about it, let alone talk, but appreciated the offer. All we can do is take it one day at a time.
You're right.
He flexed his ink-stained fingers.
Shall I call for you when it's time for breakfast?
As entitled posh boys went, he was okay. She stood up and nodded. Back in her room, Charlotte was lying on the bed, snoring, legs akimbo, and Maud was making quiet clucking noises. Maud might be sympathetic about the picnic, but she'd never approve of Charlotte. Sophie kissed Charlotte's head. Let sleeping dogs lie had never applied to Charlotte. Even sound asleep, she could be safely petted. Maud stopped clucking. Sophie took off the dressing gown, and Maud slipped the pink gown over Sophie's head. Waiting for Maud to finish fastening the dress felt unreal, as if she were a princess or very, very rich. Where are my boots? They weren't where she'd left them by the bed. Maud went to the wardrobe and brought them over. They were still battered, but now clean and polished. Sophie stared. Haven't I cleaned them properly? You have, said Sophie. Thank you. The faux leather looked amazing. Billionaires must live like this. So why were they always getting divorced? Perhaps they got bored and took crazy risks. There was a gentle knock at the door, and Maud opened it.
Ready?
Said Hugo, his face inscrutable. Breakfast meant facing Anne and Richard, the snooty butler and nosy footman. Brazen it out. In the corridor, Charlotte led the way jauntily like before, guided by her nose.
Are you up for riding?
Asked Hugo. Definitely. After yesterday's debacle, Richard might lay on a card just to be rid of her, but he definitely had an agenda. So might not. This ride could be her last chance to get home. In the dining room, Freddie was sitting at the long table, talking with the butler who was standing by the sideboard. The butler's black suit with matching waistcoat was immaculate, as were his black bow tie and white shirt with winged collar. As Sophie and Hugo approached the table, the butler gave a slight nod in their direction, his face expressionless. Freddie stood, pulled out a chair, and she acknowledged him as she sat down and breathed in the aroma of coffee. And today, the juicy, salty scent of bacon wasn't making her sick. Charlotte settled by Sophie, her nose twitching, and the two footmen filed in and stood to attention. Richard came in with Jack. No Anne. Good. Anne's face at the picnic had been more chainsaw massacre than ill-advised swim. When Mr. Hunter offered Sophie coffee, his handsome face was a picture of exaggerated, and false, respect, but she looked him in the eye. "Thank you."
"Anne is keen to hear about home," said Richard.
"Do you think we'll ever get back?" asked Sophie, watching the fair-haired footman give her a steaming helping of kedgeree.
"No one ever has."
Richard gave her a kind and understanding smile. Hugo's attention was on his breakfast, his expression glum. Breathe. Nerves about what she'd find in the lane, or not, were jangling like a warning bell. Never seeing Auntie Wendy or Isha again, and no way ever to communicate. No. Too awful to accept. After breakfast, back in the bedroom, Maud had hung a dark brown dress on the wardrobe door. The skirt was open on one side, like a wraparound apron. "What's that for?" "Stops you getting tangled with the saddle, miss, if you fall off." Maud laid it on the bed and took out from a drawer what was unmistakably a corset. "I'm sorry, I'm not wearing that." Maud set her mouth, but fastened the riding habit over Sophie's bodice. The disapproval in Maud's face was becoming familiar, and wearing, but it wasn't worth an argument. She crossed her fingers. Within hours, she'd be out of here. Maud handed her a black, boxy hat. It fitted snugly, had a small peak at the front, but no straps. Sophie walked to the stables with Hugo, who was carrying a hat like hers. Charlotte was predictably excited, bouncing a little as she walked. She'd spent a lot of time watching Sophie ride Floss around Auntie Wendy's tatty paddock, and always ran alongside when Sophie had ridden further afield, trotting and galloping. The Shorten grooms, all male, were saddling up and patting interested-looking horses. The horses' faces were like Floss's before an outing, and mirrored Charlotte's now. Anticipation, excitement. And despite her fears about the lift, Sophie felt the same. The smell of horse sweat, edged with straw and manure, evoked happy memories. Frosty, exhilarating gallops in the Christmas holidays, and more leisurely outings in the long months of summer, along secluded footpaths and hushed fields. For Sophie, though, riding horses was a guilty pleasure. She might believe in animal rights, but she was still using horses, just not as horribly as some of her fellow humans had over millennia, neglecting them, turning them into food or glue, or taking them into countless battles to get wounded or killed.
"If we can get home. I'll never forget this," said Hugo. "The beautiful house, Freddie and John."
"Do you think rich people get divorced so much because they're bored?" He giggled in a very un-Hugo way.
"They don't get divorced more than anyone else, but because they have money you get to read about it. Anyway, in this time, the only way to divorce was to prove adultery. Social suicide."
She hadn't thought about that. Marriage with no get-out-of-jail clause. Why would anyone sign up? Regular marriage had incentives, one of the few things she remembered from English law lessons at school. Cohabitants weren't entitled to anything if their name wasn't on the house deeds or bank accounts. But whatever the practical benefits, marriage didn't appeal. Her father had seen himself as head of the family in line with his religious beliefs, and her mother had gone along with the fiction, at least in public. Why was a mystery.
"We ride every day, depending on the weather," Freddie was saying to Hugo. "The river has excellent salmon. In September we go shooting, and in winter we hunt."
He adjusted a shotgun strapped across his chest. Richard had one too. Freddie surely didn't actually kill animals. He seemed so kind. She wouldn't kill an innocent animal if she was starving to death. Not that going hungry was an issue, even combing through meat-heavy meals.
"Is Anne not coming?" asked Hugo. "Thrown, years ago," said Richard. "Put her off."
He turned to a groom who was standing by a large black horse and said to Hugo,
"Prince here will suit you."
Jack was staying close to Richard, and after a moment's hesitation, Charlotte walked on with Sophie. Freddie followed, avoiding eye contact. He surely hadn't been embarrassed by her wet dress. At home, boys would have filmed it. Well, the straight ones. Freddie paused by a brown horse.
"I thought you could ride Molly."
He strode off, and Sophie cautiously stroked Molly's nose. Molly tilted her head, but didn't object. On her saddle were what looked like rabbit ears, about a hand high. They were hard and firmly attached, An extra strap was on the other side to keep the saddle secure. Freddie had mounted another horse. His saddle hadn't got funny ears. Neither had Hugo's. "Miss?" A young man was offering his hand to help her up. "Can I have a normal saddle, please?" He straightened. "It's a side saddle. You've never ridden before?" "Not with a trick saddle." "It's straightforward." "Do you ride like this?" "Of course not, but I'll show you." He jumped onto Molly with a practised air and turned around so he was half facing forward and half towards Sophie. "You put your right leg on the first pommel and your left leg hard under the lower one. Use it as an anchor. You can jump gates with that." No. Jumping or galloping while precariously perched on one side would be very difficult and beyond crazy. The boy was handing her a cane. "You can control her with this." "I'm not going to hit her." She scowled at him. "I want a regular saddle." "What's wrong?" Freddie had dismounted and was walking towards them. "I can't ride with this crap saddle." "I don't understand." "Apart from anything else, it's got to be seriously dangerous." Hugo was watching them, worried and embarrassed, and Freddie was nonplussed. Sophie put on her best doe eyes. That always worked on boys, so would work on Freddie. He held her gaze for only a moment. "I'm sorry. It would be entirely inappropriate." "What would?" "If you sat astride. Perhaps you should stay at the manor." Charlotte barked, confused by the delay. Sophie sucked her teeth. "I'll figure it out." Freddie gave her a relieved smile. She unwrapped the apron skirt, put her foot on the stable boy's offered hand, and hauled herself onto Molly. The boy's face had gone bright red, like he'd chewed on a bonnet pepper. She shuffled around like he had and ensured she wasn't sitting on her skirt. As she gathered up the reins, Hugo wasn't looking in her direction, but Freddie was staring, a stunned, shocked stare. He must have seen her Bermuda shorts. "Get over it." Hugo's horse was tossing his head. Even with a trick saddle, Molly seemed safer, and Sophie embraced the nourishing sensation of horsey companionship. An equine, earthy smell was mingling with the whiff of polished leather from the saddle, and as Molly started to walk, the saddle made a creaking sound, just like Floss's saddle. The reins felt smooth and supple in Sophie's hands, and she smiled. She'd enjoy this, and get to the lift. Richard led the way into a tilled field, the dry summer earth muffling the sound of his horse's hooves. Jack ran happily alongside. Charlotte was staying close to Molly, and in front of them, Hugo's horse was still skittish. Freddie brought up the rear. They passed through a copse of sturdy hornbeam trees into wild meadows. Yellow, bell-shaped cowslip flowers waved gently beside buttercups open to the sun, and under a cluster of pear trees, heavy with white blossom, swathes of bluebells rustled, their scent sweet on the warm breeze. Bluebells in the summer. Didn't they only flower in spring? Insects buzzed, and, high above them, a lark was singing its heart out. But despite nature's best efforts, Sophie was jittery. She had no idea where they were, in relation to the manor or the lift. Beyond the meadows was fallow pasture, bordering a field of barley. Sophie's heart thudded. Ahead was a familiar wooden gate, and its twin across a lane. They'd been out for a while, but following a roundabout route. Not far from the manor. Freddie dismounted and walked forward to open both gates, then Richard crossed the lane into another field. As Molly reached the tarmac behind Hugo's horse, Sophie gently pulled on Molly's left rein and pushed both her knees into Molly's left side. Riding side saddle, to get a horse to turn right, you could only use the reins or that horrid cane. She said to Hugo, "See you at the lift." Molly trotted, stretched her legs, and galloped. Taken by surprise, Sophie swore, pushed her left leg harder under the lower pommel attached to the saddle, and leaned forward, but she was barely clinging on. Couldn't do this for long. Pulling as hard as she could on the reins, she yelled, "Whoa!" Molly slowed around a bend, but then sped up again. Charlotte wouldn't match this pace. Sophie fought the urge to glance back and focused on not falling off. Underneath her, Molly's muscles flexed and rolled, and Sophie's legs burned with the effort of keeping her grip on the saddle. Increasingly desperate, she repeatedly pulled on the reins and yelled, but Molly ignored her. Hugo was shouting. Around a bend, and another one. Sophie was shaking now, sweating with exertion and panic. Molly gave a whinnying scream and reared, throwing Sophie off. Sophie hit the ground with body-shattering impact and rolled through shallow water. Molly was stamping, terrified of something. Get away from her hooves, keep rolling, rolling. Still. Pain. In her spine and in her head. But it was muffled, like a hazy shape discerned through warped glass. Hardly able to move, the pain grew nearer, sharper and sharper, second by second, and she cried out. Long seconds passed, or time stopped, but the sky stayed surreally blue, crisp and perfect. And right beside her, someone else was in agony, whimpering in despair. Sophie managed to turn her head. In a looming dark thicket, a huge brown deer was tangled and trapped, its eyes huge, front legs oddly bent.
"It's too far gone,"
said Freddie's voice. Bang! The deer's head exploded, raining slippery skin, blood, and bone. Chapter 14. Sophie sprinted around campus, an invisible phantom, passing through people and walls. Charlotte was lost, in danger, in pain. Hugo was sitting outside a cafe. He pointed with a vaping cigarette and spoke in a lilting Irish accent.
"You've just missed your parents, and you should take better care of Charlotte. She's over there."
But she wasn't.
"It's too far gone."
Bang! Molly was writhing on the ground, head bloody, nostrils foaming. Gliding above school like a human eagle, Sophie circled lazily, relishing the uplifts and air currents, seeing the crenellated tops of the buildings and the people below with a sweeping avian clarity. She zoomed into the old hall and the leaving ball. Her parents were there in their usual casual trousers and tops, drinking Prosecco and talking to Hugo, who was sitting on the floor wearing his shorts and hoodie. In Cornwall on the beach, she stood on the poisonous spines of a weaver fish. Agony. But not her foot, her head. Unbearable pain. Hot sun, but she was cold, strapped to a hospital trolley, fluorescent lights moving faster and faster. Charlotte by the lifts, out of reach. Sophie vomited. A bowl was in front of her face, and she vomited again. The four-poster bed swam, then steadied, but bitter in her nostrils was a lingering, powerful smell like boiled metal, hard and tangy. She grabbed someone's arm. Her spine ached, but her head felt as if it had been cleaved apart. She wanted to die. A hand on her chin tipped her head back, and a bittersweet cordial flooded her mouth. As it slid along her throat, voices murmured, but made no sense. Miraculously, the pain fell away, and she surrendered to a serene, bath-warm embrace. Sophie was swimming in a glorious, sparkly ocean. Her eyelids were being forced open. Panic. She pushed at hard fingers and blinked furiously.
"That's a good girl. Get your bearings."
A balding man with a stethoscope around his neck was smiling down at her. No pain, and its absence was unbelievably wonderful. Her mouth tasted of spices, edged with something acrid, and she registered the tangy smell again. It was vaguely familiar, like intense disinfectant.
"You have mild concussion and some bruises," said the doctor, "but otherwise you're well."
Well? She'd been off with the fairies. The man leaned in, disturbingly close, staring into her eyes. How long was I unconscious? Anne came into view, her face set and serious.
"About 15 minutes. It was fortunate Dr. Griffiths was doing house calls nearby, and you were so close to the manor."
Sophie frowned. Close to the manor? That made no sense.
You were galloping towards the house, said Anne, and fell off just around the corner, by the stagnant pool.
Bloody idiot. She should have turned right in the lane, not left. No, understandable mistake. The gates looked the same, as did the lane.
She can take the bandage off and get out of bed tomorrow, but no riding for a month.
The doctor collected his battered leather bag and left. Sophie sat up slowly and sipped water from a glass on her bedside table. Near the bottom of the bed, under the bedclothes, was an odd lump. She pointed. "What's that?" Anne pulled back the blankets, revealing something rectangular wrapped in a cloth.
Hot brick.
She moved it up the bed, and Sophie cautiously put her feet on it. Hard and angular, but comfortingly warm. Sophie reached out to Charlotte, lying beside her, and touched her muzzle. Charlotte regarded her solemnly, her golden eyes wide in her earnest brown face. Her expression meant, "It's okay. You're okay." Charlotte was right. Trapped in an alien past, but alive. Anne rearranged the blanket neatly, adjusted pillows behind Sophie's back, and helped her put on a silky, short jacket over her nightdress.
A matinee jacket's better than a dressing gown when you're poorly.
Anne sat on the spindly chair by the bed. Why is it called a matinee jacket?
I have no idea.
I'm sorry to be so much trouble. Sophie's voice sounded detached, as if the words were being spoken by someone else, and she felt aftermathy, slow and calm.
You are our guest. You need to make a proper recovery.
What was that horrible drink?
Laudanum, morphine and alcohol.
Explained the sparkly ocean. And that smell is rank. Anne sniffed.
Iodine, in your head bandage.
Sophie touched her temple. A thick dressing was wrapped around her head like a turban. Anne took a small medicine bottle from Sophie's bedside table and put it in her skirt pocket. Laudanum?
No, Fowler's solution. Dr. Griffiths sets great store by it, but it's going down the sink.
But if the doctor thinks it's good,
it has arsenic in it.
She'd ingested poison. Sophie's mouth dried. She tried her best. The odd, calm feeling came back.
You've only had 1 teaspoon, and you probably lost that being sick.
Molly.
What about her?
She's dead. Sophie's heart compressed into a tight, hard knot. Her reckless dash towards the lift had cost Molly her life.
No, Sophie, she's not.
I thought she'd been injured, so...
Freddie shot a deer. It wasn't going to recover. Molly's fine.
Sophie drew a long, relieved breath.
Richard and Freddie always carry guns on the estate, said Anne. It's not only deer that get into trouble. So do sheep and cows. Richard's having the stagnant pool drained and that thicket removed. No animal should die in agony.
No.
And Reynolds can take you to the lift spot tomorrow. Not finding the portal helped me focus on my life here.
Her certainty that the lift had gone forever sent a chill into Sophie's core, but she sensed Anne wanted to protect her, recognised an ally from a familiar future.
Before I married, I tried to find the lift, and Richard worried if I did, I wouldn't come back.
Anne smiled to herself.
Of course, I would.
Could you have mistaken the place?
A room-sized square of light? I couldn't have missed it.
Tears pricked behind Sophie's eyes.
You were lucky to come through in summer. It was November when I arrived, cold and wet, and when I finally reached the manor it was dark.
Sophie shivered. Sounds awful.
I was terribly frightened, but the old housekeeper was kind. She gave me fresh clothes and a room in the attic.
Anne, I have to get home. Everyone will assume I've been kidnapped or murdered.
You need a new hot brick and some tea.
Anne rang the bell pull. Sophie wiped her damp eyes with her hand. When were hot water bottles invented? They lasted for hours.
I know this is hard, but I adapted. I'm sure you will.
Anne smoothed out the bed covers.
My parents travelled a lot, and I hardly saw them. So after I arrived here, it was my old nanny that I really missed. Nanny Wilson always wore a crisp brown uniform that smelled of soap.
Anne smiled, remembering. A nanny. Anne's family must have been posh. Sophie pictured a horrified Mary Poppins being shown into the tiny box room in her parents' house. But having a nanny must have been fun. You had brothers and sisters?
No.
Interesting. They had that in common.
And I was packed off to boarding school when I was 7.
I boarded, but I was older. So they had that in common too. But little else. Most of the children at Hadley, like Hugo, had been from wealthy families. What was your house like? At home?
Victorian. Not as big as the manor, and falling down around our ears.
Yes, Anne was posh. I grew up in an ugly shoebox. Sophie had inherited it, but hadn't seen it for years. Auntie Wendy rented it out.
Well, whatever home is like, it's familiar. Comforting.
There was a picture of a big house on the lift.
I remember,
said Anne.
Straddling both doors. Quite splendid.
It was the same size as the other pictures.
What other pictures?
A girl with a sword, said Sophie, and a man rocking a cot, and a cottage on fire.
I don't remember that.
Maud came in with a new hot brick, but it was too hot. Sophie moved her feet to just beside it. Another maid handed her a cup of tea. Sophie sipped, relishing the familiar taste. Anne got to her feet, her face resolute.
Bed rest today.
She walked towards the door. Thank you. Anne turned and smiled.
I'll be back at tea time.
Sophie finished her tea, and Charlotte dozed beside her.
Hey.
Hugo was in the doorway, wearing a boxy brown suit and clutching a book. She smiled. Hey. He came in and sat beside the bed. His cheekbones looked incredible, high-angled and symmetrical. She blinked. I'm concussed.
You're lucky you're not dead.
He took off his jacket and hung it on the back of the chair. What's with the Newt Scamander tie? He was sporting a grey bow tie, a subdued accompaniment to his pink shirt.
Freddie wears a suit and tie, and I need to blend in, said Hugo. And Freddie does have a passing resemblance to Eddie Redmayne in Fantastic Beasts.
Taking off your jacket is as casual as it gets.
I've given the fashion a name. Shorten Male Casual.
He shot her a dry smile.
Only really acceptable at weekends, so I'm pushing it today.
Sorry?
It's Wednesday.
His gaze shifted to the doorway. Freddie was standing there, his formal suit at odds with his hair. It was tousled and messy, as if he'd randomly dragged his fingers through it.
You gave us quite a shock.
He was smiling, but Sophie sensed he'd been seriously spooked. What were you shouting on the ride? She asked Hugo.
You're going the wrong way.
How did you know?
I didn't. You'd said you were going to the lift, but Richard thought you'd just lost control. Molly was going hell for leather for home.
Freddie disappeared from view. Hell for leather is right. She'd never given a thought to that cliché before. The side saddle in this case was probably unscathed, but her legs ached from holding on to it for dear life.
You should see their library.
Hugo was holding a small hardback, bound in emerald green leather.
It's quite something.
What's the book?
A short story.
Not up for reading. Sophie wriggled down the bed and put her head on the pillow.
I could read it out loud.
I'd like that. She pushed along the hot brick to put her feet on it. What's it about?
A man searching for a supernatural green door.
Appropriate. She turned on her side, facing him. As he read, his voice surrounded her in a comforting rhythm, melodious and soothing. But when he finished, she made a face. Hate the ending. He spends years searching for the door, finally finds it, but plunges to his death.
I should have chosen something more light-hearted.
He closed the book. His hands were still blotchy with ink. Following her gaze, he glanced down self-consciously.
Fountain pens are tricky. If you lose concentration, you get ink everywhere. But I need to persist. Necessary basic skill.
History notes?
More of a diary, with ideas about the lift.
She'd ask Maud for a notebook to record theories. She explained her idea about the visitors and what she and Anne had in common.
I didn't have a nanny, said Hugo, and I've got 3 sisters, and thousands of people go to boarding school. It must be something more unusual than that, or there'd be loads of visitors.
So we ID the unusual thing to figure out why the door opened and find it again. She frowned, and hopefully avoid plunging to our deaths.
Assuming it's not random.
That would suck. Hugo bit his lip.
My sisters will be a huge support to my parents.
Auntie Wendy had her church friends, and her faith. That had helped her when her sister died. Now her niece was missing, assumed dead. Hopefully she'd find comfort there again.
We arrived on Monday the 20th of July, 1925. We've been here 3 days and...
He checked his watch.
About 4 hours.
He tapped his fingers on the book.
Not that I'm counting.
Seems like longer. She turned onto her back, adjusting the pillow under her neck.
Everyone speaks very properly here, said Hugo, particularly Anne and Richard.
He was trying to distract her, but she went with it. Do you think Anne spoke like that when she arrived, or picked it up?
Perhaps a bit of both.
Sunlight was rippling on the underside of the bed's canopy, on a cream coat of arms, faded with age. Brown stags with noble expressions and craggy antlers were leaping around intertwining tree branches and a stylized blue L. She pointed at the frieze. The stags on the lift and on the lacy coat of arms, they're identical, except on the lift the stags were just outlined. He stood and peered at it. What if the stags and the mansion depicted Shorten Manor? Said Sophie. A destination name, like on a bus.
But the other pictures you saw, how can someone rocking a cot or holding a sword be a geographical location?
They could be symbols. There were math signs too. Hugo rubbed his eyes. Anne only saw the mansion.
Maybe she was in a hurry, said Hugo, so didn't notice.
Or, said Sophie, there's more than one lift. Chapter 15. Sophie was woken the next morning by someone ominously clearing their throat. She sat up in confusion, hastily wiping sleep from her eyes. I'm afraid Charlotte's had an accident, miss. Maud was standing in the doorway, holding a tea tray. Snatched out of an anxious dream about Charlotte and thrust too fast into reality, Sophie's heart lurched. What's happened? She scanned the bedroom in a panic. Charlotte was stretching contentedly in front of the French windows. She was sick in the night, miss. I think she ate your hair ribbon when it came back from the laundry. From what I could tell, it was blue. I'm so sorry. I'll sort it. Sophie steadied her breathing as Maud put the tray across her lap. Oh, it's already cleared up, miss. It wasn't nice. Thank you for that, said Sophie, inwardly mortified. Charlotte had form in this regard, though her preference was for socks. She liked to swallow such garments whole, 2 or 3 at a time, and regurgitate them. For a mere human, such behaviour would mean at the very least an unpleasant stay in hospital, plus sessions with a behavioural therapist specialising in sock issues. Even for Charlotte, such behaviour wasn't risk-free. Usually, such temptations were tidied away. But Sophie didn't have any ribbons, blue or otherwise. Right. Charlotte had eaten her thong. Maud wouldn't imagine it being worn as knickers, or, as Maud would see it, barely worn. I can get you a new one, miss. Please don't worry. After Sophie had finished her tea and toast, Maud removed Sophie's head bandage, and Sophie got out of bed and peered in the oval mirror. A small cut near her hairline and a big, angry bruise, but otherwise unscathed. In a neat pile on the armchair were her jeans, shirt, bra and cardigan. She examined the cardigan. Soft. Good as new. And Maud's darning was miraculous, near invisible. Sophie stepped into clean cotton drawers and put on her jeans, ignoring Maud's disapproving expression. The zip only went halfway. She tugged and jigged about, but it made no difference. She hauled them off. They've shrunk. Must have been washed too hot. They were very dirty, miss. Only bought a week ago, but cheap as chips. Likely would have shrunk at home. Sophie put on her wired bra. It's like part of a corset, Maud ventured. Is it comfortable, miss? Sort of, but I take it off when I dress casual at home, in jogging bottoms and a t-shirt. Maud looked puzzled. No way was she explaining jogging bottoms. Maud would regard them as outrageously slovenly. Maud serenely consigned the vanquished jeans to a drawer, fetched a tin from the cupboard, unscrewed the lid, and frowned. I thought this was full. Sophie put on her innocent face. Hugo had decanted half the deodorant powder into another tin for himself. Men here didn't use it. Too unmanly. In return, rather than ask Maud, she'd asked Hugo to get her a razor to shave her legs. Hadn't wanted her request doing the rounds. She now had smooth legs, and last night at bath time, Maud hadn't noticed. Win-win. After accepting the tin with a smile, Sophie put on a pale blue gown. It was like the others, but with a shorter cape. There were matching kitten-heeled shoes too, but Sophie pulled on new walking boots. Anne had noticed the state of Sophie's old ones, and a cobbler had dropped off a range of footwear, including beaded court shoes and slippers. Maud took a curvy straw hat from the wardrobe, smaller than the usual. Lady Lacy thought this would be easier for every day when you're out and about in the gardens. It was just a regular hat, with no pins. Sophie asked about a notebook and pen. Of course, miss. Maud returned the hat to the wardrobe. It's nearly 9:30. Asking Anne for a watch would have been a request too far, given all the trouble she'd caused. Come on, Charlotte. Breakfast. In the corridor, Charlotte jumped about in excitement, and Sophie knocked on Hugo's door. Hugo opened it wearing his brown suit, a cream shirt, and a regular long tie. The tie was unexpectedly colourful, a lurid mix of red and azure shapes. But no one at home would have given him a second glance. Unlike her, in this lacy dress, not to mention her enormous drawers. What was male underwear like here? A glossy cologne advert came to mind, featuring Hugo posing in black trunks. She rubbed her temple. Still concussed. As they walked along the corridor, Hugo said, "We could get home today." His tone was hopeful rather than confident. Fingers crossed. Reynolds was driving them down the lane after breakfast. When Sophie came into the dining room, the butler turned towards her, his expression enigmatic as usual, but the fair-haired footman stared, and Mr. Hunter smirked. She was appropriately dressed. Likely her swim with Freddie was still ruffling feathers. Only Richard joined them, seeming genuinely pleased she'd recovered. After the meal, back in the bedroom, Sophie picked up her cardigan, folded her shirt into her bag, hoisted the bag over her shoulder, and went with Charlotte to meet Hugo on the front drive. He turned up a few minutes later, wearing his shorts and t-shirt and carrying his hoodie. "You're going back in that dress?" "Have to. Jeans shrunk in the wash." Reynolds was waiting with the green car, the engine running. Hugo took the front passenger seat, and Sophie got in the back with Charlotte and gripped her collar. As they drove off, Sophie leaned towards Hugo. "If it's there, and home is written on the doors, will you get in?" "Yes, I've plenty of notes." He shot her a tense smile. "But I'll check before I do, in case it's a bottomless shaft." "So will I." Her mind raced ahead, picturing the square outline and fancy light. "How long before we get there?" she asked Reynolds. "Depends how far it is, miss. About 20 miles, said Hugo. "Not far off an hour, then." In his rearview mirror, Reynolds gave her a respectful nod. Perhaps he hadn't been mocking her at the picnic. "Have you worked as a driver for long?" "Only a few months, miss, but my family used to have a garage, so I grew up with cars." He'd been the boss's son, so working as a servant must be hard. Like her, he didn't quite fit in. Neither fish nor fowl. A thick-set man was walking on the verge, and Sophie's stomach dropped. But he waved, and Reynolds waved back. Just a gardener. Beyond the field gates, mile after mile, every bend and all the trees and shrubs looked the same. Lucky they'd marked the lift spot. She tapped her feet, her palms sweaty. Please let the lift be there. She didn't do praying, but the voice in her head repeated, defying logic.
Here,
said Hugo, and Reynolds stopped the car. Charlotte's small green bag was still hanging from the branch, the thin plastic swaying in a gentle breeze. Sophie jumped out and ran towards the oak, searching beyond it for an almost invisible, unnatural straight line or telltale corner. Nothing. She stopped and slowly scanned the space above the verge in front of a dense bay hedge. Still nothing. If the lift was there, it was entirely invisible. She walked cautiously forward, hoping to feel the lip of the threshold or to be stopped by unyielding doors, but she just ended up by the hedge. She sneezed. The air was teeming with heady oak and birch pollen. She turned and retraced her steps, standing in the middle of where the lift should have been. The grass beneath her feet was overgrown. Why isn't this flattened?
4 days. Vegetation would have recovered.
Hugo was kneeling, moving his hands along the ground to find metal, not soil and flora. Despite thinking it unlikely, he'd still hoped to find the lift waiting for them. He stood and squared his shoulders, but looked devastated, drained. Sophie gestured at Charlotte's bag, consumed with a wearying, hollow disappointment. The lift was here. This is proof.
Yes.
His voice was flat.
It's unsightly, but we should leave it.
He checked it was securely tied. It's biodegradable, said Sophie, out of habit, her mind still on the lift.
I know I should care, but at this moment, I really don't.
He put his hand tiredly through his hair.
We should search the area.
In narrow sweeps. She tried to sound upbeat, but the last dregs of hope were draining away. They combed the ground like a forensic team, examining blades of grass, wildflowers, nettles. The oak's canopy cast the verge into sun-dappled shade, and as they toiled, above them in the tree, pigeons were cooing. The sound should have been soothing, but Sophie wanted to throw something at them. We should have worn gloves. She turned over yet another prickly thorn with her foot and sneezed again.
If it's random, we'd need to set up camp. For months. Maybe years.
Didn't work for Eddington. And camping was hard. Her friend Lily had returned from a combined cadet force exercise at school with hypothermia. Let's focus on the visitors. Sophie straightened and stretched. In the meantime, she'd do nothing that would shock the servants, embarrass herself or Anne. Act smart, demure and dignified. Reynolds had turned the car around, ready for the return journey, and was on his haunches by the driver's door, polishing a wheel arch with a yellow cloth. Charlotte hadn't moved from the back seat and was snoozing, stretched out in the sunshine. Sophie despondently shoved her over to make room as she climbed in. Hugo sat in the front again, and Reynolds faffed around, adjusted the brake, then got out and fiddled with something at the front of the car before turning over a crank. He leaned into the driver's seat, pulled at a knob, and turned a key on the dashboard. Went to the front again, adjusted something else, and flicked over the crank in one decisive movement. The engine rattled into life, and Reynolds climbed into the driver's seat.
Starting this car is complicated,
said Hugo, displaying his capacity for understatement. Reynolds nodded.
And every car's different.
When they turned into the drive, Richard was waiting on the front steps.
Anything there?
He was asking Reynolds.
Nothing, sir,
said the chauffeur, opening Sophie's door.
Now you can relax, enjoy this wonderful weather.
Richard smiled and disappeared inside the house. As Reynolds drove to wherever the cars were kept, Hugo said quietly,
This was a one-off. If we study the visitors and work out how to find the lift, Richard won't let us drive there.
He shook his head.
I don't understand why he doesn't want us to find it.
Sophie recalled Anne's remark, almost an aside. Before I married, I tried to find it, and Richard worried if I did, I wouldn't come back. This isn't about us. He thinks if she could, Anne might go home.
They seem happy, said Hugo, and I can't believe she'd abandoned Freddie.
Anne is keen to hear about home. Faced with a real choice, I'm not sure what she'd do. Anne's understanding and kindness in hosting 2 strange visitors suggested she still valued any connection with her old life. Richard wouldn't take the risk. Charlotte dashed off towards the alley and the gardens, and Hugo gave Sophie a worried glance.
Even if another visitor turned up tomorrow, by the time they reached the manor, the lift might be long gone.
He paused at the start of the alley.
But if it was still there, finding out where the drivers keep the keys wouldn't be hard.
Can you remember what Reynolds did to start the car? She couldn't.
No.
Hugo frowned.
And if we can't start it, we can't steal it.
Chapter 16.
It wasn't there.
Hugo sat beside Freddie on the terrace.
That's a shame,
said Freddie, standing and drawing out a chair for Sophie, but his eyes betrayed him. Like his father, he was relieved they'd found nothing. Sophie sat down, and Freddie rang the handbell.
We'd like to meet Miss Hemmings,
Hugo announced, as if quizzing the visitors had been his idea. Should we just go find her, or make an appointment? Sophie had no idea of the protocol, and wanted to suss that out before she put her foot in it.
I'd go for an amble, said Freddie. See if you run into her.
The maid came out with coffee, and Freddie stood up again.
Enjoy Elevenses. Back to the mill.
Sorry?
Things to do.
Freddie gave a mock salute and walked towards the brick building by the alley. He mentioned he was analysing something before the picnic, said Sophie.
Crop yields. They haven't found a new manager yet, so apparently paperwork's piling up.
She'd thought families like the Lacys socialised all day, but this was evidently a business.
Anne works too, said Hugo, visiting new families on the estate, checking they're okay.
Lady Bountiful stuff. After coffee, Hugo went off to change into his suit, and Sophie returned to her bedroom. Charlotte climbed on the bed, keen for another snooze, but Sophie dropped her bag and cardigan and stared out of the French windows, too consumed with misery to see the view. She traced her forefinger along a line of lead framing a diamond-shaped panel of glass and drew a calming breath. Just keep going. After a few minutes, someone knocked on the door. It was Hugo, dapper in his suit, but looking weary. Sophie put on her resolute face and prodded Charlotte awake. Outside, a gardener directed them over the moat bridge and beyond the orchard to 3 large greenhouses. The only similarity to Auntie Wendy's rickety lean-to greenhouse was the name. 19th century or older, all identical in size and shape, an elongated oval, each had a high, domed glass roof. In the nearest one, a short, wiry woman was standing by rows of tomatoes, giving confident instructions to a group of young men. Her brown hair was cut into a neat bob, and her loose black trousers and dark, long-sleeved shirt matched her colleagues' attire. Gardening in a tight-fitting, floor-length gown like Anne's would have been impractical at any time of year, but in here, in July, it was sweltering. The woman looked up, surprised to be interrupted.
Miss Hemmings,
said Hugo, politely.
Ah, the new visitors. I wondered when I'd meet you.
The head gardener had a faint Cockney accent. Would you be free to chat in a few minutes? Asked Sophie. The young men were staring curiously, mostly at her. Miss Hemmings checked her watch.
Now is a good time.
She turned to the group.
It's nearly noon. Go for lunch. Start again at 1.
The gardeners dutifully filed through the building towards a back entrance, and Miss Hemmings opened a side door. Charlotte rudely sniffed at her trousers, but Miss Hemmings patted her. Distracted by the smells in the greenhouse, Charlotte had forgotten to bounce.
A disturbing vision of Shorten's head gardener being knocked to the ground in her workplace appeared in Sophie's head and happily dissolved. As Miss Hemmings led the way past the other greenhouses, Sophie did introductions, leaving out Miss and Mr., and including Charlotte. Miss Hemmings smiled. "You must know that everyone knows your names." Sophie didn't know, and the idea made her uncomfortable, though it was entirely logical that time-travelling guests would be hot gossip, even if they weren't the first. "Please call me Lucy. You must be more used to Christian names." Lucy pointed to an archway in a high brick wall. "We grow vegetables, fruit and herbs in the walled garden, and on the estate we have cows, sheep and pigs, as well as chickens, so the manor's self-sufficient, except for sugar and salt and pepper." Sophie was sort of interested, but Hugo was listening with rapt attention. If they never got home, his existing knowledge and curiosity would serve him well. The thought didn't cheer her. Not far from the walled garden was a small cottage. Lucy opened the front door and they trooped into a dim room, sparsely furnished with a tatty armchair and side table. "I don't use the parlour. North-facing, so too gloomy." Lucy led them into a more welcoming kitchen. On the left was an oak dresser. To the right, against the internal wall, was a rectangular stone sink above a plain wooden cupboard. Lucy ran water into a bowl from the sink tap and put the bowl on the tiled floor. As Charlotte happily slurped, Sophie walked towards a timber-framed window, subdivided into 4 square panes. Outside was a surprisingly colourful garden. Tall and short plants jostled for space, primary shades squashed in with softer hues of violets, limes, yellows and pinks. She turned to Lucy. "So many beautiful flowers. Dog rose, honeysuckle, enchanter's nightshade, columbine, forget-me-nots, kingcup." Lucy counted them off on her fingers. "And that's just for starters." She wrapped a thick tea towel around her hand and lifted a battered kettle from a hook that hung above a cast-iron stove near the basin. She put the kettle on top of the stove. "They're all wildflowers. I never have time to make it tidy." The stove was narrow and freestanding, its sturdy surfaces scarred and worn with age. Lucy opened a door at the front and, with a small shovel, transferred coal from a bucket into the oven. "The garden is wonderful," said Hugo. "It would be a shame to change anything." "All down to Mother Nature." Lucy shut the oven door with a clang. "Does the stove keep hot for long?" Hugo walked over to examine it. Lucy put the towel aside. "I put in coal every morning and just top it up later." "Not that different from our old Aga," said Hugo. Hugo's family had an Aga. Those old-fashioned cookers were eye-wateringly expensive, even second-hand. How entirely predictable. Lucy gestured towards a square table and 2 upright chairs by the window. "Make yourselves at home." Charlotte was now happily mooching about, determinedly sniffing the floor, and Sophie sat opposite Hugo and tried to relax. But disappointment from the lane was still lingering, an ache in her guts. The air carried the same faint, musty smell as the manor's grand entrance hall, with its intriguing portrait of Richard's glum ancestors and their dog. Sophie tapped her fingers on the grooved wooden table. These humbler walls had also sheltered untold generations. If they couldn't get home for weeks or months, she should ask for a cottage. She imagined slow mornings making breakfast, Charlotte snoozing by the stove. "This kitchen is so cosy." Hugo looked around, planning his own pied-à-terre. "The house comes with the job?" "I moved in after Mr. Devon died. His widow could have stayed on, but she went to live with her grown-up children." "She could have kept the cottage." Hugo seemed puzzled. "Is that usual?" "It is in Shorten." Lucy took cups and matching saucers from the dresser. "What happens in other places?" asked Sophie. "They get chucked out." Lucy set the crockery on the table. "Richard changed that before we arrived." She straightened. "But it was unheard of for a house to be allocated to a single woman. I only got it because Anne weighed in behind the scenes." Right. 0 chance of a cottage. "How long have you lived here?" 3 years.
But to start with, you lived at the manor, said Hugo, with the girl who came through the lift with you.
We did, but if we'd stayed on as guests, we'd have ended up in corsets, sitting around all day, bored witless. Sophie nodded in recognition. If they didn't find the lift, that would happen to her. Lucy steadied a cup on a wobbly saucer. When we both started working in the gardens, we moved to the attic. There's a whole warren of rooms up there.
For how many people? Asked Hugo.
20 or so. The men live in the basement.
Lucy grinned. As far from the women as physically possible.
Was it easier, said Sophie, not being a guest?
No frills, but more privacy. Once you close your door, nobody barges in first thing to give you tea and toast.
Lucy was right about privacy, or the lack of it. She and Maud might as well be cohabiting, just without the sex. If she was stranded for a while, she should move to the attic, get a job. Are servants allowed to keep dogs? Lucy raised her eyebrows.
No. The gamekeeper's dogs are kept in kennels by the stables.
She couldn't handle that. Neither would Charlotte. The kettle on the stove was making a busy, singing sound, but Lucy ignored it. She opened a tall cupboard beyond the stove by a back door and took out a small milk bottle.
I've no fridge, of course, but the larder works fine.
How does it keep cold? Asked Sophie.
Thick walls, and a grill open to the outside.
Sophie turned to Hugo. When were fridges invented?
19th century, but they didn't catch on in Britain until the 1960s.
Why did it take so long? Lucy took a jug from the dresser and poured milk into it.
Life was tough in Britain after the war, said Hugo. Rationing didn't even end until 1954.
Really? Sophie's tone was sceptical. 9 years after the war?
Like I said, life was tough, said Hugo. We didn't pay off the huge war loan from the States until after the turn of the century.
Lucy looked impressed. Sophie was too, but not surprised. Hugo's brain was crammed with all sorts of trivia, not just dates. He'd won the Christmas quiz in their final year at school, narrowly beating his friend Alex, who'd won the previous 2. She glanced at him, trying not to think about bleak post-war Britain. If they were stuck here, they'd likely experience it firsthand.
It's good to finally meet you.
Lucy put the jug on the table.
Ridge and Walker didn't stop talking when they got back with the garlic. Your jeans, Sophie, they caused quite a commotion.
They're supposed to be tight-fitting, said Sophie, feeling awkward. She poured milk into her china cup and passed the jug to Hugo. Lucy shrugged.
Everybody gossips about everything and anything. Sorry, you've lost me, said Hugo, putting milk into his cup. Garlic? Wild garlic. Grows on the roadside. At home it flowers for a few weeks in the spring, but here it carries on till August.
Like the bluebells. Do you know why it might flower differently in the 1920s?
It's a mystery, but it's heavenly in sauces and soups.
Lucy placed an outlandish teapot on the table. With a shiny blue ceramic body and grey pewter lid, it resembled an Aladdin's lamp.
This came with the house. I've tried rubbing it, but no genie appeared.
That's a shame, said Sophie, smiling at Hugo. We could have wished ourselves home. He returned the smile, but with an effort.
We searched the lift spot this morning.
We spent hours there the first few weeks, said Lucy. Hugo leaned forward.
Did you find anything?
Nothing. As if we'd imagined it. Chapter 17.
We even tried once at night, said Lucy, because we'd arrived in the dark.
Sophie gave thanks they'd landed in daylight. You came through the lift in the Students' Union?
We did,
said Lucy.
Go into the accommodation block, like we had 100 times before.
Did your lift have gold doors? Asked Sophie. Lucy spooned loose tea into the pot from a battered green tin with a gilt 2 on the front.
Bright gold, with a drawing of a posh house.
Were there any other pictures?
No.
Lucy seemed bemused.
Not that I remember.
Lucy had come through the same lift as Anne.
Janet had drunk so much Chardonnay, she didn't notice the paint job.
Lucy's lips twisted in a poignant smile. But she sobered up fast when the doors opened. Knowing Miss Alderman's first name made her more real. And more dead. Don't think about it.
What happened then?
Hugo couldn't keep the urgency out of his voice, hoping for a vital clue. I realised that the lift had a pretty chandelier. Lucy took teaspoons from a drawer in the dresser. The space was bigger, and there were mirrors on the walls and ceiling, but outside there was just blackness. Lucy's breezy manner faltered.
Janet was muttering, "Not real." And though it wasn't cold, my teeth were chattering. The overhead light dimmed, and we could make out trees. Eventually we got out and sat on the road. After a while, the clouds parted, and there was moonlight. The lift doors were still open, and the chandelier was shining bright again. She put a teaspoon carefully on each saucer. It began to get light, so we decided to explore. Walking away, I remember thinking, if push comes to shove, we can turn around. Lucy tipped sugar cubes into a bowl from a cardboard packet. I thought the same,
said Hugo. Lucy placed a small strainer on a saucer on the table and removed the teapot lid.
Janet bucked me up.
Lucy's lips softened.
Said it was an adventure.
The kettle had stopped singing on the stove, and steam was rising from the spout. Lucy wrapped the tea towel round her hands, took the kettle, and carefully poured boiling water into the teapot, conscious that Charlotte was again snuffling her trousers, the fabric scented with interesting garden smells. Lucy hung the kettle on the sturdy hook above the stove and draped the towel over a handle on the front of the oven. "Why do you keep the kettle on that hanger?" asked Sophie.
"If you leave it on the stove, it boils dry."
Lucy fetched a three-legged stool from beside the larder and sat on it at the table. "So, how are you finding the manor?" "Daunting," said Sophie. "At first, I thought I was dreaming." "We did too." Lucy stirred the teapot with a spoon.
"When did you realise you weren't?"
said Hugo.
"That first morning. We'd expected to wake up in the tower block, but we were still in the ridiculously grand bedroom. It was the details, the carving on the bedstead, the heavy blankets, that made us realise it was real."
Hugo gave Sophie a knowing glance, and she avoided eye contact, regretting anew how mean she'd been to him on their first day.
"Within hours, Janet was planning to go down the lane," said Lucy. "But I can remember staring at the door in the loo, trying to wish us home by the sheer force of wanting."
All the visitors had experienced the same gamut of emotions when they'd arrived. But these weren't unusual, wouldn't explain why there were so few visitors.
"Do you have a loo here?" asked Hugo.
"Outside." Lucy gestured to the back door.
"I was just curious,"
said Hugo, in no hurry to check it out. "You're spoiled at the manor," said Lucy, but her tone was good-natured. She replaced the pewter lid and, using the strainer, poured tea into the cups. "How did you end up as head gardener?" Sophie took a sip of tea.
"I'd been studying the history of domestic horticulture."
Lucy added milk to her cup. "I'd always wanted to work in the gardens of a grand house, and suddenly, here I was. I asked to help with the gardening, and Janet did too."
"Be careful what you wish for."
Hugo gave a soft whistle. Sophie caught her breath. "This was your dream job? Why you stepped through the portal?" Lucy shook her head.
"Gardening's my passion, but it wasn't Janet's. She wasn't an outdoor person at all. When winter set in, she hated it. Even with lots of layers, 1920s clothing isn't warm."
And now Janet was lying in the cold earth. Despite the pleasant temperature of the room, Sophie shivered.
"And the greenhouses had no electricity."
Lucy dropped 3 sugar lumps into her tea.
2 are built into the ground, warmed by south-facing windows, but 1 was heated by a furnace. Very hard work."
Sophie took another sip of tea. "But people were friendly? Your workmates?"
"No. Downright hostile. Lady gardeners. We caused quite a fuss. But they gradually got used to us, with Anne's support."
Lucy paused for breath, as if she'd been storing her experiences for years and been waiting to share them. Had she made many close friends? No, too intimate a question. We think the visitors might be the key to finding the lift, said Sophie. Hugo fished out a pad and pen from his jacket pocket.
Do you mind if I make notes?
Fill your boots, said Lucy. Maud had left Sophie a notebook and pen after breakfast, but fixated with the trip down the lane, she'd forgotten them. She'd write this up later. If necessary, copy from Hugo's pad. You and Anne only saw a picture of a mansion, but I saw 3 other pictures. She described them.
That might be important,
said Lucy. Hugo scribbled in his pad.
And we're trying to figure out what the visitors have in common.
Because there are so few of us, said Lucy, quickly understanding. But we're all very different. How do you mean? Sophie took another sip of tea.
Alan Parks is an odd man.
Lucy stood, went to the dresser and took a blue tin from a low cupboard. The tin depicted doves, a fat, naked cherub, and an idealised country girl gazing at Cupid's arrow.
I haven't any food for lunch. I usually eat in the servants' hall, but I've plenty of Mrs. Ferris's finest.
She removed the lid. Help yourself.
Mrs. Ferris is the cook,
said Hugo, addressing Sophie. He reached for a chunky chocolate biscuit. Knowing Hugo, he'd memorised all the servants' names.
You'd go home if you could?
Hugo asked Lucy.
Nope, nothing to go back to.
Lucy sipped her tea.
And it's nice, being the boss.
Sophie picked out a biscuit and took a bite. The crunchy chocolate tasted like a handmade artisan confection. Did you ever wish you could travel in time?
No. Did Janet?
Asked Hugo. Lucy swallowed.
She was a computer scientist. I don't think it ever entered her head.
OK. 5 out of 6 visitors hadn't fantasised about time travel. And after a decade, Lucy obviously still missed her friend.
Can you remember the date you stepped into the lift? Hugo asked. I can't remember the day, said Lucy, but it was July 2003.
Hugo made a note. Did your phone stop working? Asked Sophie.
Yes.
Lucy took a biscuit.
All we had was the clothes we were wearing, keys, a £5 note, and 2 dead mobiles.
So you lost your photos too? Sophie's pictures, mostly of Charlotte, had been recently stored in a digital cloud. If she was stuck here, she should make a will, include the password.
What do you mean? Photos?
Lucy finished her biscuit. Ones you'd taken on your phone, said Sophie. Lucy frowned, nonplussed.
Phones that took photos cost a fortune. We just had regular Nokias.
Of course. Lucy had left in 2003, from a time before smartphones. Charlotte was sniffing the air near the tin, and Sophie moved it in from the table edge. The biscuits were yummy, but chocolate was poisonous for dogs.
You'd used the lift many times, said Hugo. So it was your 2nd or 3rd year?
2nd, said Lucy.
We were volunteer counsellors, so didn't have to move off campus like everyone else did after the 1st year.
And when you stepped through the portal, it was July, said Sophie. Out of term time.
I lived there all year round, and Janet only went home some weekends.
Lucy took another sip of tea.
When I finished school, I'd thought long and hard about getting a job. Nearly didn't take up my place. My grades were so bad, said Hugo, I didn't think anywhere would take me.
What happened? Sophie asked him.
Glandular fever.
My A-levels passed in a blur, said Lucy. My mother died 2 months before the exams. I had no other family. I only went to university because it had been important to her, but I never settled. Depressed, probably. That's awful, said Sophie, trying not to think of her parents. Hugo was frowning into his cup. Time to steer the conversation to a less upsetting topic. Do you get reasonable pay? Lucy snorted.
The pay's terrible, but the cottage is mine until I keel over.
She took another sip of tea.
There's a handyman who does repairs if I can't manage them, and all my food is free.
She pushed the tin further from Charlotte's questing nose.
I could take days off, but I don't.
Everything has a set time to be done, depending on the season. I love the work. And most people are happy to be here, being paid, even if it is a pittance. The servants don't get drunk and disgrace themselves. Well, not often.
It wasn't entirely clear if Lucy was joking, though her brown eyes were twinkling as she stroked Charlotte, who had reluctantly abandoned her biscuit mission.
It's quite difficult at the moment, with no estate manager.
Lucy chewed thoughtfully on another biscuit.
But the office is swamped with applications. We should get a replacement soon. Anne said you arrived in 1911,
said Hugo, also eating his second biscuit.
Can you remember the date?
Not exactly, but it was May, said Lucy. And like Anne, we weren't looking forward to the end of the world. I persuaded Mr. Devon to take on 2 female gardeners, but they didn't work out. Charlotte was now leaning against Sophie's legs. What are you talking about?
You really don't know, do you?
Anne hasn't told you. Lucy hesitated. The First World War.
It didn't happen.
Her voice, quiet and calmly certain, reverberated around the kitchen. Hugo was staring at Lucy, his eyes wide, and the words repeated themselves in Sophie's head. The First World War. It didn't happen. Chapter 18. Lucy placed her cup carefully on its saucer and frowned into the silence.
If Anne felt she couldn't discuss this, I'm out of line telling you. She was embarrassed about worrying Richard. But after all this time...
Comprehension and shock paled Hugo's face, and he also put down his cup, less carefully than Lucy.
Why? How?
I spent a while talking it through with Anne, said Lucy. We were glad, obviously. No trenches, no mass casualties, no patriotic sacrifice. No Spanish flu either. Everything carried on the same. There was talk of war for a while, then the Kaiser died in Germany, and it just went away. Britain stationed troops in Belgium, so did the French. That may have stopped it. Lucy paused. I think they're still there.
Was Archduke Franz Ferdinand assassinated?
Asked Hugo. No, said Lucy. He died in a shooting accident, here in England in 1913, at a weekend party. Lots of families round here do them. She rolled her eyes. Not my cup of tea. The men kill pheasants and the women watch or stay indoors. Hugo got abruptly to his feet, the legs of his chair scraping on the wooden floor.
Lucy, it's been really good to meet you, but I suppose we'd better let you get on.
I'd be happy to chat again.
Thank you,
said Hugo, taking Sophie's arm. In a daze, Sophie allowed Hugo to hurry her out, with Charlotte in their wake. They passed the walled garden and the greenhouses, and Hugo released her arm. He sat on the lawn by the moat, visibly shaken. It's a good thing, isn't it? Sophie gathered Charlotte to her. All those men not killed in the trenches, not to mention the horses that died. Hugo gave a snort, or it could have been a cough.
Millions of men died, Sophie, all over the world. In Britain, it was as if a whole generation was wiped out. But with no great war, other things will be different, and that's not good news.
She must have misheard. All those men and horses not being killed had to be good.
Why didn't Anne tell us? It's not like it's a little thing.
He sounded angry.
This will need thinking through, but I'm sure we're in a more dangerous place.
I can't see why. Hugo determinedly cuddled Charlotte. She stilled, unaccustomed to his unsolicited attention, but then licked his chin. After a minute's snuggling, Hugo regained his composure and stood up.
Don't ask anyone about this yet. I need time to think.
He checked his watch.
It's nearly 1, but I can't face lunch. Can you tell Freddie I've got a headache?
Of course. Hugo went to his room, and Sophie walked slowly to the dining room, her mind still reeling. As she crossed the threshold, the butler and footman stood straighter, and she managed a friendly nod, but was glad when the Lacys came in, diverting the servants' attention. Charlotte adopted her beguiling food-begging expression, and Freddie flopped into his allotted place.
Where's Hugo?
Sophie gave Hugo's excuse, and concern registered on Freddie's face. Despite growing up a century apart, Freddie and Hugo were standard-issue posh boys, enough in common to become friends. Lunch was more formal than breakfast, not served from the sideboard. Poached eggs, hot beef pie, other meats, soft cabbage, steam puddings and cheeses. Sophie had 2 eggs, a wedge of soft cheese, and resisted a helping of treacle sponge, all the while ruminating on the possible causes and consequences of a war that didn't happen. Back in her room, Sophie closed the door and said to Charlotte, "The timeline's been contaminated." Charlotte looked only mildly interested. So home may be different, maybe a lot, which could be a good thing. But even as Sophie fantasized about seeing her parents, sci-fi plots ran through her head. This might never have been our past at all, but a parallel universe, a century behind. She sat on the blue chair, her mind racing. Enough like home that Mum and Dad could still be born in the 1970s. Okay, not my Mum and Dad, but close enough. And if I make it to 92 and another Sophie Arundel's born in 1998, I could meet myself as a baby. Well, a different me. Would she ever understand this parallel world stuff? Did anybody? Uninterested in multiverse theory, Charlotte yawned and stretched in front of the French windows. Her fur needed proper brushing and deknotting, but dog grooming was a modern thing. On the dressing table was a stack of notebooks with stiff, plain cardboard covers, small enough to fit in a pocket. Sophie stood, walked over and took a silver fountain pen, carefully removed the cap and opened a notebook, intending to write "lift puzzle" on the first page. She moved the nib on the paper. Nothing. Just a wince-making scrape. She shook the pen. Indigo ink sprayed across the golden walnut dressing table and onto Sophie's pale blue skirt and the priceless bird carpet. Mortified, she replaced the pen cap, found a linen handkerchief in a drawer and wiped the ink from the table. The wood was highly polished, so the liquid came off. The carpet was a different matter. Sophie ran to the bathroom, collected 2 towels, and, in the bedroom, pressed one onto the stained rug, soaking up the ink. She poured water from the toiletries cupboard jug onto the other towel and scrubbed at the carpet. This only made the stains larger. Leaving the towel over the blots, she sat on the bed. She was worn out by the attack in the lane and the lift disappearing, and Lucy, and the trick pen was the last straw. She lay down and closed her eyes. Somewhere a gong sounded. A brief knock on the door, and Maud bustled in. "Time to dress for dinner, miss." Sophie braced herself and confessed about the ink. Maud took the towel from the floor and struggled not to cringe. "I'm so sorry. Is it ruined?" "I'm not sure, miss." Maud glanced at Sophie's stained skirt and at the carpet again. "Is there a pencil I can borrow?" She'd get home soon. Didn't need to master ink juggling. "Yes, miss." Maud dragged her eyes from the carpet. "You forgot your hat today." "Sorry?" "Down the lane and with Miss Hemmings. Ladies wear hats outside and on visits." Maud received regular movement updates. "But not in the manor?" "No, miss, and not if you're staying at another house." Too many rules. Maud took a comb from the dressing table drawer. "Let's dress your hair." Sophie didn't have to check in a mirror to know she had bed hair, not attractively askew, a tangled mess. "Could you cut it into a bob?" Maud looked stunned, cartoon stunned, as if she'd suggested stealing the silver or having sex. "Absolutely not, miss. It's your crowning glory." "It could be nice." Maud smiled. "You're joking." Sophie smiled too. She could always cut it herself, but, on balance, the risk of a hideous outcome outweighed the benefit. After a painful 20 minutes detangling Sophie's hair and putting it up in a loose bun, Maud opened the wardrobe and brought out a ruby-red gown with exaggerated puff sleeves and a short train. Might be appropriate on Oscar night, but a teensy bit over the top for home dining. "I'll stick with my regular dress." Maud returned the gown to its place, her lips compressed in disapproval. Sophie hastily called on Hugo. When he opened his door, Charlotte dashed past him and launched herself onto his bed, pushing her luck. But Hugo was unfazed and gestured for Sophie to come in. His fine wool jacket matched his black trousers and bow tie and was scallop-shaped and longer at the back, reaching his knees. Sophie raised an eyebrow. Nice tux.
It's acceptable to wear black tie, not white tie.
White tie?
More formal. Not sure what it involves, apart from the tie.
His fringe was shorter. You've had your hair cut.
John did it this afternoon. Only took 5 minutes.
Refraining from making a face was hard, but she managed it. She sat in his armchair. Are you okay?
Got to be. Anne and Richard must have their reasons for not giving us chapter and verse, but I should have guessed.
You're not Sherlock Holmes.
Anne's dresses, vagrants wandering the roads, rioting in Derby. He'd have realised in hours.
Hugo sat on the bed and cuddled Charlotte.
In our 1920s, the crime rate was low. Most potential criminals had died in the trenches. There were race riots in the ports in 1919, but they were linked to the war. Soldiers coming home resented foreign men taking their jobs. People died.
He tapped his fingers on the pale silk bedspread.
By Freddie's account, whole streets in Derby, this Derby, have been gutted. Hundreds of people have been killed or injured.
Tiny goosebumps rose on Sophie's arms, but she willed herself to keep calm. There could have been visitors over thousands of years, so a huge change, like stopping a world war, could be inevitable. The butterfly thing, it's from a 1950s sci-fi book, The Sound of Thunder. The hero steps on a butterfly in dinosaur times and comes back to find the present changed.
A bit like chaos theory.
Which is?
A butterfly beating its tiny wings on one continent eventually causes a massive storm on another.
We've done way more than that, said Sophie. Interacted with all these people.
My great-great-grandmother married my great-great-grandfather because her previous fiancé was killed in the Great War. This means my parents and my sisters were never born, and I shouldn't exist.
He sounded at the end of his tether. You do exist. Right now. Right here. And so do I.
You're handling this surprisingly well.
I'm a good bluffer.
On the other hand, my family might be alive, said Hugo, if this isn't our past. A parallel universe.
I'm way ahead of you. For a moment, he seemed to lose his train of thought.
Whatever this is, before, we knew roughly what our future would be. Now, we don't.
Sophie wrinkled her nose. So, everybody lives with not knowing the future. Hugo sighed, more to himself than at her.
The 20th century was horrendously violent. If the Great War never happened, the future here, our future, is a complete lottery. Could be even worse. Will the Second World War happen? If it does, we could lose it.
She'd studied the Nazis to death at school. She really didn't want to experience them firsthand. Anne seems pretty straight. We should ask her about this over dinner.
Yes.
He stood up, his eyes apprehensive. Sophie got to her feet too, straightening her stained skirt with equally stained hands.
Fighting with an old-fashioned pen?
The pen won. Hugo opened the door, Charlotte ran past him into the corridor, and they followed. By the time they reached the anteroom by the dining room, the dogs were excitedly wagging their tails. At least Charlotte was having a good time. Freddie and Richard were wearing the same black tie outfits as Hugo. Anne smiled in their direction. Her cream gown had a longer train than Sophie's rejected dress. Sophie accepted a small glass of amber liquid from the fair-haired footman, sipped, and nearly gagged. Toe-curlingly sweet. She felt awkward when he whisked away her full glass, but no one noticed. In the dining room, 5 places had been laid at the huge table like before, but the table settings were more elaborate. Each setting had forks of various sizes to the left and knives to the right. Above the table mats were a small spoon and fork, 3 stemmed glasses of different sizes, a squat glass, and a handwritten menu card listing 6 courses, held upright in a slim silver holder. When Sophie sat at the table, like before, the footman placed a large linen napkin across her knees.
"The biggest glass is for red wine," said Anne, "smaller for white, and smallest for pudding wine. The tumbler is for water."
As if on cue, the butler poured water into Anne's glass.
"Use the cutlery, starting from the outside, except the first knife, which is for bread. After that, cutlery on both sides matches each course."
Anne lowered her voice, her twinkling eyes at odds with her deadpan expression.
"The main thing is not to panic."
Sophie resolved to copy her hosts. The starter course arrived, and she peered at the menu card. Mushroom vol au vent sautéed with wild garlic. She ate every morsel. Delicious. Freddie shot her a shy smile.
"I'd love to know how the lift works. The real nuts and bolts."
She smiled back. Freddie was too posh and buttoned up, but he was genuinely curious about the portal. Had a maths degree, so must be clever.
"You have a beautiful house and estate," said Hugo, "and in weather like this, it's heavenly."
"It can be cold and draughty," said Anne. "Even with big fireplaces, it's never warm enough during most of the year. But you get used to it."
Sophie accepted a token piece of lamb, ate soft carrots with potatoes cut into tiny, narrow sticks, and sipped a crisp white wine. Each course was quite small and came with a different wine. She only sampled each glass, keen to stay dignified and demure, not wasted.
"I was thinking," said Richard, "we should install central heating. My brother has it in his house in New York. The American Radiator Company has a sister company in Hull."
When was central heating introduced in their England? Perhaps it caught on earlier in the States. But with no Great War, there'd surely be loads of differences.
"Wouldn't it be very expensive?" said Anne. "I grew up in a house without it. I'm happy to put on more clothes."
"I'd like to at least start," said Richard, "in a few rooms." "My parents put in underfloor heating last year," said Hugo.
Irritation flickered for an instant in Richard's eyes, thinking Hugo's remark one-upmanship.
"Only for an old coach house," Hugo added. "We're renovating it."
Coach house? Grand enough to store one like the Queen's, brought out for royal weddings and opening parliament. Sophie sipped her water. In some ways, Hugo was as mysterious as Anne and Richard. She liked him, but he could be annoying. The downside of being clever? But Freddie wasn't annoying. "Like the Romans?" asked Anne.
"I'm not sure."
Hugo acknowledged Mr. Hunter, taking his clean plate.
"You use electric cabling or water pipes."
The next course was wild duck, with thinly sliced potatoes like hot crisps. After that, apple pie with strawberries in brine was served, and hard and soft cheeses.
"We met Lucy Hemmings today," said Hugo. "Had a really good chat."
The footman put out more glasses and cutlery, and bowls that were very cold to the touch. Vanilla ice cream. It looked wonderfully creamy, but nerves had stolen Sophie's appetite. If Anne felt she couldn't discuss this, I'm out of line telling you. Exploring a mystifying alternate history could be interesting, but questioning why their hosts had concealed it could get them thrown out. Or worse. Sophie shook her head slightly at Hugo. Yes, everyone was feeling mellow after a nice meal, but without more info, they should put this off. But Hugo's attention was on Anne and Richard.
"She mentioned the First World War never happened."
Hugo was trying to sound casual, but failing. Anne blinked, her eyes over-bright, and Richard nodded at the butler, who promptly left the room, followed by the footman, closing a side door behind them. Sophie's nerves, already stretched, pulled even tighter. Chapter 19.
"I don't know why the Great War didn't happen."
Anne sounded as if she was being blamed for something.
"We have some ideas that could explain it, but they're only theoretical," said Hugo.
Keeping her voice cautious and respectful, Sophie said, "People coming through the lift must have changed history."
The visitors obviously affect decisions people make, including important ones.
Richard smiled at Anne, his expression so genuine and fond that Sophie looked at her place-setting, embarrassed.
There may be other portals, said Hugo, at the bottom of oceans or in remote mountains, but not many accessible ones, or they'd have been studied and monitored.
Freddie made a face.
Mr. Eddington gave up.
Are there any folk tales about portals in other parts of the country or abroad? Asked Sophie.
Not as far as I know, said Richard. Any local ghost stories? Asked Hugo. Or warning nursery rhymes?
There's the green-eyed barmaid, said Anne. 18th century, I think. She disappeared on New Year's Eve, supposedly taken by fairies, jealous of her beauty.
Did she vanish from the lane? Asked Sophie.
No, spirited away from the village pub while fairies danced in the moonlight, said Anne. I think alcohol was involved.
If the portal is unique and opens infrequently, said Hugo, I don't think the occasional visitor in Derbyshire, even over millennia, would be enough to change enormous events, like a world war.
And all the visitors have come from the future in chronological order, said Sophie. Anne, you came from the 1980s, Lucy from 2003, and we arrived from 2017. Time travellers would surely arrive randomly, from the past and future. Hugo glanced at her.
Good point.
He turned back to Anne.
At home, there's a rough consensus amongst scientists, well, theoretical physicists, which may explain why your Great War never happened. The theory was around in the 1980s, but was more obscure and not widely accepted.
Anne's eyes were still bright, her hands trembling, while her husband just seemed intrigued. Definitely missing something here.
I don't understand the maths, said Hugo, but scientists believe there are many parallel universes. Multiverses. There might be 11. No idea why. Or there are millions, billions, possibly trillions. Some universes are similar, others a bit different, or totally different. If you accept that idea, we've come from a different universe. But this world is very similar. Well, apart from the Great War.
Silence. Charlotte and Jack, sitting side by side on the floor on the other side of the table, were watching Hugo, troubled by his serious tone.
Can you explain any of the maths underpinning this?
Freddie asked Hugo.
No.
Freddie's lips pressed together in frustration. I can't either, said Sophie.
Few people could.
Hugo turned to her.
Have you read A Brief History of Time?
Only the first chapter. If I ever get home, I'll have more motivation to finish it. She'd struggled to understand Hawking's book.
I got to the end, but forgot what I'd read, said Hugo. It's complex.
In 70 years, said Sophie, it might be that a version of me and Hugo will be born here, but make different choices, live different lives. Stephen Hawking was awesome, but Star Trek was an easier source of ideas.
Multiverses are bound up with something called string theory, said Hugo, but I can't remember why. How does the lift fit in with multiverses? Asked Freddie. Sorry, said Hugo. I've no idea.
Your watch is working, Sophie said to Hugo, so time is passing at the same rate as at home. How come it's 1925?
Time here could be passing slower, but because my watch still works, I'm guessing the difference is very small. And the time lag increases over the decades,
said Richard, his eyes riveted on Hugo.
Exactly,
said Hugo. Sophie took another sip of water. For someone born in the 19th century and not familiar with string theory, Richard was a quick study.
Does this mean the Second World War won't happen?
Richard squeezed his wife's hand.
In many ways, it sounds worse.
It was for civilians, said Sophie. Let's hope Adolf Hitler has already been run over by a car in Vienna. Anne made a face, reminding Sophie of Freddie. Hugo hurried on.
Lucy told us that Archduke Ferdinand died in a shooting accident. Is that right?
Yes, said Anne. He was over here attending a shooting party. The shoot went ahead, although the weather was dreadful, deep snow. One of his loaders slipped and shot him by accident. The article in the Times confirmed my doubts.
You'd already noticed other differences? Asked Sophie. Anne and Richard exchanged smiles, enjoying a shared joke.
There was the holiday we never had, said Richard, staying with James.
Richard dearly wanted to visit his brother in New York, said Anne, by way of the latest and best liner. When I heard it was the Titanic, I flatly refused to go, and wouldn't let him go either.
Good decision. Sophie had seen the movie when she was way too young. Nightmares about drowning toddlers had lingered for a while.
But the Titanic did not sink, said Anne. It got safely to New York and is still in service.
It didn't hit the iceberg.
Hugo was all rapt attention now. Not long after leaving Dublin, many of the passengers and crew went down with food poisoning, said Anne, including the bigwigs and the chap who was keen to show how fast the ship could go. A lower chap was put in charge, and he was nervous about making a mistake. They did hit an iceberg. It was recorded in an obscure shipping report, but no damage was done because they weren't going too fast.
So lucky, said Sophie.
But if other ships have used the same hull design, said Hugo, it's a disaster waiting to happen.
Anne frowned. You're right.
I am curious, said Richard. Why, after more than a century, do you know so much about the Titanic? It's a splendid ship, but one of many. Did you study it in school?
No, said Sophie. Most people know about it from the movie.
A Night to Remember, said Anne. Very moving.
When was that made? Asked Sophie.
Before I was born, said Anne. 1950s, I think.
The Titanic was infamous before that, said Hugo, addressing Richard. Everyone knew that it had been dubbed unsinkable and sank on its maiden voyage. On the positive side, it's also remembered for chivalry and bravery. Most women and children survived, even those travelling third class, because they were put on the limited number of lifeboats.
Hugo knew about this stuff. The Kate Winslet movie might not have been entirely accurate. Do you have films yet?
We went to the cinema in London last year, said Richard. Anne found the silent film boring.
Anne looked sheepish.
Only a little.
Have you noticed other differences? Hugo asked Anne.
I haven't, but I was never taught much history, at least the domestic sort, so may not have noticed.
Have you got the vote? Sophie asked her.
No, despite all the suffragette marches. Women don't, said Freddie,
as if it was immutable, like being born or dying. Sophie turned to him. But you can vote.
Now I'm 21.
I voted in the last election, said Sophie. She'd registered online. Hadn't taken long.
All this fuss about votes for women, said Freddie. It's quite peculiar. You're not going to start chaining yourself to railings, are you?
He was watching her, unsure. Of course not.
Fortunately, we agree about most things, said Richard, glancing at his wife, including politics.
Emboldened by Richard's relaxed body language, Sophie said, But why should it be the husband who votes? And what about unmarried women?
You mean nuns?
Asked Freddie. No, said Sophie, just women who don't want to get married.
Who would choose to be a spinster? Said Freddie.
Me, said Sophie, and singleton's a better word. Freddie was staring at her as if she'd gone bald.
I'm almost certain this isn't our past, said Hugo. And the upside of that is that we can tell you about the future and not mess with history.
Richard smiled at his wife.
It was thanks to Anne that we invested in indoor plumbing.
And you're ahead of the curve with electric lighting, said Sophie. Feeling more relaxed, Hugo took a sip of wine.
Who knows what might be different? You might not get hammered with inheritance taxes. You didn't think to mention the taxes, dear?
Richard said lightly, squeezing Anne's hand. She was on the verge of tears. Hugo cleared his throat.
I hope we haven't trespassed too much into your family's private affairs. You may have solved a mystery, at least in part.
Richard stood and rang a bell pull.
But I'd be obliged if you didn't discuss this further. It unsettles the servants.
Hugo nodded. So Sophie did too, though she was unclear why anyone in the 1920s would be unsettled by a scientific theory explaining the visitors.
Freddie, shouldn't we write to Mr. Eddington again?
Anne still seemed uncomfortable.
We should. Tempt him away from relativity and stars.
The footman and butler came back. Fruit and nuts were offered, and a decanter of port was passed around, but Sophie demurred, as did Hugo.
This is when we leave the chaps to it,
said Anne, standing decisively, addressing Sophie. Bizarre. Hugo gave her a reassuring smile. Okay, not bizarre, and it would be rude not to follow house rules. She got to her feet and nudged Charlotte. Come on, you're a girl too. Charlotte resisted and determinedly stayed on her stomach facing Jack, who was settled by Richard's chair. Sophie put on her firm voice. Come on. Finally, with an annoyed shake of her head, Charlotte hauled herself up. Sophie followed Anne into the drawing room. The low table that had been laid for afternoon tea when they'd arrived was now set for coffee. Charlotte snorted, still put out by her forced departure from the dining room. What are they going to do in there? Asked Sophie.
Smoke cigars and drink whiskey.
Sophie had never smoked, so couldn't imagine puffing on a cigar like a rich old man, and she wasn't curious about the whiskey. Too much like yucky medicine.
I usually enjoy reading the paper after dinner, but I'm a little tired.
Anne walked to the door.
But do stay and have coffee.
Thank you. Anne seemed on the brink of tears again.
Good night.
As Anne left, Sophie addressed the young maid waiting to pour. I think I'll call it a night too. Chapter 20.
I picked up more info at the cigar and whiskey session,
said Hugo as they walked to breakfast the next morning. When he didn't elaborate, Sophie said, Do I get to play with the big boys tonight?
Women withdrawing at the end of dinner is the norm. Will be for decades.
A sheepish expression showed briefly on his face.
But the upside is, with no servants, Richard's more relaxed. He's got a problem with us finding the lift, but otherwise, he's on the level.
Sophie stopped walking. So, everything's fine, apart from that one small thing. Hugo stopped too. A maid walked past them, and Sophie lowered her voice. Are you going to tell me what you learned, or do I have to guess?
The rioting isn't just in Derby. It's happening all over the north, and getting worse.
So? At home, there was always trouble. Here was no different.
If this spreads to Shorten, Sophie, we'll have to choose a side.
What do you mean?
The haves or have-nots.
He'd drunk too much whiskey last night. Bit dramatic. He frowned.
The Lacys have been very kind.
They have, said Sophie. But if there's injustice, I'm not going to side with the richest family in the neighbourhood. They resumed walking, and as they reached the dining room, Hugo whispered,
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Anne wasn't at breakfast, and as usual, neither was Freddie. Since she'd arrived, Sophie had eaten generous helpings of kedgeree. That could turn into a bad, weight-gaining habit. So she ate just toast with thick, sticky marmalade. Towards the end of the meal, Richard said to Hugo,
Would you like to go riding this morning?
Absolutely. Richard gave Sophie a genuine smile, and she smiled back. She'd follow Dr. Griffith's advice and avoid riding. Despite not believing in fate, she'd never been one for tempting it. In the corridor, out of earshot of the dining room, she said to Hugo, Can I borrow your notes from yesterday?
No problem.
Anne was upset last night. That's why she didn't make breakfast.
Not necessarily,
said Hugo.
At home, there was a convention that married women could have breakfast in bed.
What's that about?
If she's tired after a night of passion.
You're winding me up.
I'm not. Scout's honour.
His face was deadpan. Were you a scout?
No.
He retrieved his notepad from his room and handed it to her, then went to change into riding gear.
No idea if he's serious. Sophie ruffled Charlotte's head. Let's explore. They wandered along a maze of hushed corridors with random pictures on the walls, a faded sepia photo of 2 farmhands sitting on a hay bale, another of an old woman in a frilly cap, and a framed sampler with a perfectly embroidered alphabet, together with numbers and animals, including 2 stylized peacocks. A door was ajar, creaking on ancient hinges, taller than a regular door. Sophie stepped over the threshold. Books lined the walls, neatly sorted by size, the largest at the bottom. The smallest books were high up under a vaulted ceiling, their titles too far away to read. Intermingled scents, familiar from the library at school, lingered in the air. Brittle paper, leather, and very old ink. Hugo was right about their library, she said to Charlotte. So many worlds within one room. Charlotte lay down on an oak floor, stretching contentedly in beams of sunlight streaming through an arched leaded window, and Sophie peered at a burgundy leather-bound volume with peeling gold letters on the spine. Philosophiae Naturalis Principia Mathematica. She reached out to touch it, but stopped. Mega valuable, and not light reading, even if she could read Latin. She stepped back and scanned the bookshelves. Once she'd copied Hugo's notes, she'd let the info simmer in her brain. But in the meantime, she'd lose herself in a novel. Ladders attached to the bookcases were just tall enough to reach the highest shelves. Sophie stepped on a bottom rung. It seemed solid. She took a few steps up and leaned to take a slim, blue-bound volume, but the ladder glided sideways, alarmingly fast. She stopped leaning, regained her balance, and coaxed out the nearest book. Once back on solid ground, she blew off the dust, the particles dancing in the air. She gave a soft whistle. A posh edition of Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, the pre-reading for her degree. Crazy coincidence. She put it back and searched for something less familiar. Cautiously ascending again, she picked out a shiny green book, imprinted with gilt lettering. Far from the madding crowd. This world wasn't quite the same as home, so some classic novels could be different. But with this story, she wouldn't know. She'd never read it. She climbed down, sat in a wing-back red chair, and opened the book. Volume 1. So long, they'd split it in 2. She went up the ladder for the second half. The story drew her in, until Charlotte pawed the door. Keeping the books, Sophie took Charlotte outside, then returned to the bedroom. Putting the books aside, she examined the carpet. The stains were still there, but really faint. The ink-stained blue dress had gone to the laundry. Hopefully the stains would come out. All of these dresses looked expensive. On the dressing table, Maud had left a rectangular black box with Eversharp printed on the top. Sophie sat at the dressing table and opened it. Inside was a gold pen and folded paper. She unfolded the pamphlet. Not a pen, a fancy pencil. A picture showed the different parts, labelled A through to E, an American invention, going by the word eraser. She read the dense text. To write, propel lead from point by turning cap E to right, clockwise. To repel lead, turn cap E to left and push lead back at tip A. To release plunger, she skimmed to the end. Eraser is under cap E. To use, pull cap straight off. Do not unscrew. She registered the familiar, heavy feeling associated with exams. Unnecessarily complicated instructions. What was wrong with a regular pencil and rubber? But she'd already blotted her copybook. Literally. She carefully read the directions again. You extended the lead with the cap at the bottom of the pencil, and when it ran out, you replaced it. 4 was applied. She gently turned the cap at the bottom clockwise, and the lead poked out. She made a nonsense scribble in a notebook. Success! She pulled off the cap she'd turned, and there was the rubber. She wrote lift puzzle on the first page, and managed to copy Hugo's notes, despite his atrocious writing, then noticed her nails. Polish was mostly gone.
None of the women here painted their nails or wore makeup. Considered too racy. Sophie returned the pencil to its box and registered a different heavy feeling. Rummaging in a zipped compartment in her bag, she found a single tampon. She was stuffed. A light knock, and the door opened. "Miss?" How did Maud do that? Appear on cue when she had a problem? Unnerving. "Have you any more of these?" Maud squinted at the tampon. "What is it, miss?" Really stuffed. It's my time of the month." "It's all in here, miss." Maud took out a pad of material and 2 safety pins from the chest of drawers. Half a lifetime ago, Sophie had used a smaller item at primary school, but without safety pins. "There's plenty, miss." "Thank you, and thank you for rescuing the carpet." Maud smiled and bustled out. Sophie sorted her underwear, then sat glumly back at the dressing table. "There are many things I will never take for granted, ever, ever again," she told Charlotte. Sophie took the pencil and underlined, "We're all very different." "I can't see how the parallel universe thing helps." She turned the page. "But I'll have a page for each visitor." She wrote their names at the top of each one. Anne, Lucy, Janet, Alan, Hugo, me. On the last page, she wrote Friday the 24th of July, 1925, and Day 5. Better than scratching lines on a wall. Then she shut the notebook and wrote Private in big letters on the cover. Never write or post anything that could bite you in the ass. Her straight-talking history teacher, born and bred in New York, had drummed that into her. Mary Queen of Scots, those letters sealed her fate. Don't make the same mistake. Miss Berkowitz's unflinching account of Mary's botched beheading, along with others betrayed by nonsense spellbooks and burned alive at the stake, had given Sophie nightmares. So, she'd taken on board the need for caution. Yes, Charlotte's pictures were in a cloud, but only shared with Auntie Wendy and Isha. Sophie went over to the wardrobe and, standing on tiptoe, put the notebook flat on the top. Good. Invisible. She'd keep it there overnight. She took down the notebook and put it with the pencil in her roomy dress pocket. If inspiration strikes, I can instantly record it. Charlotte ignored her and pulled the door again. "I know, another sunny day. We should go to the terrace." She picked up Volume 1, went outside and sat in the shade of the umbrella. But she'd barely read a page before Anne came out and joined her. Sophie closed the book. "I'm sorry if what we said last night was rude or presumptuous. We didn't mean to be." It brought up matters that Richard and I decided long ago not to speak about, but we have formally told the servants about your many universes theory. Charlotte made a sympathetic snorting noise, and Anne stroked her, but then looked straight at Sophie. "We need to talk." Chapter 21. "When I came through the lift," said Anne, "no one except Richard believed I'd come from the future. The servants thought I was barking mad. At their best, they humoured me. His mother asked whether I was part of a particular Scottish clan. I wasn't, of course. There are a lot of Camerons. She wanted her eldest son to marry someone from a respected local family. I was not what she had in mind." "What did Richard's father think?" Sophie was playing along, but baffled as to why Anne was sharing this. "He'd died, years before I arrived. Richard and his mother argued about how to run the estate, and he'd usually let her have her way, but he refused to compromise about me. When we finally married, I was able to think about the future, plan for the family, and shorten." "The servants must have realised you weren't mad when Alan and Lucy came through." "Some were less sceptical, and Mr. Eddington and his team generated a great deal of interest and speculation. But when I was wrong about the Titanic, I started to question my sanity. The whole household was geared up to deal with the Great War, and when it didn't happen, I was a laughingstock. I lost their respect." She'd got this wrong. The servants were borderline obsequious. Honestly, Anne, as an outsider, I can only tell you that this household respects you, loves you.
Richard does. He loved me even when he thought I might be mad.
Anne gazed out at the gardens.
The passage of time has helped. Most of the servants weren't born when we married.
Anne gave Sophie a tired smile.
Mr. Crawford was a young footman.
Sorry, who?
The butler. I think he practices his poker face in the mirror every morning.
Anne had taken them in, fed and clothed them, and now was bearing her soul. What did she want in return? Sophie said, quietly, "Couldn't you have sacked them and hired new ones?"
In theory, but Richard's mother was in charge and fond of the senior servants. Anyway, she shared their opinion.
I can't believe you've lived with this, all these years.
It is a dreadful thing to say, said Anne, but it improved once Richard's mother passed away. Without her pointed remarks, the atmosphere did change. All the servants confined their smirking to downstairs.
Downstairs?
Their rooms and the servants' hall.
When the war didn't happen, said Sophie, Lucy's reputation must have been trashed too.
She'd made changes, anticipating a shortage of gardeners, but I was responsible for the whole household.
No wonder Anne had been so pleased to see them. She'd been lonely, even with Richard and Freddie, and living with secretly sneering servants 24/7 would have sent anyone crackers. Richard's request not to blab made sense now. Anne wanted to control the narrative, squash ill-informed gossip. And another penny dropped. You waited to have Freddie because you thought he'd die in the war.
Yes.
Anne's voice faltered.
For Richard's mother. That was the last straw. She was convinced I was insane when she died.
For a moment, Sophie was lost for words. Anne did want something, but it wasn't onerous or sinister. She wanted friendship. But you'd sack anyone now who thinks you're mad.
If Mr. Crawford found anyone speaking disrespectfully, he'd dismiss them. But there are still whispers and innuendos.
Anne looked Sophie in the eye.
When you arrived, I should have told you about the Great War. Everything. But I couldn't face dredging it all up again.
Anne, I completely understand.
And I knew how you were both feeling. Thought you had enough to cope with.
You said you didn't want to go home.
That's true. But at the beginning it was a case of getting through each day. Richard always supported me. My lowest point was years later, when I was having Freddie. I had chloroform, but if anything had gone seriously wrong... Of course, by then I was in no state to find the lift, even if I could have persuaded Richard to have me driven there.
Anne Cameron still missed home, just as Sophie Arundel would, if she couldn't reopen the portal.
But it turned out all right.
Anne was smiling, a contented smile, directed beyond Sophie towards the garden. Freddie and Hugo were walking across the lawn with Jack. When they reached the terrace, Jack raced off with Charlotte. Hugo and Freddie flopped into nearby chairs, and Freddie beamed at Sophie. Sophie beamed back. She and Hugo owed a lot to Anne's fortitude. All the visitors did. She'd be Anne's ally, and ladylike, and figure out the lift. She was a girl. She could do 3 impossible things, all at the same time. After lunch, Sophie took Charlotte for a walk, and Hugo came with her.
Freddie gave me this.
He took a ball from his pocket and threw it high. Charlotte saw it and scampered in the opposite direction. Charlotte doesn't catch balls, said Sophie, hurrying to pick it up. She doesn't get it, or thinks it's silly. Not sure which.
How odd, said Hugo. George will run after balls for hours.
I think it's the poodle part of her. She gave him back the ball. Is Freddie in the office?
No, walking the estate boundary, reluctantly. He'd much rather be working on a maths problem.
Freddie doesn't want to take over. In due course.
He does, just thinks there's no harm in putting off the hard work part.
Understandable, said Sophie. He's very laid back.
About some things.
You spend a lot of time with him.
He's good company.
They'd reached the bower.
Shall we sit for a minute?
The flower scents were intoxicating, and the dell was hushed, slumbering in the heat. Charlotte ran in and lay panting in the shade of a crabapple tree that was thick with pale pink blossom. "I'll stop walking her if it gets much hotter." Sophie reached down and gave Charlotte a reassuring pat.
"I had a long talk with Richard on our ride," said Hugo. "When the Great War didn't happen, Anne must be a strong person to have survived that. Psychologically, I mean.
Without Richard's support, she might not have done.
It's strange. Everyone spends their childhood learning, planning careers, but if you get the most important relationship right, everything else is detail."
Depressing thought. Don't half of marriages end in divorce?
That means 50% succeed. Anyway, I'm not sure what the real failure rate is.
He gave her his lopsided smile. Sophie's heart flipped. Okay, not indigestion. She fancied him. Isha would die laughing. Actually, wouldn't believe it. Less likely than if she'd come out and dated Madison, Hugo's bitchy pal at school. She pretended to examine an impressive column of pink hollyhock flowers near her seat. Focus on practical matters. "Let's quiz this Allen bloke."
According to Freddie, the pub's only 2 miles away.
"Not keen on walking."
"Reynolds is taking us this afternoon. I asked Richard last night."
"Surprising."
"He doesn't think Alan will be any help," said Hugo. "And there was an assault near the pub last week."
"The same men?" The heavy hand on her mouth and Beardman's hard face was a too clear memory.
Richard didn't go into detail.
Hugo avoided her eyes.
"But the upshot is, he's not keen on Freddie, or us, walking."
"I'll go with that." He rested his head against the back of the stone seat.
"We were bloody lucky to get taken in."
"So why do I feel..."
"Trapped?"
Bitter recognition showed in his face. "And bored, like I'm wasting my life."
"Missing friends and entertainment on tap?"
"Yes, but mostly trapped." He traced his finger over the sundial.
"I keep telling myself this is a unique opportunity to experience history. Well, a different history."
"I love their library, and being able to do nothing except read should be wonderful. But forever? It sucks."
"My leisurely days are at an end."
"What do you mean?"
"Richard wants me to learn about the estate, with a view to becoming manager, though that would be years down the line. My family have a farming background. I could make a good fist of it."
"I didn't make the shortlist." He frowned.
"Female estate managers have yet to catch on."
"You don't seem exactly thrilled."
"Learning about the estate feels like a big step, like I've given up."
"Not giving up," said Sophie. "This is your fallback plan." He shot her a resigned smile. "If we are stuck here, I could be a teacher. Victorian novels might feature doughty governesses and mysterious, handsome fathers, but the reality would be far worse. And she was no Jane Eyre, dignified in the face of adversity. Sophie Arundel would swear or hit someone. In a village school,
fulfilling, but hard."
"Sorry?"
"Poor,"
said Hugo, his eyes on the sundial again.
"If this is the same as home, salaries for schoolmarms were a pittance."
Okay, independence in poverty didn't appeal.
"I know you're not keen, but you'd be better off marrying."
"I'd be completely dependent on my husband."
"You might find someone decent. My only option is helping out here."
Most people at school had planned to work in London. She gave him a mischievous grin. "You could send out a clever CV, land a lucrative job in the city."
"No family, no education or skills acquired in this universe. They'll not exactly be beating a path to Derbyshire. But on the upside, I get time off to practice cricket."
"Why?"
"For the Manor versus the Village match on the 6th of August. The Manor's lost the previous 2, so honour's at stake."
Sophie chewed her lip. "You could have come here to play cricket, on a proper pitch."
"A reason to cross universes? A bit extreme."
"You do love cricket."
"Even so."
Charlotte launched herself at Sophie's knees, and Sophie gently pushed her down.
Why does she try to sit on you when she's obviously too big?
She used to sleep on my lap when she was a puppy, so in her mind, she's toy dog size. It's teenage body image distortion syndrome, but in reverse. On a sofa, she can still half lie on me. Hugo brushed his fringe from his forehead, though it wasn't long enough to cover his eyes.
She's a lovely dog.
She acted up at uni. That day was stressful before we stepped into the lift. Sophie patted Charlotte's head, conscious of a growing desperation. If we are stuck here, I don't know how long I can carry on pretending.
Pretending?
You know, acting demure, not doing regular girly things.
Like?
Running, kickboxing, throwing the javelin.
Snogging in country lanes.
Or that. She traced her finger along the edge of the sundial. I'm really missing kickboxing, but I was a bit obsessive.
My father thinks I have the opposite problem, said Hugo, that I get bored too quickly, so I'm always searching for the next challenge.
A lifetime in estate management would be tough, and with a low boredom threshold, any future wife had better watch out. He checked his watch and stood up.
I start properly on Monday, wading through a paperwork mountain, but I've got a briefing at 3.
Sophie put on her sympathy face, but felt excluded, and so bored that filing seemed attractive.
We're meeting Reynolds on the driveway at 6.
Hugo strode to the house, and Sophie strode too, feeling stupid in her pantomime dress and curvy straw hat. Back in her room, she put the hat on the blue chair and lay down to think about the lift puzzle. She woke to find Maud pointedly removing the formal red gown from the wardrobe to remove imaginary fluff. It's nearly 6, miss. Enough time to change, and this is still a tea dress. This was code for no corset required. You can wear it to dinner because this counts as your home when we haven't got guests. Maud adjusted the dress on the hanger. But aren't we guests? Me and Mr. Harrington? Not really, miss. Local families sometimes stay. Maud hung the dress on the wardrobe door. Ridiculously grand, but more to the point, dressing up for dinner would mean dressing up every night. Forever. Lord Lacey says you're from a different universe, miss. That's our best guess. I couldn't understand it. What had Hugo said? It involves string. String? I don't think it's real string. Go for the basic summary. My England's pretty much the same, but on a different planet. Maud nodded vaguely. Sophie didn't need to be telepathic to guess what Maud was thinking. From a different planet. Explains a lot. She attached the lead to Charlotte's collar. I'll be back before dinner. Sophie picked up her hat and stepped towards the door. She does love her walks, miss. And she'll love the pub. She's a sucker for new people. Maud's intake of breath made Sophie turn around. Ladies don't go to pubs, miss. Why on earth not? It's not respectable, said Maud, as if it was obvious. It's a rough pub. Like every pub, miss, with fights and all sorts. Only last week, Mr. Parks had to break one up. Right, a rough pub. I'm going with Mr. Harrington and Master Freddie. I'll be fine. Maud gave her the curt smile that meant resigned disapproval. You should wear a proper hat, miss. She fixed the hat with the flowers on Sophie's head. It was crazy big, but she needed to learn about this etiquette stuff, to seduce a gullible, kind person into marriage, if necessary, eventually. Was this the moment to give a little? It wasn't as though the scarlet gown involved a corset and a long train, like Anne's, and it would look incredible. Could you help me with the red dress tonight? Maud allowed herself a triumphant smirk. Chapter 22.
I could have driven us,
said Freddie, as Reynolds parked the splendid olive-green car carefully beside the village green. The journey along a deserted road had taken less than 5 minutes. Sophie leaned forward to Freddie in the front passenger seat. When did you pass your test?
Test? I haven't done a test. Reynolds showed me the basics. It's really easy.
Reynolds was staring straight ahead, a muscle flexing in his jaw with the effort of holding his tongue. Mental note: don't get into any vehicle with Freddie at the wheel. Despite the sultry temperature, Freddie hadn't removed his jacket. Hugo hadn't either. Male Shorten Casual was strictly confined to the manor.
"I'd really like to drive this,"
said Hugo. Freddie opened his door.
"It's wizard fun."
After Sophie climbed out with Charlotte, Hugo went and stood outside the driver's cab, talking to Reynolds about how the car started. This took so long, they didn't get to discuss the braking system. Mental note: ditto with Hugo. Sophie glanced over the driver's door at the dashboard. A shiny wood veneer was crowded with round dials and raised knobs, like the cockpit of an old-fashioned plane. In the seat well were 2 pedals and long, unfamiliar levers rising out of the floor. When the lift appeared, she'd need to get there fast. If only arriving visitors saw it, the lift didn't stick around for long. Stealing this would require written instructions, with diagrams. She turned her best doe eyes on Freddie. "Could you teach me to drive?" Freddie's smile was indulgent.
"With Reynolds here, you don't need to."
Reynolds met Freddie's eyes, male superiority bridging social status as easily as logic. Hugo's expression was suspiciously bland. Sophie wanted to swear, but held her tongue and turned towards the green. The open space was ringed with pretty cottages. Women in long, shapeless dresses and bonnets were chatting in doorways, and by a shabby, timbered building, tough men in loose trousers and jackets were unloading barrels from a cart. Hugo scanned the village.
"No war memorial,"
he said, half to himself. The villagers were acknowledging Freddie, but gawping at her and Hugo, and at Charlotte, who was exploring the green on her extendable lead.
"Do you have problems with your eyes?"
asked Freddie, addressing Hugo.
"Sorry?"
"The glasses," said Freddie. Hugo was wearing his shades.
"No, eyes are fine. They help you see better when the sun's bright." "Can I try them on?"
asked Freddie. Hugo handed them over.
"These are excellent. Just excellent. You're right, it is easier to see everything."
Freddie reluctantly returned the glasses.
"Let's go to the church. You can see for miles from there."
They walked up a steep path towards a picturesque chapel. "How was the work briefing?" Sophie asked Hugo.
"Daunting. A lot to learn."
She stifled a nagging, bitter feeling. Job envy. As the ground levelled out, she stopped to admire the view. Stretching into the distance was a valley with neat green fields.
"The church is 14th century.
A warm breeze ruffled Freddie's sandy hair, and he brushed it from his eyes.
"We come here at Christmas and Easter. The chapel on the estate is too small. Sophie, you need to see this."
Hugo was standing at the side of the church, examining a stained glass window. Hearing an urgent note in his voice, she hurried towards him. Above the window, partly concealed by a buttress, was a carving of 2 young faces, staring in opposite directions, the back of their heads touching. Her breath came out in a whoosh. Identical to the university chapel. Hugo gestured.
"Is this the same window? A man on a horse?"
"I don't know." She hadn't noticed the stained glass design. He gave a low whistle.
"So unusual. It must be the same building."
"It can't be. We're miles from the lift spot, and the uni chapel was only a stone's throw from the lift." Freddie was beside them.
"That carving looks like the symbol of Janus. The Roman god of doorways and thresholds."
Hugo reached out and touched it.
"Hell of a coincidence."
Now Sophie held her breath. A god of doorways, and maybe portals. Charlotte was circling and sniffing. Sophie knew the signs, and a few moments later said to no one in particular, "I'll bury it."
"You don't need to, it's off the path,"
said Freddie.
"We have a boy who picks up after Jack and the hounds. He should take on Charlotte."
"You employ him to do that?" Sophie couldn't keep disbelief out of her voice. Hugo shot her an ironic smile.
"We're not in Kansas anymore."
Kansas? Asked Freddie. A reference to an old film, said Sophie, not up for explaining the entire plot of The Wizard of Oz. I see, said Freddie politely. The boy's only 12, but does a good job. Shouldn't he be at school? He's simple. School wouldn't do him any good. Now Hugo had his "I'm not going to be fazed" expression, last seen when she told him about the lift pictures. They walked down to the village, and Sophie sat on a bench by the green, with Charlotte at her feet. Skinny children were playing with a big wooden hoop, rolling it along the grass. The boys wore scruffy shorts and shirts, the girls calf-length dresses with heavily darned white pinafores. Freddie, what's this village called? Little Shorten. The picture in the Students' Union. The feeling she was being watched. Had someone known she'd come here? Had she somehow known? She breathed in clean country air. No, that was bonkers. There's the school, said Freddie, pointing at a village hall. Her teaching idea was a non-starter. She'd be rubbish at it anyway. And that's the pub. Freddie gestured across the green. Used to be a traveller's inn. Half-timbered with square leaded windows, the building's upstairs floor jutted out at the front like a half-opened drawer. I've heard all Mr. Park's funny stories. Freddie turned to Sophie. I'll wait with you. He assumed she wasn't going in. Freddie had the same views about pubs as Maud. Sophie shook her head. I need to ask about the lift. Freddie glanced at Hugo, as if for confirmation. We'll be at least half an hour, said Hugo. If you go back, you could finish that bookkeeping. Are you sure? Freddie was addressing Hugo, but looking at her. We'll be fine, said Hugo. Freddie gave Hugo a coin. You might be from the same universe, but Mr. Parks doesn't do free drinks. Hugo turned the coin over. What is it? A shilling, said Freddie. Reynolds can pick you up in, say, 40 minutes. He turned back to the car. Don't make a scene, whispered Hugo. I wasn't going to. She was just surprised, but given Maud's attitude, she shouldn't have been. Hugo took off his shades. Come on. Creaking in the breeze was a battered sign. In faded black letters, above a picture of a farm door, was the pub's name. The Crooked Gate. Near the sign, a man and woman were talking in low voices. The man had a rough beard and flinty eyes, and an instinctive alarm went off in Sophie's brain. The couple were eyeing Charlotte, their body language wary, though Charlotte was wagging her tail. Sophie shortened her lead. We're looking for work. The man's tone was half defiant, half apologetic. No harm in asking at the pub, said Hugo, affably, pocketing his sunglasses. He gestured for the couple to go in first. The man's thin coat was too big for him and swayed as he walked, and the hems of his trousers were ragged. His companion followed him wearily across the threshold. Her wrist-length gloves were torn, and she was carrying a threadbare shawl. Patches of material on the bodice of her dress were also threadbare, showing part of a grubby corset. Sophie looked away, ashamed. The assault in the lane had blunted her natural empathy. The dim interior of the pub was a sharp contrast to the bright day outside, and it took a moment for Sophie's eyes to adjust. Beyond the shabbily dressed couple and Hugo near the bar, the only other person in the pub was a skinny man in gardener's clothes, sitting by a window smoking and drinking beer. The place stank of both. Okay, not a gastropub. She shivered. Cold as well as dark. Hugo addressed the drinker. Is the landlord around? Should be. He's not the sort to be rushed. Might be why the place was full to bursting. Actually, there could be another reason. The boys' scruffy shorts, the girls' darned pinafores. Nobody in Little Shorten had any money. Not for clothes or beer. Sophie smiled at the woman. I'm Miss Arundel, by the way. Mrs. Fletcher, how do you do? Her thin face was sallow, save for marked shadows under her eyes. They shook hands.
As Hugo introduced himself to Mr. Fletcher, a man walked through a door behind the bar. 50 or older, he was thick-set, balding and unshaven, the sort of unshaven that made no effort to be cultivated stubble. It jarred with his smart dark shirt and navy tie. He scowled at Sophie, then Hugo.
"Wondered when you'd show up."
"You're Alan?"
asked Hugo.
"That's right."
Charlotte stiffened and growled. Alan's scowl deepened.
"Keep that dog under control."
Sophie made Charlotte sit, pushing her down. Not worth asking for a water bowl. Alan shifted his scowl to the Fletchers.
"Who are you?"
His pronounced northern accent made the words sound overly blunt.
"We don't often get women in here."
Mr. Fletcher took his wife's arm, then addressed Alan.
"Do you need any help? We used to run a pub in Derby."
Alan looked them over.
"I won't have riff-raff in here. Out."
Sophie's jaw dropped, and she turned her back on the bar. "There might be work on the estate. A car's coming to pick us up. We'll take you to the manor."
"Absolutely. No problem."
Hugo's face reflected Sophie's feelings, embarrassed and angry. Mr. Fletcher stood straighter.
"I appreciate the offer, but we'll make our own way. Come on, my dear. Just a couple of miles."
Sophie stepped towards them. "But the roads aren't safe." Mrs. Fletcher's face hardened.
"Nowhere is."
She gave Alan a defiant stare, turned on her heel, and left with her husband. Sophie gave Charlotte's lead to Hugo and darted after them. Outside, she shielded her eyes from the sun with her hand. "I think the barman's just odd." Mrs. Fletcher regarded her curiously.
"Rude, but not odd. We get that reaction in most places."
"You won't at the manor." Sophie mentally crossed her fingers. She had no idea how they'd be treated. Visitors were a special case. She'd ask Anne to talk to the butler. He was in charge of booze, might appreciate skilled help. Mr. and Mrs. Fletcher walked off, and Sophie returned to the bar. Hugo was sitting on a stool, and she sat on one beside him.
"Beer?"
asked Alan.
2 half pints would be good."
Hugo's tone was studiedly neutral. He gave Sophie Charlotte's lead.
"You were students at home?"
Alan made it sound like a crime. "Yes." Sophie couldn't keep a hard edge from her voice.
"Enjoying yourselves at the manor?"
Alan made it sound like Sex Party HQ, but she said, "Everyone's been very kind. When you arrived, did you live there?"
"I did, and yes, they were kind, given they didn't know me from Adam."
Alan took 2 glasses from a rack behind the bar and carefully examined them before putting one under a beer tap and pulling down a brass handle.
"I told the Lacys I didn't like people lauding it, thinking they're better than everyone else."
He put a beer on the bar.
"They took it too personal."
His view of the Lacys was understandable, but the way he'd treated the Fletchers, worse than lauding it. She wanted to call him out, but followed Hugo's lead, controlled her temper, and said, "The manor is intimidating." Alan pulled the tap handle, pouring another beer.
"I only needed to stay a few days, get on my feet. I moved here, worked as a barman, and when the landlord left, I took over."
"You enjoy it?"
said Hugo.
"I do, but it's hard work."
Alan put the second beer on the bar.
"Not that you'd understand."
He didn't seem to be joking. Hugo didn't reply. This man didn't know them, had no idea of their background. Hugo spoke posh, but his reputation at school had been for awesome general knowledge, not laziness.
"You don't get on with the Lacys?"
Hugo's tone was carefully polite.
"We get along well enough."
Charlotte was staring meaningfully at her mistress, wanting to leave. Sophie patted her, silently conveying that they wouldn't stay long. "I presume you came through the same way we did? The Students' Union lift?"
"I did."
"There's only 6 of us,"
said Hugo.
"We might be able to reopen the portal if we can work out what makes us unusual. Do you mind if we make notes?"
Alan turned his back, taking another glass from the rack,
and fishing out a grey cloth from a drawer. Hugo took out his pad and pen, taking Alan's silence for agreement.
You were a student?
Alan turned to face them.
No, full-time barman.
Sophie fished out her notebook and pencil. The big house on the lift doors might depict Shorten Manor.
I hope not,
said Alan.
It was on fire.
Wasn't that a much smaller house? Said Sophie. A different sketch?
No.
Alan frowned.
The other picture was a road or river that forked. Nonsense modern art.
This wasn't clear-cut. She wrote on Alan's page, big house on fire and forked road. More than one lift. But then added, or do the doors change? Chapter 23. Sophie took a cautious sip of beer. It was warm and weak and tasted of soap. Hugo was scribbling on his pad.
Alan, at home, did you ever wish you could travel in time?
No.
Scratch that idea. 0 out of 6.
5 pence,
said Alan.
Old money.
Hugo handed over the shilling, and as Alan reached into a drawer for change, Hugo said,
When did you get in the lift?
Alan hesitated.
1994. Autumn. October.
Sophie wrote that down.
Did you ever try to get home?
Asked Hugo, pocketing his change without checking it, and writing on his pad. Alan wiped the bar with the cloth.
Not long after I arrived. I cycled there. No trace of it. Like I dreamt it.
Hugo looked tiredly at his drink, defeated.
Only went out of curiosity.
Alan poured himself a beer.
Why would I have gone back to that dump? Stupid kids getting drunk, expecting me to clean up after them. I'd had enough after a term. Been planning to get myself a nice little country pub. When that lift opened, I thought I'd had a heart attack and died.
Hugo caught her eye. Whatever his grumbles, this was Alan's dream job. Like Lucy. We've heard the story of the green-eyed barmaid and the fairies. Sophie made her comment light-hearted, hoping Alan would warm to them. Alan settled himself on a stool and took a sip of beer.
I reckon the poor lass was murdered. Her killer invented the dancing fairies to cover his tracks, and gullible people bought it.
Freddie had mentioned Alan's stories. This one wasn't funny.
I'll give you some advice,
said Alan.
People here don't like change or newcomers. You'll never fit in at the big house. You'd be better off leaving, making your own life. The servants never took to Anne, still talk behind her back.
Sophie sipped her beer, Alan's words resonating. If Anne had never been accepted, what chance did Sophie Arundel have?
Anne's full of airs and graces, but she's no better than she should be.
Alan leaned forward, as if sharing a confidence.
By all accounts, she set out to seduce Richard Lacey. Under all those fine clothes, she's just a harlot.
Sophie registered Hugo's intake of breath and put her glass aside. Anne had shown them nothing but kindness, hadn't been snobby or patronising. And harlot. Perhaps in every universe there were such words. Slut, tramp, whore, and the rarer male equivalents, playboy, playing the field, weren't equivalents at all, barely insults. She gazed into her beer. In a different universe, during the Christmas holidays, she'd slept with the hottest boy in the school. So by Alan's yardstick, she was a harlot. Good time girls should stick together. She stood up. Anne's done good, and I will too. After I marry Freddie, I'll bear in mind what you said, decide which servants should stay on. The shock on Alan's face was gratifying. Are you coming, Hugo? Hugo hastily put down his glass and beer splashed on the bar. The skinny man was staring, and his startled expression followed them to the door. Outside, they stepped into a wall of humid heat. There was no sign of the Fletchers. That told him. She let out Charlotte's lead. Have you learned nothing from the picnic?
Within hours, your crass boast will be all over the village. Freddie will be mortified.
It was only a joke. Maybe it had been a stupid thing to say, but Alan's jibe about Anne had hit a nerve. Hugo hauled off his jacket, exasperated.
Would you marry Freddie, if he asked?
She rolled her eyes. I only met him 4 days ago. She fished out a linen handkerchief from her skirt pocket and wiped her temple. So,
no. You need to be really careful how you tell him about this.
Alan insulted his mother. He'll understand.
That's not the problem.
Hugo hesitated.
Freddie really fancies you.
No.
I can't believe you haven't noticed.
Freddie acted interested when she talked, but she'd put that down to good manners, gallantry, how a posh boy would behave in 1925. I like Freddie and don't want to hurt him, but...
But what?
If we are stuck here for years, I'm not closing any doors. She set her mouth. Even if that means behaving like a harlot. Hugo sighed.
Reynolds won't be long.
He dropped his jacket on the grass and sat under an elder tree by the pub sign, and Sophie flopped beside him with Charlotte, who was panting, already too hot.
In the meantime, said Hugo, evenly, you need to act smarter.
Like a broken record. I'll bear that in mind, Mr. Perfect.
You weren't like this at school.
Like what?
Such a rebel.
At Hadley, she had kept her head down. Never smoked dope or fallen off the roof on a cider binge. The dope and cider kids had wealthy parents, had all got into other schools. Eventually. Expulsion for her would have been a disaster. Fully funded scholarships to private schools were as rare as second chances, and the state school near Auntie Wendy was in special measures, which was official speak for crap. I snuck out with Isha to a club on the Paris trip, and before that I tried to buy wine once. Okay, pathetic. But the rules were the same for everyone. I read a whole book of them on the first day. She glared. Here, the rules are invisible and mad.
You read all the school rules. Why?
So I didn't mess up, obviously.
You didn't already know not to do drugs, alcohol, or have sex on the premises?
I was 11, trying to suss stuff out. Hugo shook his head, as if what she'd said was nonsensical. He hadn't needed to read the rules because the school was a clone of his previous one. Sweat was trickling between her breasts under the cotton bodice, and though her hat provided shade, the prickly straw only made her feel hotter. Oh, to slob with full-on air conditioning. We need to focus on the lift puzzle.
The lift puzzle. Agreed.
He exhaled.
I hope I'm wrong, but being an estate manager isn't my dream job, so that idea's pants.
What did you want to do?
Hadn't decided.
Me neither. Sophie waved her hand in front of her face as an improvised fan.
The churches aren't the same building, but the Janus symbol might be a clue that the scientists didn't pick up.
The pub name, the Crooked Gate, could be a coincidence. But what if the barmaid wasn't murdered? There could be another portal here.
So why didn't we step out into the pub?
He loosened his tie.
We've marked the spot in the lane. We should focus on that.
Hugo was never defeated for long. If your family was rich and successful, confidence was part of the inheritance package. She fanned her face again. If there was a portal at the pub, it could have malfunctioned, or got blocked or buried.
Like in Stargate?
Whatever's happened, the portal on this side came out the nearest place it could, in the lane, where the universe has another weak spot or tear.
You said you didn't finish Hawking's book.
I didn't, said Sophie. It's sci-fi stuff.
If portals are rare, tears or weak spots are too. The odds of one being 20 miles away are crazy.
She was melting in this stupid humidity now, struggling to think.
But not impossible.
He stood slowly and looked back at the green and the church.
The physical location of the portal may change, but parallel universes are supposed to occupy the same space.
Same space.
She got to her feet, remembering the church on campus shimmering and the rush of different, fresher air. The same geography, but here, a previous portal. The uni chapel in place of the church on the hill, boxy buildings filling the green, and the lift in the same location as the pub. Hugo, if we're standing on campus, that is the same church. Students could be right beside her or passing through her. Don't think about it.
The Students' Union must have been built over the crooked gate. It fits.
He grinned.
We're getting somewhere.
But villages were destroyed to make way for airports, not universities.
Yes, that doesn't make sense.
He wiped his damp forehead with his hand.
But the Janus symbol does. Scary gargoyles were put on churches as a reminder that sinners go to hell, but also to ward off evil spirits. The carving's old. Could have been put there to warn the locals about the portal.
Sophie peered down the road. The green car was a dot in the distance, coming towards them. Charlotte got to her feet.
The sculptor could have come through himself.
Hugo picked up his jacket from the grass. It might have been a she who carved it. This way to find a better life in the future. Not a warning, but an exit sign. Hugo's mouth twisted in what could have been a smile.
We should ask Anne if the Janus symbol's a local tradition or a one-off, and, for Richard's benefit, play down its significance.
Oh, we definitely need to play it down. Sophie waved at Reynolds as the car drew nearer. If the gargoyle is a warning or a signpost, that means the portal can be opened from this side. Chapter 24. Back in the bedroom at the manor, Maud removed Sophie's hat. The pub was rough. Sophie ruffled Charlotte's head. Smoothing her features to avoid looking smug, Maud returned the hat to the wardrobe and put the hat pins carefully in a drawer. Half an hour later, despite a cool bath, Sophie regretted agreeing to wear the scarlet dress. The material was heavy and hot, but the bodice wasn't too fitted, and the skirt swayed with an expensive swish. Charlotte gave a short bark, which could mean approval. Maud was holding silk stockings. No, that would be too much. At home, when it's this hot, bare legs are fine. Maud frowned. This type of frown would be followed by Maud's determined face. After that, it was her game-on face, and finally, open hostilities. At that level of escalation, there could only be one outcome: surrender, humiliation, and stocking torture. Stall her. At home, a princess called Diana went to Ascot and wore no stockings. From that moment, bare legs became socially acceptable, although ordinary people had been doing it for years. Did you know the princess, miss? She died in a car accident before I was born. Maud's view of her social status was way out. That's awful, miss. Maud was still holding the stockings. Have you been to, Ascot? No. Horse racing was cruel. She'd have turned down an invite to the royal enclosure, even if it had been personally signed by the Queen. But some girls at my school went last year. Maud grudgingly folded the stockings and put them away. What time is it? Nearly 8, miss. Sophie knocked on Hugo's door, and Charlotte, connecting calling for Hugo with mealtimes, stared ahead, willing the door to open. Hugo came out, dressed in his black tie.
That's a nice dress. I heard you were wearing it.
What?
Maud mentioned it to John when we were in Little Shorten.
Given Anne's servant nightmare, she wouldn't confront Maud about her loose tongue. If they really fell out, Sophie Arundel's name would be mud downstairs. Hugo adjusted his bow tie as he walked.
If we ever do get home, you should ask Anne if you could take that dress with you.
When would I be able to wear it?
A diplomatic bash, or charity ball, or to dinner parties.
She was getting to know him now. He wasn't taking the mick. Not in a nasty way. She was scholarship girl, so he believed if they ever got home, she'd be successful. That thought, and his voice and sense of humour, were giving her a new, fuzzy feeling,
or it could be the first sign of heat stroke. If we are stuck here, dressing for dinner every night, I'll be exhausted. Anne and Richard never seem to relax.
Sit on the sofa and watch TV? Well, they can't, can they? I think it's a frame of mind. Richard relaxes when he's out riding.
Hugo adjusted his bow tie again. Your tie's fine.
I wore pre-tied ones at home. These are much trickier.
Unnecessarily checking his clothing was a telltale sign that he was nervous or worried, like when he put his hand through his hair.
When you tell Freddie about the pub, said Hugo, get in early, it was a joke.
Oh, okay. The Lacys were already in the anteroom, enjoying pre-dinner drinks. Anne was wearing a flattering midnight blue gown. The colour suited her pale complexion and dark hair. But Freddie was watching Sophie Arundel.
You look smashing.
She smiled automatically. Freddie, I need to tell you something. He immediately sauntered over. I've done something stupid. Freddie made a mock, unbelieving face. She told him what Alan had said, and how she'd said the stupid thing. Freddie hooted with laughter, so loudly that Anne and Richard turned around. Hugo turned too, his face carefully blank.
I thought you didn't want to marry,
said Freddie, still laughing. I shouldn't have taken your name in vain, said Sophie. It was only a joke.
You didn't mean it?
Freddie glanced beyond her to Hugo and his parents. Of course not. I just wanted to take the wind out of his sails. I hope it doesn't embarrass you or your parents.
I won't tell Mummy what he said.
Freddie's eyes were serious now.
So, where you're from, ladies do the proposing?
She guessed that sometimes they did. It wasn't something she'd thought about. But she didn't like where this was going. Always boys.
At home, it's still the done thing to ask a girl's father first.
Hugo was beside them, his voice loud enough to carry to Anne and Richard. Thanks for being so nice about this, said Sophie to Freddie. Freddie smiled, though his eyes were on Hugo. He had his father's eyes.
What's this about?
asked Anne. I've messed up, said Sophie. I'll tell you about it after dinner.
All right,
said Anne, her eyes shifting back to Freddie. Sophie told Anne about the Fletchers. Hopefully, the couple had arrived safely at the manor and were still here. I didn't make any promises, obviously.
Mr. Fletcher might be useful to Mr. Crawford.
Anne went over to the butler, who was standing to attention beside the dining room's open double doors, and she briefly spoke with him. He nodded and left through a side door. 10 minutes later, when Sophie and Hugo filed into the dining room with the family, Mr. Crawford was in his usual place by the sideboard, directing the footman. Dinner that evening reflected the weather.
Gazpacho,
Anne pronounced slowly when the first course was served.
I think it's Spanish. It only works if you have reliable iceboxes. Lukewarm. It's horrid.
The tomato consommé had subtle flavours, onions and peppers, and tasted complicated, like soup rarely did from cans or cartons made by robots.
Did you have any career planned after university?
Hugo was asking Anne.
My degree was in psychology, but I had no fixed ideas.
4 big holes in their dream job theory. Sophie finished her soup, hoping the Janus clue would prove more promising. There's an intriguing gargoyle on the church in the village. Hugo put down his water glass and described the young faces, admitting that they gazed out in opposite directions. Freddie had recognised the carving as a classical symbol for doorways and thresholds. Likely his father would too. Freddie was sipping his wine, didn't elaborate, and Richard seemed relaxed. Is it a local tradition? Sophie's tone was just the right side of casual.
I don't think so,
said Richard. I'll ask the vicar, said Anne. He'll know. Sophie hid a tiny portion of fish under squidgy vegetables, and the boys and Richard talked about cricket. After the main course, Anne turned to her.
We hold a ball every summer. I always enjoy it. I think you will too.
When's it being held?
The 18th of August. We invite the whole county.
Will Alan be invited? Anne looked pained.
He made it clear he dislikes those sort of events.
Hugo, how did you get on with him?
Said Freddie, interested enough to pause exhaustive cricket analysis.
He was hard to talk to.
Hugo was Mr. Tactful. Should have been a diplomat. I didn't like him, said Sophie.
I used to think he was funny, but perhaps he's just a bad sort.
Freddie slowly twirled his wineglass and addressed Hugo.
Tell us about your England.
Hugo smiled at Anne.
I've told Freddie about washing machines and dishwashers, even done drawings.
I know how they work in principle, said Anne, but not well enough to make them from scratch. A shame. I could have made a fortune.
Machines do a lot of work that servants do here,
said Freddie, oblivious to the footman and Mr. Crawford listening to every word.
More people are better off, said Hugo, working in offices or from home. But it's not all good. You can spend your life checking messages, not talking to people right next to you.
Our phones are really mini-computers, connected all over the planet. Sophie ate the last morsel of her summer pudding. Faithful to its name, fresh raspberries and strawberries were piled on soft pink bread, soaked in the fruit's juices. Too messy for Charlotte, but she'd already had fish and potatoes.
You can sit in your bedroom or a cafe, said Hugo. See and talk to people in New York or Australia. Listen to music or watch a film. But how does it work? Asked Freddie.
Your computer sends a request to a web server, said Sophie. Actually, I don't know. Freddie turned to Hugo.
Sorry,
said Hugo.
I don't either.
Freddie shook his head.
So frustrating.
A rumbling directly overhead heralded a much-needed thunderstorm, and a lightning flash lit up the dining room, the people, the silverware, and the cut glass. Richard was watching his wife. Hugo was sipping his wine, and Freddie's gaze was on his place-setting, his expression wistful. Then the scene was gone. A shutter snapped shut. Despite the humidity, Sophie felt suddenly cold, and she shivered. She longed for home, a physical ache for her aunt and Isha, and for laid-back modernity. When Anne stood up a few minutes later, and Sophie followed her out, dragging a reluctant Charlotte, all Sophie wanted was to lose herself in sleep. But she sat on the familiar sofa and geared up for small talk. Anne sat down opposite her. This is the small drawing room. The large drawing room will be used as a ballroom in August. How had she missed a room vast enough to be a ballroom? As the maid poured coffee, Sophie recounted what she'd said in the pub, omitting Alan's spiteful observation. But Anne cut her short, shooed away the maid, making dismissive hand gestures, and the maid hastily closed the door behind her. Odd. She hadn't seen Anne shoo a maid before.
This could be dreadful. Really dreadful.
Freddie was fine about it.
I made many mistakes when I arrived, but this...
When Sophie didn't respond, Anne said,
Do I have to spell it out? Everyone will presume you are secretly engaged. If the engagement is not publicly acknowledged, you will be gossiped about, have no chance of a decent marriage.
What about Freddie?
What about him? Sophie, the rules here aren't fair. This won't affect Freddie in the slightest. If you don't get engaged, it will finish you.
Chapter 25. Dating at home had been straightforward, almost rule-free. Sophie was flattered when Pete Watson showed an interest. Known universally as Pete What's-His-Face, he was so fit he did modelling in the holidays. She did the responsible thing, went on the pill, and in Year 12, just before Christmas, she stayed over at his parents' house. Not in a spare room. His mother had assumed they were sleeping together. But Sophie felt awkward and inadequate, and dumped him soon afterwards, dressing it up with needing her own space. He's self-obsessed, she told Isha, and a humour-free zone. He's gorgeous. Isha pushed out her bottom lip, baffled. I hope you don't regret it. And Sophie didn't. Not the sex or the dumping. Just one of those things.
But in this universe, it seemed that one careless remark could ruin her life. "You've just met." Anne's eyes were narrowed, suspicious. "I only said it to put Alan down." Freddie hadn't been fazed because it didn't affect him. It only affected her. Should have kept her mouth shut, acted smart. "Could we deny I said it? That I was misunderstood?"
"You said there was a witness in the pub."
Anne's face was set, hard.
"We need to start a counter-rumour. You must tell Miss Abel in the strictest confidence that you make these jokes in your world, and Freddie understands."
"Sorry?"
"Within hours it will be common knowledge, here and in the village. You need to use the assumption that visitors can act strangely to your advantage."
Clever media spin, but using servants.
"And no more swanning about in tea dresses. Restrict them to tea time, between 3 and 5:30.
Had she been swanning? Hadn't felt like swanning. Only wear a tea dress at tea time. Logical.
"Fortunately, as soon as you arrived, I ordered appropriate day dresses."
Anne's face was still stony. That night, Sophie told Maud about the new clothing regime and shared the edited pub boast, urging Maud to secrecy. The following morning, Maud draped a corset over the spindly chair, and Sophie's gaze was unwillingly drawn to it. Forget resting after sex, this was why Anne put off getting up. The white, dead bones of a murdered whale were protruding under the thin cotton, and nausea rose in Sophie's throat. How long had that whale swum in the ocean, free, glad to be alive? She could explain to Maud in gruesome detail how whales were killed, but what would that achieve? Nothing for Maud. Her uniform, including her underwear, was mandatory. Not wearing a corset would get her sacked. But Sophie Arundel had supported whale charities for years. How could she wear one? Anne's determined face materialised like a spectre in her head, clear and grim. Deep breath. "I'm ready." Maud put it over Sophie's head, then tightened the laces as if hauling rigging on a whaling ship. "It's the latest style, for the new woman." Sophie gulped. The corset pinched her hips, not her waist, and was longer than she'd expected. She tried to sit down and stood hastily. "Don't be afraid of breaking it," said Maud. "It's very strong." "How do you fasten yours? You couldn't do this by yourself." "Oh, I don't, miss. I share a room with Miss Parry. She does mine and I do hers." Once the corset was immovable, on went a thin chemise, petticoat, delicate silk stockings, and, finally, a formal day dress. The mahogany wardrobe now housed 4 such dresses in varying styles and colours. The one Maud had selected was dusky teal blue with a round neckline and close-fitting elbow-length sleeves ending with lace flourishes. More lace overlaid a high-waisted plain bodice. The skirt draped normally over the hips but gathered in below the knees before reaching the floor, making it difficult to walk. Pockets were cleverly hidden in the skirt's folds. The look was elegant but complicated, and fastening it took Maud a while. From start to finish, the whole procedure had been akin to a squire arming up a knight. But this armour didn't deflect blows, just prevented her being dressed by anyone other than Maud, who'd done some special training course. "Why is it so narrow at the bottom?" "Hobble skirt, miss. Very fashionable." Once Sophie's hair was in a loose bun, Maud left, and Sophie retrieved the notebook from the wardrobe, put it in her pocket with the pencil, and called on Hugo. He opened his door wearing grey trousers and his colourful tie, but the sleeves of his pale pink shirt were neatly folded up to the elbows. He took in her outfit.
"The full Monty?"
"With bells on."
"Can you breathe?"
"Just about." He shut his door behind him. "You've forgotten your jacket."
"Saturday."
He smiled.
"Don't need it."
"This is so unfair."
"You get to dress down at tea time."
His accent was exaggerated, silly posh, and clipped.
"Every day."
Her annoyance dissolved, and she giggled.
I guess. As usual, Freddie wasn't at breakfast. Towards the end of the meal, Richard said to Anne,
I need to work this morning, just for a few hours.
Anne made a face, the informal gesture at variance with her gown, a hobble-skirt design in light blue silk. It's cooler today. Sophie glanced at Hugo. We could take both dogs for a walk. Charlotte and Jack came out from under the table, expectant, alerted by the word walk.
That would be kind, said Richard. Jack gets very bored in the office.
I'm happy to mind him. And Jack's attachment to Charlotte was entirely reciprocated, though there could be no puppies. After breakfast, Anne took Sophie aside.
I know these clothes feel peculiar. If it's any comfort, a few years ago, the fashionable silhouette was much more extreme.
The mind boggled, but Sophie nodded, as if she understood. Outside, the dogs raced across the moat bridge, and Sophie followed, taking frustrating half-steps. As she tottered, Hugo slowed to her pace, and when she told him about Anne's grilling and the PR campaign, he made sympathetic noises. Surprising, given how appalled he'd been. She managed to throw a ball for Jack, despite her tight bodice and sleeves, but Jack lost sight of it. He eventually rooted it out and dropped it at her feet, before racing after Charlotte and staying at her side like a determined shadow. Shame she couldn't swap souls with Charlotte, like a dog and human Freaky Friday, just for a day. It would be wonderful to run and leap so fast, but Charlotte would be even more prone to social gaffes. All this fuss about Freddie and my reputation really sucks. At home, if I'd bonked the whole school rugby team, it wouldn't have ruined my life. Hugo stopped walking.
You'd have been filmed and eaten alive by trolls.
He was managing to keep a straight face, but only just, imagining sordid pictures. Yuck! Not helping.
Everyone's reputation is precious, but women suffer more.
Sophie turned to face him. Since when have you been a feminist?
Since birth. If I'd ever suggested I was better than my sisters, they'd have beaten me senseless.
Sounds rough.
I'm exaggerating, but not much. I was convinced my parents loved them more. I wasn't allowed out by myself, but they came and went as they pleased.
Didn't seem likely. How old were you when this was happening?
3 or 4. They were quite a bit older.
I knew you weren't serious. She began walking again, conscious of her corset digging into her hips.
It never occurred to me that women could be regarded as less than men until I went to school.
He kept to her snail's pace.
Other boys had different opinions.
That figures.
Anyway, it's not rocket science. Only a moron would assume a person is less intelligent because of their gender.
He was serious. Another surprise. Charlotte was hurtling back from the tree line, her legs stretching in joyful, easy motion. Sophie smiled. Charlotte's a feminist.
And you know this how?
She's not ground down by gender stereotypes. Just does what she wants. Charlotte was now sprinting towards a pigeon lingering on the ground, but Sophie was relaxed. Charlotte wouldn't hurt it.
Why did you call her Charlotte?
A few reasons, said Sophie. After Charlotte Bronte, who wrote Jane Eyre.
Okay.
She's like Jane in the story, determined and strong, with a complicated inner life. But Jane wouldn't have suited her. Too plain. Even when she was a tiny puppy, she looked like a princess. Anyway, not long after she was born, Kate Middleton had Charlotte, so that confirmed the name. Hugo seemed interested in the view.
Do you think you tend to overanalyze things?
Possibly.
Charlotte had the fluorescent jacket.
He turned to look at her.
If you don't mind me asking, what condition do you have?
Sophie took in his earnest expression and laughed, so much that her ribs ached against the corset and she had to stop walking. Hugo, the condition I had was a mixture of desperation and low cunning. He stopped too.
I don't understand.
While I was at school, my aunt minded Charlotte, but she's ill, and a couple of months ago she got worse and couldn't dog sit. I didn't want to miss out on uni, so I had 2 options. Dump Charlotte in kennels, or bring her with me.
Couldn't your parents have taken her?
hated explaining. No, they died in my second year at Hadley. She registered the shock on his face and turned away.
I'm sorry, Sophie. I had no idea.
I kept it private, didn't want people feeling sorry for me. Charlotte was leaning into her skirt, and Sophie patted her and exhaled, consciously pushing away the familiar smell of furniture polish. It was indelibly woven into her brain, wrenching her back to Miss Parncut's study, to that moment she'd learned her parents were dead. Even in a different universe, the imaginary scent smelled real. Think about something else. I couldn't afford a decent kennel. Hugo looked dazed, still processing about her parents.
And you wouldn't have sold her?
No. So I winged it. With the fluorescent coat, I had no problems. Like you, people were too embarrassed to ask. Now he was staring, literally open-mouthed. After a moment, he said,
You're outrageous.
She allowed herself a wicked grin.
However did you cope at Hadley without her?
The long holidays helped. They started walking again. Completely rational that school was in a different universe. Unreal. All her old life felt like that. Helplessness ran through her. Hollow and bitter.
What school did you go to? Asked Hugo. Before Hadley?
Local primary school.
Small and friendly?
Not exactly. Lots of fights, but I learned how to handle myself. After being beaten up on the first day, she'd quickly figured out punching, and on one occasion, biting. Within a term, she was an awesome bully deterrent. Hugo frowned.
So you learned to react fast and think later?
Recognition. Maybe. Despite taking such small strides, she was sweating from too many layers of underwear beneath the close-fitting dress. Let's turn around.
My first school was quite intense,
said Hugo as they retraced their steps.
Geared to passing entrance exams to the best schools. I was up for that, but my parents wanted a place that could see beyond grades.
He watched the dogs as they ran towards the house. I loved the extracurricular stuff.
So did I,
said Hugo.
The cricket, the fencing, the CCF.
He'd played soldiers for years in the combined cadet force. Like Lily, who was now a soldier for real. The hollow feeling returned, the reality of the situation hitting Sophie anew. She might never see Lily again. Anyone again.
And I loved the acting,
said Hugo. Must have been fun. She should have persuaded Isha to do drama with her, ignored Hugo's stuck-up friends.
You did athletics,
said Hugo.
And kickboxing.
No need to mention winning the county kickboxing championship. Hugo had watched it in Hadley's gym, along with the whole school.
Did your parents choose Hadley for all the extras?
She managed not to snort. Only rich people could choose a prestigious boarding school. The essay scholarship was a one-off. I got lucky. She grimaced. And then we got in the lift, and our luck ran out.
This business with Freddie will blow over.
Sophie crossed her fingers and focused on Charlotte waiting on the terrace, wagging her tail, Jack at her side. Back in her room, Sophie didn't see the sumptuous bed or pretty curtains, only endless days of corsets, social gaffes, and humiliating husband hunting. Her silk stockings had wrinkled annoyingly around the ankles, and she hitched them up before fishing out her notebook. Brain freeze wouldn't stop her cracking this. The lift puzzle was a research project, not an exam. She read through her notes, and numbers leapt out. Dates. We know when the visitors left home. It shouldn't be too hard to find the days and times we all arrived, and if there's a pattern, we can predict when the portal opens again. Yes! Charlotte yawned, and Jack closed his eyes. Well, I think it's a good idea. When she called on Hugo to go to lunch, she outlined the theory. But if the pattern's not obvious, my math skills are pretty basic.
Mine too.
We'll need Freddie, said Sophie, so Richard will know.
Yes, but like with Janus, we can play it down.
Over lunch, Sophie explained her dates idea, and Anne said, promptly,
I got into the lift on Monday the 20th of January 1986. I'm not sure what date it was here.
The 24th of November, 1893,
said Richard, smiling at his wife.
I remember it well. But surely it wouldn't be that simple. Almost certainly not.
Hugo turned to Freddie.
We'd appreciate your help.
Freddie's whole face lit up. He really was maths obsessed. We know when Miss Hemmings left and arrived, but only when Mr. Parks left, said Sophie. Do you know the date he came through?
June 1902, said Anne, the year before Mr. Eddington started his investigations. What a fascinating problem, said Freddie. But it might be an impossible one. If we do find a pattern or number of patterns, you came from a different universe.
And your point is? Said Sophie.
There will be variables, incredibly difficult to calculate.
Freddie took a sip of water.
You measure the calendar year like we do, based on the time it takes the Earth to rotate around the Sun? Yes, said Hugo. And time here runs slightly slower, said Freddie. Perhaps your Earth is rotating at a different rate. The Sun could be a different size, so could your Earth. And what about the stars? Do you have the same constellations? Your world developed differently. So why shouldn't your universe?
Sophie's brain was hurting. Why had she thought this would be straightforward? Chapter 26.
We could study the constellations tonight, said Hugo. No, actually, we shouldn't. Why not? Asked Freddie. I wouldn't know if the sky was different unless it was really different. I never did astronomy.
Me neither, said Sophie.
Hugo turned to her. And if we're going all Star Trek, even if we could predict the portal opening, how do we get to the right universe? We might end up in a really strange one, or a world that seems like home, but is crucially different. What's Star Trek? Asked Freddie.
I'll tell you all about it, said Sophie. But let's find a pattern, then worry about impossible stuff.
Impossible stuff, repeated Freddie.
James T. Kirk. Anne's lips curved in a nostalgic smile as she looked at her husband. Where to start? That afternoon, Sophie tore a blank page from the notebook, drew a small table, put in the visitors' dates, and made copies for the boys to study. And after dinner, in her room, she read and reread the dates. But inspiration proved elusive. The next morning, when she went to the terrace as arranged, Freddie was back from church, sitting at the table with Hugo. The Lacys hadn't suggested she and Hugo attend Sunday services, and Sophie was grateful. The dogs zoomed under the table, and as Freddie stood and pulled out a chair for her, Sophie noticed his hair. Slicked, flat and shiny, as if he'd emptied a bucket of grease onto his head. Hugo put his fingers on his lips, meaning, don't mention his hair. Sophie sat down and secured her sheet of paper on the table by setting the handbell on one corner. Let's check my copying was accurate. She glanced over at Freddie. Your mother left on Monday the 20th of January, 1986. Mr. Parks left in October 1994. Miss Hemmings in July 2003. And we left on the 25th of September 2017.
Mummy arrived on the 24th of November 1893, said Freddie. Mr. Parks in June 1902, Miss Hemmings in May 1911, and you came through on the 20th of July 1925 at around 11 in the morning.
Good, said Sophie. All our figures are the same.
Miss Hemmings and Miss Alderman arrived during the night, said Hugo.
Anne came through in the afternoon, said Sophie. We don't know what time of day Mr. Parks got here.
That won't make any difference, given how vague some of the dates are.
Freddie rang the handbell, then set it back on Sophie's paper.
I confess, said Hugo. I got nowhere with this last night.
The same, said Sophie. Freddie ran his finger along the figures on his sheet.
Mr. Parks doesn't fit. The difference between departure and arrival dates for everyone else is 92 years, 2 months. For Mr. Parks, it's 92 years, 4 months. Too large a variable, if time passes here only a little more slowly.
He could have misremembered when he left. He wasn't very sure, said Sophie. A young maid arrived with a laden tray and poured coffee.
The real problem is there's no obvious pattern between arrivals.
Freddie took a thoughtful sip from his cup.
Mr. Parks arrived 8 years, 7 months after Mummy. Miss Hemmings came through 8 years, 11 months after him, and you arrived 13 years and 11 months later. Differences of 103, 107, and 167 months. All prime numbers, but given the lack of accuracy, that has to be a coincidence.
Freddie wasn't reading from notes. This was all in his head. Hugo put down his cup.
We need an enigma machine.
Shame we're stuck with Alan Parks, said Sophie, not Alan Turing.
Alan who?
Hugo and Sophie gave Freddie a potted history of code breaking.
I'll be able to help with that, if there's a Second World War,
said Freddie.
I suppose here it would be the First War.
You mustn't repeat what we've told you about code breaking, said Sophie. Keeping all that secret was crucial to us winning.
Right you are,
said Freddie.
Tell me about Star Trek.
Sophie gave a short summary of the franchise.
Real scientists have managed to transfer molecules a very short distance, said Hugo. But we're a while off beaming objects, let alone people.
Have you any more crazy stories? Asked Freddie.
Let's crack this puzzle first,
said Hugo. When they stopped for lunch, Anne related what the vicar had told her about the carving.
We chatted after the service, and he told me all about it.
Mr. Hunter topped up her glass of water.
It's a pagan symbol, and there's nothing like it in the county. There are stone carvings of similar heads in Rome, but not on a church.
Richard smiled at his wife, unworried. That's interesting, said Sophie, keeping her face blank. Good. The same church. A solid, verifiable fact. That afternoon, she and the boys interrogated the visitor dates for 3 hours and found nothing. But Freddie's hair looked fine. The grease fest must have been a one-off. They met again before dinner, worked on more calculations and theories, but came up empty. Afterwards, Sophie took Hugo aside. What was the deal with Freddie's hair?
It's the height of fashion.
What did he use? Butter?
No, brilliantine. Manly grease in a tin.
The following morning, Sophie was surprised and relieved to see the pale blue tea dress back from the laundry. According to Maud, it had been soaked in milk for 12 hours before being washed, and miraculously the dress was now ink-stain free. After breakfast, instead of studying the visitor dates, Sophie started Volume 2 of Far from the Madding Crowd. Her brain would benefit from a maths break. She met up with the boys at 5, after they'd finished work. Initially, as they studied the dates in the small drawing room, Sophie's mind did feel fresher, but Freddie's rapid reasoning soon made her head spin. When Freddie left to think through a new calculation in his room, Sophie folded up her paper to put it in her pocket and asked Hugo about his first day at work. She imagined the office like a World War II war room, with wall charts and a mini replica of Shorten and maids rearranging miniature servants with tiny shovels. Unlikely she'd ever get to check it out for real.
Richard's trying to run an efficient farm, manage hundreds of employees and their families, including those who've retired and need hospital visits,
said Hugo.
Without a manager, he's drowning.
Why hasn't he appointed one?
No shortage of candidates, but it takes years to get to know an estate, so good guys don't move.
The next afternoon, she met up with the boys again. Freddie's calculation looked impressive, but didn't work. The following day, he wrote incomprehensible formulas. They didn't work either.
Because there's no obvious pattern, said Freddie, we need the exact dates. And...
What? Asked Sophie.
The variables between universes factored in before doing the analysis. And there could be billions, or none,
said Hugo. Freddie nodded.
If your multiverse theory is correct.
Weary and frustrated, they gave up. After breakfast the next morning, With no meeting with the boys to look forward to, Sophie's day stretched out like an endless, solitary road. Reading for hours, dozing in her room in the afternoon, and walks that felt like slow pacing in an enormous cage. At home, a good run always cheered her up, but nobody in Shorten ran, or even walked fast. The boys were practicing cricket in a field behind the greenhouses, absorbing for them, but boring to watch. A daring thought. Anne might know of a lockable room to practice kickboxing. Couldn't hurt to ask. Sophie set off across the lawn, walking slower than a centenarian, while the dogs played their favourite game. Like frantic instructions in American football, they put their heads close together, then sprinted in different directions before rushing to consult again. She'd just crossed the moat bridge when she heard Freddie calling her name. He was wearing a suit, not cricket whites. "Have nets been cancelled?" She walked back across the bridge.
"No, strained my shoulder," said Freddie. "May I join you?"
She wanted to laugh at his formality, but restrained herself. Freddie matched her slower pace.
"Hugo told me Charlotte doesn't fetch. It's strange."
"She's okay just running."
"You and Hugo say that a lot."
"What?"
"Okay," said Freddie. "It means all right."
Or, "I understand." Or, "I'll do what you're suggesting." It means a lot of things. Maybe that's why we use it so much. I've never thought about it.
"Okay,"
said Freddie.
"It's an okay day today."
That can mean a good day, but it can also mean an average day or not a brilliant day. Sophie smiled at him. "This is making my head hurt."
"You and Hugo have an interesting accent," said Freddie. "I can't place it. Londonish, but not quite."
"Hugo is much posher." Freddie seemed bemused.
"You sound the same."
Did they? Her accent must have changed at Hadley. Gradually, subtly, subconsciously. Surprise mingled with irritation. She was proud of her family, her regular background.
"Is Charlotte a mixture of breeds?"
Freddie patted Charlotte's head as she rushed by. "Poodle and lab. Originally bred in Australia as guide dogs for people with allergies, but they were hard to train." She knew her labradoodle history.
"Allergies?"
said Freddie. "Some people are allergic to dogs. That's a problem if they need their help."
"Like with the hunt?"
"Sorry?"
"They kill and retrieve."
Of course, in 1925, there'd be fox hunting. Think about good things. If you're partially sighted or have medical conditions, you can take a dog to uni.
"What's a uni?"
Oh, sorry, university." The familiar knot of misery tightened. They'd been gone 11 days now. Auntie Wendy and Isha would be going through hell, and with no bodies to find, there would never be closure. Charlotte launched herself towards a pigeon, maybe the one she'd pursued before. At the last moment, the pigeon rose into the air, avoiding capture. Again. But Charlotte was never downhearted by failure. Did that mean she was determined, or just stubborn? A few moments later, Charlotte began exploring a shrub near the moat, brushing against the leaves and collecting unfamiliar, delicate flowers on her fur. The pink petal tips raggedly lightened towards the bottom, resembling a tie-dyed t-shirt. Sophie knew little about plants. Lucy might know whether this was unique to here, though impressive plant lore wouldn't help find the portal. Charlotte emerged onto the lawn, her head dotted pink and green like a fairy headband, and Sophie set about picking it all off.
"Is she trained to help people?"
asked Freddie. "No, but many dogs at home sniff out explosives or find people buried after earthquakes."
"Remarkable."
"I think dogs are remarkable, but I'm biased." She finished gleaning flowers from Charlotte and tried to be positive. "I love how quiet it is here."
"When I was at Cambridge, I missed that, but now I miss my friends. Phil Hall will be a professor one day. I should write to him about the visitor dates. If there's only a few variables between universes and there's a pattern, he'll find it."
"Could you have been a professor?" She threw a ball for Jack.
"No, had to pick up the reins here."
Freddie sighed.
"Such a shame Hugo doesn't know the maths behind the multiverse theory. I'd have loved to study it."
"You could have discovered it a century early."
"But I'd have cheated,"
said Freddie. "Not much fun in that." Jack dropped the ball at Sophie's feet, and she threw it again. "Isha, my friend at home, she's good at maths." "Odd name," said Freddie. "Is she foreign?" "She's from India." "Gosh," said Freddie. "You're missing her." "Very much." At Hadley, the Russian students had stuck together, like the Chinese and those with parents in the forces, and the rest, Brits from elite families, in politics or the media or business, they'd been schooled from birth to seek out their own. Scholarship Girl and Indian Girl had been natural allies.
"You'll get on famously with Kate. Miss Gilbert. I haven't seen her since Cambridge. We should visit."
"She's not coming to the ball?" Freddie shook his head.
"She's too young."
"How old is she?"
15. She'll be invited next year."
Freddie smiled.
"She could climb a tree really quickly, but I was a better swimmer."
"In the river?"
"Yes, she stuck to the edges."
"I wish we could go swimming again."
"It's a shame," said Freddie, his face sombre. "But Mr. Farrow was very sniffy about it."
"Who?"
"My valet."
The rulebook for Freddie might be shorter, but his valet sounded as prim as Maud.
"I'd so like to," said Freddie.
Even tiny transgressions here were risky, and she'd vowed not to rock the boat to help Anne, not to mention her own marriage prospects, but she couldn't resist. "When you're in charge, Freddie, you could change the rules." He gave her a subversive grin.
"I just might."
Chapter 27.
"If we can't go swimming, there's something else we can do."
Freddie walked towards a wicket gate flanked by a tall box hedge, the topiary reaching high over the gate in an arch. He opened the gate, Sophie stepped through, and smiled. Outlined in chalk was a tennis court. She walked to the baseline, imagining serving and volleying. The neat grass was a glorious, vivid green. The court was right beside the greenhouses, but invisible behind the hedge. "The net's in there?" Sophie pointed to a leather steamer trunk under an elevated umpire's chair.
"With the rackets and balls," said Freddie. "I need to rest this shoulder, but you and Hugo could play on Saturday. I'll referee."
2 days later, it was too hot and humid for tennis, but Sophie and Hugo still played for over an hour in the afternoon, Sophie in a tea dress and Hugo in his cricket whites. Lacking trainers, Sophie went barefoot, while Freddie, dapper in short and casual, presided in the umpire's chair. Sophie had watched Wimbledon, more than she'd played, and Hugo wasn't very good, so that worked fine. The boy who normally collected hound poo fetched balls and stopped Jack running off with them, and maids brought out cold drinks. "We should do this every week," said Sophie when they took a break between sets. She won the next game by sprinting and getting a lucky drop shot. As they changed ends, one of the maids scowled at her, muttering, "Nothing good." Sophie stared back, but the maid didn't look away. Uncomfortable, Sophie tried to focus on the tennis. Afterwards, during Sophie's cool bath, Maud was unusually quiet, and as soon as she was dressed, Sophie hurried off with the dogs to the small drawing room and read the paper. The front page mostly featured soap and medicine adverts. There was only one news story. Manchester unrest under control. 40 streets destroyed by fire, 500 people killed or missing, martial law and curfew imposed by emergency order. The article continued inside, with a photo of a gutted street and a list of ruined homes and shops with quotes from residents, but it was the last paragraph, with no attached comments, that so shocked Sophie she read it again, unable or unwilling to believe it. The bodies of 2 adults, 5 children and a baby were recovered from an undamaged house. Starvation, presumed cause of death. Anne came in wearing a violet tea dress with minimal lace.
"It's too hot to sit on the terrace."
Usually at this time, Anne rested in her room, but Sophie was glad she enjoyed her company enough to make the odd exception. Sophie put down the paper. "This is horrible." "I know. I read it this morning."
Anne rang the bell pull. There's no benefit system.
Not like at home.
Anne sat elegantly on the sofa. Sophie straightened up from her slouch. Are people starving in Little Shorten? The village children had been very skinny.
No. Everyone works on the estate, and first-time mothers, older people, all get support. Oh, I meant to tell you, Mr. Crawford's training up Mr. Fletcher, and Mrs. Fletcher did the pub accounts, so has taken on bookkeeping.
Doesn't Freddie do that?
He did, and he hated it, found it boring.
Sophie glanced again at the paper, glad the chance encounter outside the crooked gate had done some good. How far is Manchester?
About 100 miles.
How far is Derby?
Far enough. The trouble there won't affect us.
Good to know. The manor was a prison, but also a sanctuary. She'd never gone hungry. Actually, had never thought about it. The young maid came in with the tea tray, set everything out on the table, poured the tea, and left, carefully closing the door behind her. Maud had mentioned her roommate's duties involved serving elevenses and afternoon tea, so that maid must be Miss Parry. 5 years younger than Maud, she was meticulously turned out and never spilled a drop of milk or tea. At home, a century ago, Sophie Arundel would have been a maid, but Hugo was way too posh to be a servant. Had Anne sensed that? Why didn't you send us downstairs?
When I woke up here that first morning, the housekeeper wanted to do just that, but Richard's mother took me aside and examined my hands. She turned them over and ran her fingers over my palms. For a mad moment, I thought she was telling my fortune.
Sophie finished spreading strawberry jam on her scone. What was she doing?
Seeing if I'd lived a life of toil. Girls in the 1970s and 80s didn't work in the fields or domestic service, so my hands were as soft as hers. Because of that, she decided I should stay on as a guest.
A whole life, 30 years of marriage, hinging on a moment. If Anne had been a maid, Richard would never have noticed her, let alone proposed.
But in the present climate, it would have been difficult to send you downstairs.
Why?
There would have been resentment if you and Hugo had taken jobs that others had worked for.
She hadn't thought of that.
Fate gave me a chance for a good life. I wanted you and Hugo to have that too.
Anne smiled.
And Charlotte.
A silly vision of Charlotte wearing a white apron and hat, following her mistress around a busy kitchen, materialised, then vanished. I'd have been okay serving drinks, but I'm a terrible cook. Anne laughed.
So, I made the right decision.
Yes. Like with Anne 3 decades ago, the die was cast. On the upside, she'd got through a whole week without making a single mistake. Sophie ate her scone, relishing the freshly baked aroma as well as the taste.
Sophie, when you're wearing a tea dress, you must stay indoors and certainly not play tennis.
Why?
It's scandalous to be seen exerting yourself, and more so without proper underwear.
Explained the rude maid staring, and Maud's silence while Sophie Arundel had guilelessly witted on about the match. But Maud had never been slow to hand out advice. The tennis faux pas must be serious if Anne was telling her off.
Tea dresses, they're also called teagies, have a risque reputation.
Really? They were as modest as a weird handmaid's outfit.
How can I put this delicately? They can be put on and off relatively easily, without a maid's assistance. Fewer fastenings.
I have tried to take it off myself, but all the buttons are on the back. Anne's cheeks turned a delicate shade of pink.
The point is...
She checked the door was closed.
A man, for instance, who was not your husband, could easily undo them.
Her Freddie boast. The servants think me and Freddie are together. Anne's lips thinned.
They like to gossip.
So it wasn't just Maud. But Freddie refereed. He never said anything about my dress.
Freddie's head is full of maths and equations, not ladies' clothing etiquette.
But now you're here, he needs to be more careful. I've already spoken to him. A light knock. The door opened, and Mr. Hunter came in carrying a silver tray, his dark eyes inscrutable. On the tray was a cream envelope, addressed in dark blue ink, Mr. Hugo Harrington and Miss Sophie Arundel.
Apologies, miss. This arrived last night, but was overlooked.
After she picked it up, he gave a curt nod and left. Inside was a small note scrawled in the same ink. Stay away from the lift. Or what? A threat? Nobody here cared if they got home or not, except Richard. A twinge of unease. She showed the note to Anne. Do you recognise the writing? Or the ink? No. You've never been sent a letter like this. Anne shook her head. She took the note and envelope and examined them. Worrying. She handed them back. It could be a threat, but perhaps the person's worried the lift could be dangerous. Then why not say so, or sign the letter? Sophie returned the note to the envelope. It could be someone with mental health problems, and treatment. I don't think there is any. Perhaps in London, but it would be very expensive. They either recover or get worse, or are locked away. I had a good friend here who became depressed after her daughter was born. Her husband put her in the county asylum. She died in there. Kate was basically brought up by the governess. When you say her husband, 2 doctors signed the paperwork on his say-so. I visited her many times, said Anne. A cold, clinical place. Sounded like a horror film. But Kate's a jolly soul. Freddie's friend? Anne nodded. And Charles didn't marry again. He wasn't trying to get rid of her? I don't think so. But other men abuse the system, lock women up because they can. Sophie shuddered. Anyone having that much power over her made her skin crawl. She glanced back at the envelope. Mental illness could involve irrational obsessions, stalking, violence. She put the envelope in her pocket, out of sight, but the sense of unease remained, settling like a canker. Don't worry. I'll find out who wrote that. She had no reason to doubt Anne's sincerity, but she and Hugo would sort this. 10 minutes later, when she called on him, he seemed embarrassed, though he was fully dressed. The dogs rushed in, and Sophie sat awkwardly in the leather armchair, bemused by his body language. He made to close the door, but left it ajar.
Freddie told me about the tennis fallout. I should have realised a tea dress was inappropriate. I'm sorry.
No worries. She smiled. I'm guessing A-level history didn't cover tea dress shame. Not exactly a mainstream fact.
No, but I'm still sorry.
He glanced at the door.
And you shouldn't be in here, Sophie. In that dress.
Getting changed takes forever, and this can't wait.
I know.
He gestured towards his bed. The Times was spread out on the coverlet, open at the page with the photo of the burnt-out street.
These riots are turning into an uprising. The walls of this estate won't protect us from that.
We've a more pressing problem, right here. She fished out the envelope and handed it to him. He removed the note and frowned. Could this be Richard? Hugo sat on the bed, his eyes still on the note.
Unlikely. It's not like we've solved the puzzle and will be strolling home tomorrow.
Mr. Hunter said it arrived last night, but been overlooked. Maybe he made that up, and he wrote it.
Why invent a story that could be checked out in minutes by Mrs. Rawlings?
Who?
The housekeeper,
said Hugo.
She deals with all the mail, and our being here doesn't affect Hunter in the slightest.
Sophie hesitated. Maud and John have loads more stuff to do because of us.
But that's all good. Both promoted.
Hugo scanned the note again.
We should show this to Freddie. I trust him.
Before dinner, in the ante-room, Freddie read the note and showed it to his father, who raised his eyebrows.
Odd.
Richard seemed genuinely intrigued, but then he would in front of Anne.
Should we call the police?
Said Hugo.
The nearest station is in the market town, said Richard. But giving advice isn't a crime.
Do you recognise the handwriting? Anne asked Freddie.
No, but whoever wrote this would disguise their hand.
Someone may have seen who delivered it, said Anne. I've asked Mrs. Rawlings to make inquiries. Freddie returned the note to Sophie. After dinner, Sophie showed it to Maud. Peculiar. Maud examined the note and envelope in the light of the heavy lamp. Good letters, miss. Not your run-of-the-mill person. You don't recognise the writing? A long shot, but worth asking. No. Maud left the note and envelope on the bedside table. But I wouldn't worry, miss. No one sees the lift again. Her casual certainty made Sophie want to swear, but she sat in the blue chair and thought about the note. She wanted to believe it was a joke, but instinct told her it wasn't. Perhaps the person's worried about something else in the lane. Like what? An animal trap could have been left on the verge, said Maud. Made of iron. She clapped her hands together. Takes your leg off, and then you die. Sophie winced. She and Hugo had walked every inch of the lift spot, but such a thing could be hidden in the longer grass. Are they on the estate? No, miss, they don't use them nowadays. That's a relief. The next morning, when Sophie called for Hugo to go to breakfast, she gave him the envelope with the note inside. Maud doesn't recognise the writing, but John might. He folded it in half, slipping it into his trouser pocket. Later, at coffee, he handed it back. He was wearing his cricket whites, as was Freddie.
John's baffled, said Hugo, but Mrs. Rawlings might recognise the writing or the ink.
She could have sent it, said Sophie. Freddie shrugged.
Why would she?
When the boys went off to nets, Sophie went to the small study by the hall. The door was open, revealing a rickety bookcase full of dog-eared files, and beside it, Mrs. Rawlings, sitting at a battered desk, slitting an envelope with a lethal-looking letter opener. Sophie stood on the threshold with the dogs in tow, nerves fluttering. The housekeeper's respect was important, like Maud's. Mrs. Rawlings, could I speak with you? If you're busy, I can come back. The housekeeper stood up, her hazel eyes friendly.
I'm happy to chat now.
Sophie put the envelope on the desk. I wondered if you might recognise the writing. Mrs. Rawlings examined the envelope and then the note.
This is like a clue in the book I'm reading. The Murder on the Links.
Agatha Christie?
Yes, I've read her other one too.
If she's like the author at home, she'll write at least 50. The story's made for feel-good TV, but this note made her feel queasy. It could be a threat. Mrs. Rawlings' wrinkled brow creased more. I don't recognise the hand or the ink, and the paper's thin, no watermark. She peered at the envelope again. This writing is careful, but the message in capitals is more slapdash. Would you mind if I showed this to Mr. Crawford? I'll leave it for Miss Abel to collect. Thank you. Mrs. Rawlings was concerned, not running scared. Before dinner, Maud gave Sophie back the envelope. Everyone's talking about it. What did Mr. Crawford say? It could be anyone here or in the village. Not very helpful. Over pre-dinner drinks, Anne said, Mrs. Rawlings has no record of the time the anonymous letter arrived. It must have been delivered after everyone had retired. Richard looked mildly curious.
I could burn it,
said Freddie. No, I'll keep it. The note was safe in Sophie's linen drawer. Freddie frowned.
For what?
In case, said Sophie, the implied threat is real. Chapter 28. You should take up a hobby, said Anne, as she and Sophie sat in the small drawing room after dinner. Yes, cabin fever was getting worse. Painting and embroidery are socially acceptable. Couldn't draw and never sewn a button, let alone a masterpiece of tiny stitches. Despite the tennis debacle and the anonymous letter, Anne seemed relaxed. Now was the time. I was wondering if there was a spare room where I could do kickboxing. Nobody would see.
Anne's eyes widened.
Like Kung Fu in that Karate Kid film?
I'm not sure. It's good for general fitness, coordination and muscle strength. You can train on your own with a punch bag, like boxers.
That would put off potential suitors.
Oh. But Anne's reaction wasn't entirely bad news. She thought Sophie Arundel might attract some.
Archery is considered ladylike because you only move your arms, said Anne. Is this kickboxing important to you?
I was good at it at school, and I'd love some private me time. I feel like I'm always on show.
The manor can be quite claustrophobic. I think I know a way you could do this.
Really?
Mini archery. There's plenty of lockable rooms on the ground floor, and you could do it in all weathers.
With a mini board and bow?
No, silly, you're kickboxing.
Anne gave her a conspiratorial smile, enjoying getting one over on the system.
I do have some idea how difficult it is to adapt to life here. You need to work off surplus energy. I'll ask Lucy to make a punch bag. She won't tell anyone. She hates gossip.
With the shock of the Great War revelation, the pub debacle, and wrestling with the lift puzzle, Sophie had forgotten how much she'd liked Lucy. The bags are made of leather or canvas, filled with sand and rags. You hang them from a hook in the ceiling, but they're quite heavy. They can go on a stand. Would Lucy mind if I borrowed one of her tops and trousers? She's a bit shorter, but we're similar build.
I'll ask Lucy about that too, said Anne. On one condition.
What?
We really need to keep this to ourselves. I cannot imagine what the servants would think.
Understood. Forget marriage joke visitor and tea dress shame. The gossip mill would explode. And Maud would start an anti-kickboxing campaign involving a shortened version of hybrid warfare. Instead of cyber hacking, fake news and stirring up the locals, she'd begin small. Kickboxing harmed feminine health, fueled suffragette violence, and, most effectively, she'd use pained expressions. A single glance usually sufficed. More than one, delivered relentlessly every day, and Sophie Arundel would be a gibbering wreck. Selling this would require cunning. The following morning before lunch, Maud was in a good mood, humming to herself as she bustled about the bedroom. Lady Lacey's suggested I do mini archery. Sophie's voice was borderline bored. She's put aside a room so I can practice in private until I get the hang of it. Anne had given her a key, the only one, as the room hadn't been used in years. Maud's eyes narrowed. Whereabouts is this room? At the back of the house. Anne had also given her one of Lucy's tops and a pair of trousers, and Sophie had put them in a drawer. She took them out. My dress wouldn't be practical, so Miss Hemmings has lent me these. Ladies do archery in day dresses, miss. She'd anticipated this. I know, but I haven't done it before, and my regular sleeves are so tight. Lady Lacey approved, because I'll be practising in private. I'll need to come with you. Wouldn't be right, miss, wandering around in those clothes. This she hadn't anticipated. Why not? Wouldn't be respectable, miss. And she'd underestimated Maud. She'd gone straight for the open verbal assault. I don't need a chaperone. It'll just be me in the room. I'll go with you, miss. Wait outside. Sophie rolled her eyes. I'll be practising for an hour. Exaggerating, but not much. I'll sit and do my mending chores. Maud had on her determined face. When Sophie saw Hugo in the anteroom at lunch, she repeated the mini archery fiction. A private gym. Brilliant. He was thinking about joining her. It's me time. Hugo shrugged. Okay. After lunch, Sophie took Anne aside. Miss Abel's acting like a bodyguard, wants to sit outside while I practice. She takes her duties seriously, that's all. And she disapproves of the clothes, but that's what Lucy wears. It's taken a long time, said Anne, but Lucy has managed to become an honorary man. If I could dress and undress normally, it would give Miss Abel a break. Anne made a face. Sophie was reminded again of Freddie. Anne lowered her voice. But if you were seeing someone, those clothes would be easier to take off than a tea dress. Chance would be a fine thing. An entire sex life confined to Pete What's-his-face and eventually some chinless wander from a parallel universe. I'll get Miss Abel to sit at the end of the corridor. Right outside, she'll realise I'm not delicately shooting arrows.
That would be sensible, said Anne. When I saw Lucy, she was intrigued. She's making the punch bag today.
I'm keeping the key in here. Sophie patted her skirt. I love that all my dresses have pockets. Anne's lips curved into a smug smile. I insisted on them when I married, though they weren't fashionable. Of course, men have them routinely. The next morning, Sophie put on Lucy's trousers and top and set off to the gym with Maud and the dogs in tow. Sophie had helped Lucy smuggle in the punch bag overnight using wheelbarrows and enjoyed her company so much she'd invited her to the first workout. And the head gardener taking on mini archery had placated Maud. Lucy's presence made it more respectable. In the corridor, they passed a maid, her striking red hair barely confined in a large bun. After 2 weeks, Sophie knew all the maids by sight, except the most junior. According to Maud, scullery maids cleaned the public rooms hours before the family came down for breakfast. This girl wasn't familiar, must have been promoted, or recently hired. Apprehension slid along Sophie's backbone. The anonymous note writer could be her. No, none of the servants, old or new, had a motive. Lucy was sitting on a wooden chair up the corridor from the designated room. She got to her feet and exchanged a respectful nod with Maud. Sophie gave Maud the dog's leads, and as Maud sat on the tatty chair, Jack lay on the wooden floor beside her. Charlotte, annoyed at being left behind, remained standing, watching Sophie and Lucy walk away. Sophie unlocked the door, she and Lucy stepped inside, and Sophie relocked the door. The room was the size of a large classroom, with chairs stacked in a corner. Sophie walked over to a diamond-paned window framed by heavy curtains. Outside, not far from the house, was a dense line of elm trees. It's good we're not overlooked. The carpet under her feet was grey and fraying. We should move this. They rolled it against the wall, but were enveloped in a choking dust cloud. When it finally settled, Sophie drained half her canteen. Glad I brought supplies. When she'd asked for 2 water flasks, she'd allayed Maud's suspicions with an unnecessarily convoluted explanation about the benefits of sufficient hydration. She'd also asserted that stout walking boots were more comfortable for standing about. Lucy took a long swig from the other flask. You've been doing this for how long? 8 years. Sophie began warm-up stretches. And doing it here might just keep me sane. Lucy copied her stretching. The fallout from your Freddy joke won't last forever. Who knew a one-liner could be such a big deal? It's because they don't have television, so they make up soap operas. I suppose it's like school, said Sophie. Everyone living so close together. Except we're all dependent on one family. Except that. Lucy put her hand on the wall and stretched one leg, then the other. And that anonymous note. Anne suggested the writer could be looking out for us, that the lift could be dangerous. So why didn't they warn her, or me and Janet? We searched for it often enough. Perhaps they weren't born, or really young when you and Anne arrived. Or the writer thinks you're onto something. The visitor dates were a good idea. Lucy stopped stretching and grinned. Or someone stayed too long at the pub. The note had been delivered on a Friday night, but the author, presumably the same person who carried it, had been careful to remain unseen. Someone was collecting snatches of gossip, logging their theories. But Sophie returned Lucy's grin, reassuring her. Lucy was worried too. Stand like this, 1 foot in front of the other, and follow through, using your body as well as your arm. Sophie punched the bag in slow motion. Keep your thumb wrapped outside your first and second knuckles. Sophie demonstrated. Lucy copied her. That's it. Complicated, said Lucy, stepping back from the bag. Understand the basics, and with practice, it'll be instinctive. Sophie ran on the spot. Near the moat, there's this beautiful pink-tipped flower I've never seen at home. She described it.
Sounds like Saxifraga rosacea. Went extinct in the 1960s.
Are there plants unique to this world?
There are, as well as familiar ones that react differently to soil type and weather. Consistent with the parallel worlds idea.
Lucy grimaced.
Like that wretched Virginia creeper.
Sorry?
The monstrous vine spreading over the main house at the front. Grows faster than at home.
Why haven't you cut it back?
Lucy shrugged. Anne likes it.
Sophie stopped running on the spot. Use your legs to put weight behind the punch, like this. Lucy gave the bag a stronger punch, and another one. I'm so glad you're here. Anne and I get on, but you're closer to my age.
Not really. In 6 years, I'll be 40.
You don't look anything like 40. And she didn't. Whippet thin, but with a smooth complexion. Late 20s. Lucy acknowledged her compliment with a sceptical shrug and concentrated on punching. When Lucy stopped, Sophie threw herself into the familiar workout, happily focused, relishing the boof sound as her feet and fists hit the bag. Finally, Sophie wiped sweat from her temple and stretched, tired but energized. She smiled at Lucy. Another session in a few days? Lucy returned the smile.
Definitely.
Sophie opened the door and locked it behind them. Up the corridor, Maud stood up, judging but resigned. The dogs were alert, guarding the corridor, and not judging. Lucy went off to work, and as Sophie returned to the bedroom, Maud said, You were shooting arrows really quick, miss. Bang, bang. Maud must have been listening at the door, perhaps peering through the keyhole. Mental note, always keep the key in the lock. Miss Hemmings is pretty good at hitting the target, but I need to practice every day. Hugo and Freddie came around a turn in the passage, and gawped. It wasn't only her clothes. Her face was pink and sweaty. She hurried past. She'd tell Freddie mini archery was grueling. Hugo, though, wouldn't be fooled. When she saw Hugo again before lunch, she fessed up. If word got out, everyone will think it's seriously weird. You won't say anything to Freddie. Or John.
I won't. But if I were you, I'd explain to Freddie.
Bad idea, Hugo. He wouldn't understand.
He's bursting with curiosity. Thinks you're doing something else in that room.
Like what?
He didn't actually say what he thought, just wondered why you were red in the face. Maud's already given John chapter and verse, so Freddie's valet will have heard, and by Freddie's account, Mr. Farrow's still wary of us. Bolster the mini archery fiction. Get Freddie on side.
Okay. He knew Freddie better than her. After lunch, Sophie persuaded Freddie to join her alone on the terrace and confided about kickboxing.
You're practicing how to fight people. Why on earth would you do that?
It's not about hurting anyone. It's a way of toning muscles and keeping fit.
Sounds unladylike.
How entirely predictable. Maybe if Freddie saw the practical reality, he'd understand. Why don't you join me tomorrow, after breakfast?
Righty-ho,
said Freddie.
We can go to the office later.
The following morning, Freddie wasn't at breakfast, but when she reached the corridor by the gym with Maud and the dogs, he was already there. With Hugo. He hadn't mentioned he was coming. She gave Hugo an amused smile. You too? He shrugged.
I can't be in a locked room with you by myself, said Freddie, avoiding her eyes. Not with you dressed like that.
Hugo was pressing his lips together, trying not to laugh. Sophie acknowledged Lucy, walking briskly along the corridor. Miss Hemmings is coming too. Lucy had been busy at work, but Maud had been adamant. No chaperone, not happening. Freddie stood straighter, as if he'd been caught doing something untoward. Lucy might technically be a servant, but Freddie respected her. Sophie unlocked the door, and inside the boys took chairs from the stack and sat down. So did Lucy. The head gardener wasn't up for training with an audience. After hastily relocking the door, Sophie did routine stretches. You see, like you do before cricket.
I don't do that, said Freddie.
It's so you don't pull a muscle before intense exercise.
Hugo crossed his legs, his face expressionless. Lucy was relaxed, but Freddie was hunched, his face contorted as if he'd swallowed a wasp. Sophie finished stretching. She'd take it easy and do a short session. She didn't want to alarm Freddie. Well, more than he was already. Sophie began punching, raised the intensity, and interspersed with kicks. See, it's not rocket science. Freddie was shaking his head.
Rocket science?
It's more difficult than it looks, said Lucy. Sophie lay on the floor using half bricks wrapped in cloth to strengthen her arms.
You could join a circus, said Freddie.
Sophie put down the bricks. This had been a very bad idea.
Honestly, Freddie, in our world, people do this every day, said Hugo.
Freddie frowned.
I think I'll stick to cricket.
If she put kickboxing in context, Freddie might see it as more normal. I used to compete against other girls. I wasn't the tallest, so I had to train hard.
Not the tallest, said Freddie. You're tall for a girl.
Freddie couldn't know many girls. I'm only 5'5". I usually won my kickboxing bouts, but the girl who beat me in javelin last summer was nearly 6 foot.
A girl as tall as me? No.
Most girls are taller than me, said Sophie.
In our Great War, officers were generally taller than the men, said Hugo. And with better nutrition, the average height has gone up quite a bit.
Sophie squared her shoulders. I need your help, Freddie, to support the idea of mini archery. Her quotation gesture was lost on him.
Do you really want to keep on with this oddness?
It makes me feel more relaxed, said Sophie, deploying her best doe eyes. More at peace with the world. Freddie dropped his gaze.
All right.
As they opened the door to leave, Lucy said, Such a tiny target. It makes it really hard to hit.
Absolutely, said Freddie.
I'll keep practicing, said Sophie. Afterwards, during her bath, she said to Maud, Standing shooting arrows. Stops me putting on weight. Maud's brow creased, more of a question than a frown. But Maud was a tough nut to crack. In the mornings, I'm ever so busy, miss, and by the evening I just want to sit down. She got it. Maud thought shooting arrows into a toy target was pointless. Actually, Maud had a point. Working out was a first-world luxury. I've never seen you out of breath. Your work keeps you active, and you've got a very trim figure. Thank you, miss. Maud collected a fresh towel from the shelf. I thought you wouldn't do your mini archery today. Why? Being your time of the month again, miss. I feel fine. Her monthly cycle, previously kept regular by the contraceptive pill, was now unpredictable and chaotic, and her relationship with Maud was way too intimate. Yet they weren't exactly friends, and memories of privacy and independence were already fading, like career options she'd taken for granted. In the bedroom, after Maud left, Sophie opened her notebook, turned to the last page and wrote Wednesday, the 5th of August, 1925, day 17, then scanned the visitors' pages. If she couldn't find a real clue soon, hope would fade too. Chapter 29. Sophie put the notebook in her pocket with the pencil and went out to the terrace. She'd sit in the shade and draw the lift pictures. In her mind's eye, they were still clear. But the boys were there, drinking coffee and sharing some hilarious joke. The dogs zoomed under the table to lie in the shade, and Freddie pulled out a chair. Sophie smiled at him as she sat down. What happened to slaving in the office?
11's is then back to work.
Right, 11's is, said Sophie. I never know what time it is.
You haven't a watch?
Asked Freddie. Sophie shook her head, and Freddie rang the handbell for more coffee. Hugo giggled.
What are the odds?
What's so funny? Asked Sophie, worrying she was the butt of the joke.
Freddie and me share the same birthday, said Hugo. 23rd of June.
Really? Said Sophie. How bizarre.
I'm 3 years older,
said Freddie. as if that made it less bizarre.
When's your birthday, Sophie?
Not till the autumn. Just as well. All of them sharing a birthday would be creepy. On the 29th of October, she'd be 19. Or was it 20? Her 19th birthday would have been a month after she got in the lift, but in Shorten, it had been the 20th of July. Had she gone back 2 months? Or forward 10? If she was still here in October, celebrating a birthday would feel like giving in. Like Hugo working for the estate.
In point of fact, it's not much of a coincidence, said Freddie. It's called the birthday paradox.
What is? Said Sophie.
You might think it unlikely that 2 people have the same birthday, said Freddie. But it isn't. If you have a room of only 23 people, there's a 50-50 chance 2 of them will share a birthday. In a room of 75 people, there's a 99% chance.
Miss Parry poured Sophie's coffee, and Hugo said,
Come again. That's why maths is so fascinating, said Freddie. I worked it out in my last term. Phil thought of the name.
Freddie, there are 365 days in a year, said Sophie. 75 people in a room are almost guaranteed to share a birthday. That can't be right.
It seems wrong, but it's true. Imagine you're in a room with 22 people, all with different birthdays. You'd assume the chance of you having a unique birthday is high. Only 22 days have been taken, and 343 days are free. But what if you work out the probability that everyone in your group of 23 has a unique birthday?
Sophie frowned. No idea what you're talking about.
For person 1, the probability is 100%, because every date is clear, said Freddie. For person 2, there's one day they would share with person 1, but the other 364 are clear, so their chance of a unique birthday is 364 divided by 365. For person 3, it's 363 divided by 365, and so on through to person 23, whose probability of having a unique birthday is 343 divided by 365. To find the probability of everyone in the group having unique birthdays, we multiply all the 23 probabilities together and get a probability of 0.509 or 50.9%.
Only sort of following. Hugo was frowning now.
If that's the probability that any 2 people share a birthday, said Freddie, what about the probability that you will share a birthday with at least one other person? For that to be greater than 50%, you'd need to be in a group of 23 people.
So why, said Sophie, slowly, isn't it 100% with double the number, 46 people?
As each person is added, the odds curve up rapidly, said Freddie. But when the curve hits 50%, the rate of increase goes down, goes virtually flat when 57 people are measured, and the odds rest at 99%. You mean 75 people? Said Hugo. No, 57. I could draw you a graph.
It's no good, Freddie. This is beyond me, said Sophie.
Me too,
said Hugo. When he wasn't giving out social advice, she really liked Hugo, as well as fancying him. What were the odds?
I was born on a Thursday, said Freddie. Do you have the same rhyme? Thursday's child has far to go, quoted Hugo. But I was born on a Wednesday, and I'm not full of woe. Well, not usually.
You've lost me again, said Sophie.
It's a nursery rhyme, said Freddie. And in our version, it's Friday's child that's full of woe. Wednesday's child is loving and giving.
Hugo smiled.
I'll take that.
I was born on a Thursday too, said Sophie. So was Charlotte.
The rhyme's just tosh, said Freddie. So it's not such a coincidence, said Hugo, that you, Sophie and Charlotte were born on a Thursday. No, probability again. OK, said Hugo, what are the chances of having the same middle name? Low, said Freddie. Mine are Cameron and Richard. Edward Peter Strickland, said Hugo.
The boys turned to her. Deborah Ellen.
Pretty names, said Freddie.
When the boys returned to the office, Sophie went to the library and drew the lift pictures. The mansion and the cottage on fire didn't take long,
but recreating the man rocking the cot and the girl holding the sword required numerous rubbings out and tweaks. But Alan's pictures were easier. Just curls of fire on the mansion and a line for the forked road. She stood and stretched. She'd been fiercely holding on to those images, and now she felt unburdened, lighter. She scanned the bookshelves. She'd finished Far from the Madding Crowd and was looking for a shorter story. Climbing almost to the top of the nearest ladder, she picked out a slim hardback bound in brown cloth, The Time Machine. The title and author's name on the spine and cover were printed plainly in darker brown, and the only picture on the front was of a small winged sphinx, outlined in the same dull colour as the lettering. Recumbent on its belly, its forearms jutting out in front, it resembled the famous statue in Egypt, except the face was softer, its mouth curved in a slight smirk. Sophie settled in the red chair and finished it before tea time, and felt seriously creeped out. She waylaid Hugo in the corridor when he came back from work. H.G. Wells wrote the Green Door story, and also wrote this. It's about the far future. Pretty weird. He never names the time traveller, but I'm guessing it's the author. She handed him the book. I think he stepped through our portal.
I've read this, and some of his other work. This was published in...
He opened the cover and turned a page.
1895, around the same time it was written at home.
He went into his room. Sophie followed with the dogs, leaving the door ajar, though she was wearing the full Monty. If Hugo wanted to seduce her, he'd need to put aside at least an hour, unless he'd stolen a bolt cutter that would make short work of whalebone. She put her hand to her temple. The time machine really had knocked her sideways. Hugo sat on the edge of the bed, the book still open in his hand.
If Wells went through our portal, why write about a man who builds a time machine? Why not just describe the lift?
Better for the plot. The hero gets to decide where he goes. Sophie perched on his armchair. The Sphinx on the cover is outlined in exactly the same style as the scenes on the lift doors. Maybe Wells saw a Sphinx.
Go on.
But the meaning of the Sphinx in the story isn't clear.
No, it isn't.
Hugo bit his lip.
Perhaps power, enduring over eons, or the opposite, inevitability of decay, death. And why have a green door in a wall in the other story?
No idea.
Wells at home was scarily accurate about the future. Predicted aircraft, tanks, nuclear weapons, space travel, and in The Shape of Things to Come, published in the early 1930s, he has the Second World War starting in January 1940.
Sophie swallowed. Germany had invaded Poland on the 1st of September 1939. A few months' difference. I'm not sure what Freddie would make of that with his probability stuff.
The narrative was so confident, like it had already happened.
But if the Wells at home came through our portal to Shorten, said Sophie, he had no way of learning about the future, only an alternate past. Hugo frowned. Let's focus on the H.G. Wells here, said Sophie. If he went through the portal to the Students' Union, believed he'd travelled 90 years into the future, not across universes, he learned about 20th century history, thought it set in stone.
If the H.G. Wells here is like the one at home, that's not what he concluded. In a modern utopia, R. Wells describes a parallel world with an alternate future, and in his Shape of Things to Come, World War II lasts for a decade, and the Brits stay neutral.
Hugo ran his hand through his hair, messing up his fringe.
The Wells at home could have visited other universes where time passes faster,
and saw different, contradictory futures. When was Utopia published?
I can't remember,
said Hugo.
But after the time machine. I really hope the War of the Worlds came from his imagination, not field trips.
Yes. She'd seen the Tom Cruise movie.
The Shape of Things to Come was published at home in the early 1930s. That Wells must have gone through the portal more than once, perhaps many times. If he figured out how it works, the version of Wells here has too.
Sophie shook her head. So why couldn't Eddington?
I don't know.
How did the Wells here come across the portal in the first place? Said Sophie. The lane's out in the sticks.
The portal had moved to the lane by 1893, when Anne came through.
Hugo closed the book. The Time Machine was published after that. In 1895, but books take a while to write and get published. Wells could have found the portal before Anne arrived, maybe years before, when it was still in the Crooked Gate. And at home, the portal location never moved from the pub. Hugo shot her a rueful smile. Perhaps both versions of Wells heard about the missing barmaid and found a lift in the cellar. He sounded flippant, not serious. But Sophie stood up, her brain whirring. In the lane, when she'd looked back, the lift had acquired the colours of the trees and hedges, like camouflage. The portal adapts to its surroundings, became a lift in the Students' Union. Wells at home, and here, went to the pub and found a door. A green door. Hugo's eyes widened. And in 1903, when Eddington's research team were in the lane, the Wells here realised where the portal had moved to. Hugo gave her the book. Wells spent decades travelling between universes. We can write to him here. Visit. That would be a risk. Why? In the Time Machine, he's coy about whether the story is true, said Hugo. And in a modern utopia, he asserts emphatically that the narrator isn't him. He won't want to admit how he got the ideas. We've already got one writer sending us threats. If Wells thought his reputation and livelihood were threatened, we sign a gagging order, whatever. Hugo, he can tell us how to get home. He smiled. Yes. I'll ask Anne how to word the letter. Use the correct form of address. Sophie beamed at him. Yes. Inevitable that Anne would tell Richard, but worth the risk. That night, after dinner, Sophie and Charlotte went with Anne as usual to the small drawing room. After Miss Parry had poured coffee and left, Sophie said, "Why do we leave and sit here by ourselves?" "Women aren't supposed to drink whiskey or smoke, and it protects our delicate ears from worrying talk about politics." When Sophie snorted, Anne added, "The custom fails miserably to keep the outside world at bay. I read the paper every day, and last year I persuaded Richard to have a telephone installed. He didn't want one. He thinks it's uncivilized, an invasion of privacy. I didn't understand at first, but everyone is used to social occasions being arranged in advance. The idea that a friend might call unexpectedly and you'd have to speak to them, interrupting your routine, it is quite a change." "Do you get nuisance calls, like at home?" Anne seemed puzzled. "Trying to con you out of money?" "I don't remember that. Anyway, even if we did, Mrs. Rawlings would deal with it." Anne's mouth twitched. She was trying not to laugh. Obviously, if the call was a personal one, from a known acquaintance, I'd speak to them, or call them back. "Now that is civilized." Anne leaned forward. "Tell me about the 21st century." Yes, Anne still missed home. Sophie told her about huge TVs and tiny phones. "Do you have flying cars?" "No. That's a shame." Anne sipped her coffee. "Are there still wars?" Sophie told her about 9/11, Iraq, and Afghanistan. "Religious fanatics," said Anne, trying to take it in. "What happened to the Cold War?" "The Berlin Wall came down years ago. Russia's not friendly, but Eastern European countries are in NATO." "That's incredible," said Anne. "You'll be telling me next there's a British Wimbledon tennis champion." "There is. He's won it twice." "Now you're teasing." Anne placed her cup and saucer on the table. "The cricket match tomorrow will be fun." Sophie was actually looking forward to it, just to get out of the manor. She told Anne about their H.G. Wells theory, playing it down like they had about Janus. "I'm afraid you can't write to him," said Anne. "He died on a visit to Russia, in a traffic accident, in 1920, if I remember right." Seeing Sophie's face fall, Anne added, "You could read his Times obituary. The library in the market town has all the previous editions." Sophie put her cup aside. The coffee tasted bitter. How would Wells' obituary help? A tribute to his novels before an untimely death. Their best lead had died with him.
Chapter 30. The Lacey's green car came to a gentle halt in a leafy lane near Little Shorten. Reynolds opened Sophie's door and, restricted by her narrow skirt, she turned slowly around in her seat and placed both feet on the ground at the same time. She'd never thought about the mechanics of exiting a car. Now she had to. Keeping the dog's leads short, Sophie followed Anne through an open gate towards a small pavilion beside a cricket pitch. Sophie's corset was pinching her hips. Her cream skirt was even more tapered than usual. The bodice was uncompromisingly fitted, and the whole sweaty combo was topped off with silk stockings and wrist-length linen gloves. Her huge hat, a millinery masterpiece of intricate wired cloth adorned with the feathers of dead birds, shielded her face from the curious, but compromised her field of vision. Anne was wearing an almost identical outfit. Chairs and tables were set out by the pavilion. Anne sat stiffly on an upright chair at the front, and Sophie sat beside her. Nearby, on a small round table, was a jug of water and 2 glasses. Half under the jug was a damp piece of paper the size of a saucer, with Lady Lacey written on it in smudged blue ink. Across from them, by a tea tent, 3 young women in loose-fitting dresses and small straw hats were giggling and gossiping, their voices clear and shrill across the open space. Hobble-skirt torture and giant hats were evidently a privilege thing. One of the girls was moving her hand in a slow circle over her stomach, staring at Sophie and smiling. What was that about? Sophie tilted her head so her hat brim obscured the girls and took off her gloves. Anne had insisted that gloves were always removed before drinking or eating, unimpressed by Sophie's certainty that ladies in Downton kept them on. Sophie put the gloves on her lap, poured water into the glasses, and handed a glass to Anne. "In previous years, we walked here and back," said Anne. "But it's so warm today, I'm happy to use the cars." "The roads aren't safe," remained unspoken, and Sophie sipped the tepid water and focused on the men in cricket whites walking onto the pitch. When the boys were talking tactics last night, it was so detailed. All that stuff about left-arm orthodox spin and yips. Freddie had been worried about the yips, losing confidence when he bowled. "I have to confess," said Anne, "I stopped listening after the earnest discussion about anchors." Anchors played defensively, so could bat until the end of time. "My friend Lily loves cricket. She was captain of our house's mixed team." "I don't remember women playing," said Anne, squinting to see if a distant fielder had caught the ball. Fielding, bowling, batting, anything would be better than being trussed up like a chicken in an oven. "It's not as popular as men's cricket." Sophie pulled a linen handkerchief from her sleeve and wiped her moist face. Years ago, at another cricket match, cheering on Lily, she'd drunk chilled canned drinks and read an entire book on her phone in between chatting with Isha and clapping. Should have brought a book today. No, Anne would have confiscated it. Conspicuous visitors had to be riveted to the action. "How many hours until tea?" The manor had organised refreshments. "Around 3, said Anne. Sophie finished her water and pictured the fridge in Isha's house in London, particularly the bit that pushed out ice in different shapes. Yes, it helped to think about ice. The kitchen staff had put a water bowl under the table, and the dogs were lying beside it in the blissful shade. Shame there wasn't room for her. "When I arrived at the manor," said Anne, "day dresses had high, very stiff collars. Quite uncomfortable." She couldn't imagine being more uncomfortable. The soporific heat went on and on. No sign of the boys. Must be waiting to bat. She'd told Hugo about Wells before breakfast, and his face had crumbled. Her thoughts shifted to the lift pictures. She'd hoped committing them to paper would trigger an idea, but it hadn't. She closed her eyes, trying to ignore the corset pressing against her ribcage. Breathe. Try to relax. She looked the part, but was secretly an alien on a strange planet. If E.T. landed here, would they put it in boys' clothes, or a complicated gown and hat, or a child's midi dress with a white pinafore? The faint buzz of insects and the fresh smell of recently cut lawn faded. She was on a beach, wading into a wonderfully cold sea. Her arm was being pinched. "Wake up," said Anne. "Hugo's been bold. You must tell him you saw the whole thing." "Oh, I will." It would have been the same at school, if she'd missed a vital moment. That had happened quite a lot. If she couldn't get home, there would be more cricket matches. Every year. For the rest of her life. Hugo was walking towards them, slightly red-faced.
50-odd runs. Not bad, considering.
"You were unlucky not to get more," said Sophie, with smooth, plausible authority. "A good innings." Anne turned her attention back to the pitch, where Freddie was at the crease.
"I'll get water,"
said Hugo, and headed to the tea tent. When he reappeared with 3 glasses, the water wasn't cold, but Sophie dearly wanted to pour it over her head. No, a sodden hat would add mad visitor to her reputation. She put her fingers in the water and sprinkled it on her face.
"I don't envy you that get-up,"
Hugo whispered. "The hat's the worst. I'd feel cooler without it."
"Good afternoon."
An elderly, portly man in a dog collar and dark suit was peering at them quizzically through thick glasses. "Hello, Vicar," said Anne, cheerily. Hugo stood and shook hands.
"Hugo Harrington. The Reverend Alfred Weatherby."
Should she stand? Anne had stayed seated, so Sophie did too. "Hello."
"Do you mind if I join you?"
The dogs were wagging their tails against Sophie's legs, and his question was a formality. Anne gestured at a chair beside Sophie.
"So,"
said the vicar, once he'd sat down,
"you're the new visitors. Anne's told me all about you."
He smiled, his eyes twinkling.
"You must come to a service when you can."
"Do you have carols at Christmas?" Sophie had been a confirmed atheist since her parents' death, but she'd enjoyed Hadley's carol services. She'd even sung in the choir.
"We certainly do. You'd be very welcome, though it's a long way off."
"I'd like that," said Sophie, "if we're still here."
"You're going travelling?"
asked the vicar. Hugo glanced at Anne.
"The Lacys have been very kind, but we'd like to go home."
He turned to the vicar and paused. This would get back to Richard.
"We think there might be a way, because of your gargoyle." "Ah, yes, Janus. The workmanship is very fine."
The vicar lowered his voice.
"When I arrived 40 years ago, the departing vicar was thinking about having it removed."
"Why?" said Sophie, shifting her legs. Charlotte's head was resting on her feet, threatening her circulation.
"Pagan symbol. Worried the bishop would find out and disapprove. He wanted to replace it with St. Bridget. She's associated with doorways and thresholds."
"Why didn't it happen?" asked Hugo. The vicar wiped his glistening forehead with a large white handkerchief.
"St. Bridget also has pagan origins. I managed to persuade him that Janus wasn't incompatible with Christian theology." "How did you do that?"
Hugo sounded impressed.
"In my youth, I did the Grand Tour. Spent many wonderful weeks in Rome. One of the highlights was the Arch of Janus. Very impressive. Built by Constantine I or II. It's at a crossroads, and if you stand in front, it frames a Christian church. St. George's."
Sophie moved her legs again. The vicar was very knowledgeable.
"I said if Janus was good enough for Constantine," added the vicar, "he should be good enough for us."
"We think the lift can also appear as a door," said Sophie. "The arch in Rome could be another portal."
"An intriguing idea."
The vicar seemed downcast.
"It's unfortunate I can't return."
Italy was on Sophie's long bucket list. In a few years, if she persuaded some kind sucker into marrying her, they could do this grand tour thing. "If you don't mind me asking, why can't you go back?"
"There is unrest all over Europe. I've read about it in the Times.
Hugo glanced over at Sophie, his eyes serious. From now on, she needed to keep informed, read the paper every day, cover to cover. If chaos theory operated in this universe, trouble on the continent would find its way here.
On a happier note, said the vicar, there are splendid examples of Janus heads in the Vatican Museum. Most are of the same man with a beard. Some are different heads looking in opposite directions, male and female, but it may be that ours is unique. No obvious gender, and so young.
He looked at Hugo and Sophie in turn.
Have you tried to get home?
We have, said Hugo.
But if the portal only does random appearances, the chances of catching it are minuscule.
Are there any church records in Little Shorten about visitors? Asked Sophie.
None that I know of.
The vicar smiled.
But in previous centuries, life for most people wasn't so different 100 years earlier, or later. Visitors might have crossed over without realising what had happened. And if they did realise, claiming such a thing could have landed them in hot water.
Or tied to a hot stake, said Anne.
Indeed.
The vicar mopped his brow again. A tall, rangy young man was walking purposefully towards them. He was dressed like the vicar, but had a neat black goatee. The vicar got to his feet.
May I present Mr. Herbert Clutterbuck?
Herbert had a slight stoop, like he spent too long talking to short people, and his face was deeply flushed, as if he'd been running. The vicar accepted a glass of water from Herbert and said,
Mr. Clutterbuck has been assisting at services.
Hugo stood up.
How do you do? I'm Hugo Harrington.
The dogs were growling under the table. It was very hot.
How do you do?
Said Herbert, and turned to Sophie. OK. This greeting wasn't a question that required an answer, only an echo. Sophie Arundel, how do you do? Everyone shook hands, their palms sweaty.
I'm staying at the old rectory until September.
Herbert sat beside Hugo, but his eyes were on Sophie, his gaze intense. She tilted her hat to obscure her face. Herbert cleared his throat.
The vicar mentioned your many worlds theory. God created only one world. For us, everyone knows that.
He had a sing-song voice, as if he were giving a sermon. The Lacey's decision to share the multiverse theory meant new acquaintances would inevitably be sceptical.
The idea is as outrageous as spiritualism.
Herbert cleared his throat again.
You must have come from an obscure part of the empire. It is very large.
Spiritualism? Sophie briefly tilted her hat to see Herbert's expression. It matched his voice, squeakily earnest. Alan was walking by, towards the tea tent, and Sophie lowered her hat brim again, shutting him out. Giant hats had their uses.
We haven't come from anywhere abroad, said Hugo. And the multiverse idea is quite old. Isaac Newton wrote about it.
Really? Said Sophie.
In his book, Optics, published at the beginning of the 18th century.
Herbert rolled his eyes. He had slight bags, as if he didn't get enough sleep.
Wicked. Possibly blasphemy. Mr. Clutterbuck did theology at Oxford,
said the vicar, as if this explained Herbert's views. Herbert cleared his throat yet again and sipped his water. Perhaps he had an obscure medical condition.
We're a broad church.
The vicar seemed embarrassed.
I'm an evolution man, myself, though it took me some time to embrace it. Ingenious process, beautiful and cruel, but consistent with a wonderful creator, caring for a whole world, don't you think? If our theory is right, more than one, said Hugo. At home, quite a few clergy came to believe that religion and evolution could rub along together, that God guided natural selection.
The vicar chuckled.
Quite so.
He wiped his moist forehead again.
I confess, I was sceptical when Lady Lacey arrived, but then we had Mr. Parks and Miss Hemmings, and now your good selves. So there's obviously some kind of door.
Herbert's face was getting redder. He thought them oddballs, with an even odder story.
Understandable. Herbert took a small book from his pocket and wrote in it with a simple stubby pencil. Looked like a modern one.
I record ideas for sermons as they come to me. Mr. Clutterbuck is taking over a living in Derby in the autumn, said the vicar. I'm trying to prepare him. It can be quite daunting, guiding one's parishioners.
A suspicion began to form in Sophie's mind. How far is the old rectory from the manor?
A couple of miles,
said the vicar.
We're just outside the village.
Sophie leaned forward. Mr. Clutterbuck, when did you move here?
2 months ago.
He gave her an interested smile. The uneasy feeling, whenever she thought about the anonymous note, would stop if they found the culprit. Reasoned with them. Would you mind if I read your sermon notes?
Not at all.
He handed her the book. Wickedness. The need for vigilance. His script was spiky and businesslike, the beginning of the words slightly darker, as if he'd pushed harder with the pencil. Nothing like the anonymous envelope. She returned the book.
How is religion in your world? Asked the vicar. Going strong? It is, said Hugo.
The Church of England's much the same as here, said Sophie, except for female vicars. Astonished silence. But not many female bishops, Sophie added.
Heresy,
said Herbert, sounding more like a nutter from the Middle Ages than an Anglican curate. Hugo cleared his throat.
At home, religion is mostly a force for good, but a tiny minority use it as an excuse to wage war. But then, that's happened throughout history.
Sophie vowed to clear her throat soon, for extra gravitas. The vicar's eyebrows had shot up.
In England? Mostly abroad, said Hugo. In Britain, it tends to be isolated events, though the police are stretched, trying to stop them.
From under her hat, Sophie glanced again at Herbert. He was tapping his feet, staring into space. What an odd man.
Are people in the Church of England involved?
The vicar sounded worried.
No,
said Hugo.
People have disagreements, like over female vicars, but it doesn't go beyond polite debate. That is a relief.
The vicar sat back in his chair and addressed Hugo.
Are you enjoying learning about the estate? Very much.
The vicar lowered his voice and said to Sophie,
I was sorry to hear we won't be having a wedding.
Telling Maud in confidence had worked. It was only a joke.
Indeed,
said the vicar.
Quite so.
Anne must have heard every word, but her attention remained on the pitch. Freddie was walking towards them in his usual languid manner, amid scattered clapping. Herbert stood up.
I believe it is time for tea.
The vicar and Herbert strolled off, and Sophie watched them, glad to literally see the back of Mr. Clutterbuck.
He's had some difficulties, said Anne, getting to her feet. A scandal in his last parish. This is a fresh start.
Sophie stood up too, hopefully in time to avoid a blood clot or heat exhaustion, and thought again about Herbert. As Freddie had observed, anyone could disguise their writing. Her gloves had fallen onto the grass, and she put them on the chair. Anne, do you think Mr. Clutterbuck sent that letter?
He's only just met you.
But if not Herbert, then who? Freddie was by her chair, and she smiled at him. Well played. His answering grin gave her a warm glow, unconnected with the sultry temperature. In the tea queue, as the boys stood behind Sophie discussing the bowling action that had put Freddie out, the man in front of her turned around.
Shame about the wedding.
Alan's face was deadpan.
I hope that hasn't left you with too much of a problem.
What did he mean? No.
I presumed you needed to marry, so when people asked, I told them.
He didn't lower his voice.
And gossip here. It's unstoppable.
Telling Maud in confidence hadn't worked, and Alan was fanning the flames.
If you enjoyed Stranded Part 1 and want to listen to Part 2, just search for Stranded Part 2 by Rosalind Tate on YouTube. This has been a Tobe Publishing production. Stranded, the Shorten Chronicles, Book 1. Written by me, Rosalind Tate. Read by Katie Sobey. Copyright Rosalind-Tate 2020. Production copyright 2022 Chatterbox Audio. Tobe Publishing.